Sherlock Holmes at Hogwarts. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 376. Don't be sad, don't be afraid. As Sherlock passed the Auror offices, he took in everything with a mere glance. The walls were a mess, portraits of wanted wizards, photos of their families, Quidditch posters, and clippings from the Daily Prophet. Good morning, Weasley. Being on the same floor, the wizards greeted Mr. Weasley familiarly, their eyes constantly glancing at the three beside him. From their looks, Sherlock knew the Aurors were generally more discerning than the rest of the Ministry of Magic, at least they recognized Harry and Sirius. He himself was unimportant. Although the Aurors recognized Harry and Sirius, they restrained themselves, not speaking to them, only watching them curiously. Under the watchful eyes of the Aurors, Mr. Weasley led the three through the Auror offices, into a dimly lit, dilapidated corridor, and finally to its end. A door on the left was slightly ajar, revealing a broom shed inside. A faded brass sign hung on the door to the right, office prohibited from misuse of Muggle items. Compared to other offices in the Ministry of Magic, this one was rather shabby, even shabby. It was even slightly smaller than the broom shed on the left. This meant that although there were only 2 desks, the office still felt very cramped. A row of overflowing filing cabinets lined the walls, with bundles of documents piled precariously on top. There was practically no room to move around freely beside the desks. Sherlock had long deduced that Mr. Weasley's treatment at the Ministry of Magic wasn't good, and this further confirmed his judgment. On the other hand, even without Sherlock's deduction, Harry could tell what Mr. Weasley particularly liked. The little usable space on the wall told him the answer: several car advertisements, one of which depicted a disassembled engine, and 2 illustrations of mailboxes, which looked like they were cut from Muggle children's books. There was also a diagram showing how to install an electrical outlet. Very Weasley. The document basket was overflowing, next to a family photo of the Weasleys. It looked very similar to the one he'd seen before, taken in front of the Egyptian pyramids, but without the blemishes. There are no windows here, Mr. Weasley said apologetically, taking off his coat and draping it over the back of his chair. We asked for them, but they seemed to think we didn't need them. Please sit down, it looks like Perkins hasn't arrived yet. Harry squeezed into the chair behind Perkins' desk. Sherlock and Sirius weren't sitting. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't find a place. Sorry, I forgot about that. Mr. Weasley slapped his forehead, about to say something, when a paper airplane whizzed through the open doorway. He immediately reached out and grabbed it, opening it and reading aloud. Reportedly, a 3rd case of sewage backflow in public toilets has occurred in Bethnal Green. Immediate investigation requested. This is truly bizarre. Sherlock and Sirius were still looking around the office when Harry instinctively asked, "Sewage backflow? It's those anti-Muggle pranksters doing," Mr. Weasley said, frowning. "It happened twice last week, once at Wimbledon and once at Elephant Castle. Muggles flushed the toilets, and instead of the filth disappearing, it just, you can imagine. The poor people kept calling those pipe men, I think that's what they said. You know, those guys who fix pipes and stuff. You mean plumbers? Yes, those. But of course, even if they went, it wouldn't do anything. Anyway, right now I just hope we can catch the people doing this. Won't the Aurors go after them?" "Oh no, such a trivial matter doesn't require the Aurors to be involved. A regular magical law enforcement investigation team would suffice." Gentlemen, this is Perkins." Just then, an elderly wizard with a stooped back, a somewhat shy expression, and a head of soft, graying hair, entered the room, slightly out of breath. Mr. Weasley promptly introduced him. Arthur. Perkins, who had just entered, didn't look at Sherlock and his companions, but said anxiously, "Thank goodness, I was just wondering what to do. I didn't even know if I should wait here for you. I just sent an owl to deliver a message to your house, but you obviously didn't receive it. Just 10 minutes ago, an urgent message arrived. I already know about the sewage backflow in the toilet." Upon seeing this, Mr. Weasley revealed a calm expression of complete control. No, It's not about the toilets, Perkins gasped, it's about Peter's interrogation. They want you to go directly to the minister's office with your men, Mr. Weasley gasped sharply, his face turning as pale as parchment. His hand trembled, almost causing the report, which was overflowing with sewage, to slip from his fingers. The minister's office? Now, he exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief and panic. But we just got here. Perkins, why wasn't it announced earlier? I just received the owl too, Arthur. The old wizard Perkins was equally flustered, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat as he hurriedly explained, urgent notice. It says the minister himself is waiting and demands that Mr. Potter and, Mr. Black go immediately, and Mr. Holmes too. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Harry and Sirius, finally settling on Sherlock. Despite the urgency of the situation, his eyes still held a curiosity as if he were looking at a strange creature. Merlin's beard. This is a disaster. We were supposed to go straight to the first floor. How did I end up leading you all this way? Quick. Come with me, Mr. Weasley said, grabbing his coat from the back of his chair and throwing it on haphazardly, not even bothering to button it, before rushing towards the door. He shoved the slip of paper with a backflow of sewage report into Perkins' hand. Perkins quickly pressed himself against the filing cabinet to make way for him, allowing him to rush out of the office. Mr. Weasley dashed out of the office and, after running a short distance, was surprised to find that no one was following him. He turned around and, lo and behold, Sherlock, Harry, and Sirius had just walked out of the office. Except for Harry, who seemed a little anxious, Sherlock and Sirius looked completely unhurried. What are you doing? Mr. Weasley asked anxiously. Since we just received a notification, let's take our time. There's still plenty of time before Peter's trial, Sherlock said calmly. I don't understand. Sirius tilted his head. Arthur, why are you in such a hurry? Take it easy, the sky isn't falling, Mr. Weasley paced anxiously, sweat soaking his temples. You really don't understand. The minister's personal summons means things are escalating. Peter's matter could make Fudge's robes even more wrinkled. Sirius lazily interrupted him, casually flicking the dust off the faded nameplate, and said with unmistakable sarcasm, Arthur, I remember you weren't like this back then. It seems you've been in the Ministry of Magic for too long and have picked up some of its bad habits. You know, we're not the ones in a hurry right now. If Fudge were really in a hurry, he would have come to see us. Since he hasn't, it means things aren't that urgent. Sirius is right, Sherlock nodded in agreement. The most ironic thing about Game of Thrones is that when the weak no longer fear the rules, the rule-makers fall silent. Seeing Sherlock and Sirius's attitude, Mr. Weasley was speechless. You make it sound so easy, but I have a family to support. Who would want to go to work every day if it weren't for survival? Luckily, his department involved frequent contact with muggles, which suited him somewhat, making his job somewhat interesting. But in this situation, even being anxious was useless. He couldn't just grab Harry and run, could he? He could only helplessly follow the three back onto the elevator at a normal pace. Harry felt a little embarrassed and quickened his pace, which greatly increased Mr. Weasley's goodwill towards him. Fortunately, there weren't as many people on the elevator at this time, so they arrived at their destination quickly. First floor, Minister's office and logistics department. The elevator doors opened, revealing a thick carpeted floor. Minister's office didn't mean Minister of Magic's office, but rather a specific department, including the offices of high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic. All offices had gleaming wooden doors with small signs displaying the names and titles of the people inside. At a glance, one could see the offices of the Assistant Minister for Magic, the Minister's Advisor, and the Senior Deputy Minister for Magic, among others. This layout contrasted sharply with the office for prohibiting the misuse of Muggle items they had just visited. The Minister's office is at the very back. Upon reaching this floor, Mr. Weasley, no longer in a hurry, took a deep breath and led the three deeper into the corridor. Finally, they stopped in front of an office door. Cornell Fudge, Minister for Magic. Weasley knocked. Hearing Fudge's voice from inside, he opened the door. He stepped back, gesturing for the three to go in first. Sirius Black stepped forward without hesitation. Sherlock and Harry followed, with Mr. Weasley entering last. When he closed the door and turned around, he was startled. The office wasn't just occupied by Fudge. Several professors from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and Lupin, were also there. Seeing these familiar faces, Mr. Weasley, after his initial surprise, let out a long sigh of relief. The sight of Dumbledore had stirred a strong emotion within him, filling him with a sense of security and hope. It seemed there was a reason why Sherlock and Sirius were so calm. But to Mr. Weasley's surprise, the first person to greet him upon seeing Sirius wasn't one of the Hogwarts professors, but rather the Minister for Magic, Fudge. His overly enthusiastic manner seemed particularly jarring in the dimly lit, luxurious minister's office. He gripped Sirius's hand tightly, his face beaming with a smile Mr. Weasley hadn't seen in a long time. "Ah, Black, you've finally come." Fudge raised his voice as if afraid no one would hear him. "I thought you'd come with Harry and Headmaster Dumbledore. I must say, we're pressed for time, very pressed. The matter of Peter Pettigrew needs to be decided immediately." He shook Sirius's hand warmly while turning his gaze to Mr. Weasley, who had just breathed a sigh of relief. "Arthur. My dear Arthur." Almost instantly, Fudge's tone shifted from warm greetings to Sirius to concern for his subordinate. "Regarding that urgent report that your department should handle, that toilet in Bethnal Green, I know about it, Minister." "You mean, it's urgent," Fudge said firmly. "Those poor residents. I need to know the situation and the progress immediately. You know, public confidence, we can't let them lose faith in us. Arthur, you must take responsibility." Mr. Weasley, just recovering from Dumbledore's reassurance, was immediately overwhelmed by the minister's heavy responsibility. What was going on? The color drained from his face almost instantly, and the urgent note about the backflow of sewage in the toilet, which he had given to Perkins, seemed to burn in his hand again. "Minister, go immediately, Arthur," Fudge urged without room for argument. "Go personally. I need you to get a first-hand report. This matter concerns the Ministry of Magic's efficiency in handling emergencies." He waved his hand dismissively, as if sending a subordinate to deal with a minor thorny problem. He completely ignored the fact that Mr. Weasley was the one who brought Harry and Sirius here. Mr. Weasley opened his mouth, his gaze sweeping over Dumbledore's calm face and McGonagall's serious expression. On one hand, there was the minister's strict order and the pressing social issues that were giving Muggles headaches. On the other hand, there was the crucial Peter's trial and the key figure he had just brought. At this moment, the beads of sweat that had just dried from Mr. Weasley's forehead reappeared. "But, Minister, go now, Arthur." Seeing that Mr. Weasley was still dawdling, Fudge's tone began to grow impatient. Of course, he also noticed Mr. Weasley's gaze, so he casually mentioned, "As for Peter, Headmaster Dumbledore and everyone else are here, you can rest assured. But you should know that every minute you're late now could damage the Ministry of Magic's image." Although it sounded high-sounding, this heavy burden was quite effective on Mr. Weasley, the conscientious head of the office for prohibiting the misuse of Muggle items. "Yes, Minister. I'll go right away." Mr. Weasley gritted his teeth, first giving Harry and Sirius an apologetic look, then a complicated look at Sherlock. Finally, he nodded to the Hogwarts professors and turned to leave the minister's office. Although Fudge seemed to just want to get rid of him and didn't really care about the sewage backflow issue in the public toilets, he could still use it in his upcoming work. After all, this was now a task personally assigned and arranged by the head of the department. With Minister Fudge's personal order, if he used it properly, he could make good use of this opportunity. The thought that those poor Muggles would soon no longer feel sadness and fear made Mr. Weasley, who had already left the minister's office, straighten his back. As long as things could be resolved. Chapter 377 full of confidence and anticipation for tomorrow. As the door to the minister's office closed behind Weasley, Fudge's concern and anxiety quickly vanished, replaced by a kind and friendly smile. "All right, now we can have a proper talk, Mr. Black." With that, he shifted his gaze from Sirius Black to Sherlock beside him. Fudge's smile disappeared again, replaced by a serious expression. His ability to change his expression was almost indistinguishable from a Chumalov's. "Mr. Holmes." Fudge's tone remained polite, but the implication was unmistakable. "We need to discuss some highly sensitive operational details and the coordination of some internal procedures within the ministry. As a third-year student, these matters are not appropriate for you to know. So, you understand what I mean, right?" He didn't finish his sentence, his gaze fixed directly on the doorway. Hearing Fudge's hint for Sherlock to leave, Harry immediately frowned. Had this Minister for Magic simply forgotten? Hadn't he learned his lesson in the headmaster's office last time? Harry had already told him that Sherlock was the key figure who discovered the truth from 12 years ago. He thought Sherlock had taken his words to heart, but he was still so stubborn. Thinking of this, Harry prepared to take a step forward and stand up for Sherlock. This was one of the few opportunities he could give Sherlock, and he couldn't let it slip by. However, this time someone was faster than him. Dumbledore, who had been sitting in his high-backed armchair, observing the situation, stirred slightly. His deep blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles rippled slightly like the surface of a calm lake. His gaze seemed to casually sweep over Sherlock before landing on Fudge. Cornell, his voice was steady and gentle, yet it decisively cut off Fudge's brewing order to leave. I already told you, Mr. Holmes, although attending this meeting as an observer, is essentially the mastermind behind this case. Of course, you may not believe me, but since I have vouched for him and Harry to attend this trial together, neither of them should be absent from any conversation. Dumbledore's words caused Fudge's expression to change. If you want Sherlock to leave, then I'll go with him, Sirius added after Dumbledore. Me too, Harry promptly followed. Professor Snape let out a clear sneer. Fudge's facial muscles twitched again. His forced polite smile froze completely, a glint of surprise and anger flashing in his eyes. He quickly glanced at Dumbledore, then at Sirius and Harry, immediately sensing their resolve. Normally, he wouldn't mind letting them stay. But what he was about to say would damage the dignity of the Ministry of Magic and himself as minister, so the fewer people who knew, the better. Fudge had originally planned to take them by surprise, seizing the initiative and using the momentum of expelling Arthur Weasley to send Sherlock away as well. He hadn't expected this student to have such a strong guarantor. Fudge still wouldn't give up, turning to Sherlock again and saying in a clearly suggestive tone, "Well then, if Holmes himself is willing." In his view, Sherlock was just a student after all. Even outstanding student representatives like Percy, the student council president, trembled in his presence. A mere third-year student was a piece of cake, right? To his utter surprise, Sherlock completely ignored Fudge's gaze, smiling as he said, "Of course I'd like to stay, Your Excellency Minister." Sherlock naturally understood Fudge's intentions. The other's naivete even amused him. One could only say that someone like him was incredibly lucky to become Minister for Magic. Alright, fine, but you have to promise that you won't tell anyone anything that happened in this office today. Once you leave this office. Seeing his plan to get rid of Sherlock had failed instantly, Fudge's voice was a little dry, and he could only manage a forced consolation. Then, realizing the situation was hopeless, he immediately changed course. On one hand, he avoided Dumbledore's direct gaze, as if the abrupt hint from before had never happened. On the other hand, he quickly refocused his attention on Sirius Black, stating decisively, "Black. I was just speaking with several professors, and Peter Pettigrew's crimes are countless. The evidence is irrefutable, and there's only one fate awaiting him, the kiss of a Dementor." Seeing that Sirius didn't give the expected response, Fudge coughed awkwardly and continued, "But given the current situation, the public needs a strong signal. The Ministry of Magic also needs a solid image. You know, it's about your cooperation with the Ministry in leaving Azkaban." He took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and then cut to the chase. "Black, I actually need a little cooperation from you. When you testify in the dock later, I hope you can appropriately mention how you bravely and fearlessly evacuated from Azkaban and subsequently found Peter Pettigrew. The key is to point out that all your actions were in accordance with a secret order from the Ministry of Magic's higher-ups, to investigate Peter's whereabouts. This way, we can perfectly explain that report." Fudge stared intently at Sirius, speaking rapidly. "This not only demonstrates your heroism and proves your innocence, but also proves that Azkaban's defenses are under our precise strategic control. What was previously mistaken for an escape was an officially authorized cooperative operation. This will greatly enhance the Ministry of Magic's prestige. It's a good thing for all of us." The office fell silent after Fudge finished speaking. Harry understood why Fudge had wanted Sherlock to leave. Clearly, in his eyes, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. However, Fudge never expected that the person who had pressured the Ministry of Magic and created this situation was none other than Sherlock's brother, Mycroft. If he had known, his attitude would likely be very different. Harry looked at the Hogwarts professors. Dumbledore's expression remained calm, his half-moon spectacles revealing no emotion. Professor McGonagall's face tightened, Lupin's eyes were filled with worry, and Snape let out another low, disdainful snort. As for Sherlock, he stood there, seemingly casually surveying Fudge's office, as if he hadn't heard Fudge's words at all. However, Fudge was no longer concerned with this third-year student he had just wanted to kick out. He stared intently at Sirius, awaiting his reply. Sirius, meanwhile, had been listening quietly the entire time Fudge had been speaking. This was precisely why Fudge had mustered the courage to finish his story. He sensed a chance. However, when Fudge finished speaking and looked at him with hopeful eyes, he suddenly exploded. You mean, you want me to swear an oath to everyone just to save your pathetic face and your blatantly lying report? You want me to tell everyone that the 12 years I spent in that damned Azkaban were all part of your and the Ministry's elaborate scheme? If so, then let me tell you, Minister, you're utterly, oh no. Fudge's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Just then, Dumbledore intervened, interrupting Sirius's impending vehement rebuke. Sirius, we need to consider not only the present, but also the future. At such a crucial moment, a stable and authoritative Ministry of Magic is vital to combating the forces of darkness. Seeing Sirius looking at him, Dumbledore smiled slightly. Sometimes, cooperation can be flexible. Sirius took a deep breath. He remembered the letter he had received the previous night. Dumbledore had mentioned this matter in the letter. Fighting Voldemort required strength, and the unity of everyone who could be united. This included compromises with a detestable power structure. Failing to do so would be tantamount to pushing that force to the other side. Although Sirius was impulsive, he wasn't stupid. So, although he hadn't replied to the letter the previous night, he had already decided to agree to Dumbledore's request. Today, after discussing this matter with Sherlock and hearing his answer, his resolve was strengthened. However, seeing Fudge's face, his anger flared up instantly, and he completely forgot about the matter. Fortunately, Dumbledore intervened in time, preventing him from going too far and avoiding an irreparable situation. Thinking of this, he abruptly turned back to look at Fudge. He saw Fudge's tense expression, as if waiting for him to speak. His contempt deepened, but he still slowly said, "When I testify, I will mention that the prison break was carried out with the Ministry of Magic's knowledge." Sirius's reply was simple, and regarding the disgusting words Fudge had previously used, such as instructions, authorization, and cooperation, he only stated that the Ministry of Magic was aware of the matter. Upon hearing this, Fudge's face instantly went from pale to flushed, and his eyes flashed with immense relief and the smug satisfaction of his plan succeeding. He selectively ignored the reservations in Sirius's words. Because this statement was enough for the Ministry of Magic to use to deceive the public and explain the investigation report. "Oh, Black. I knew you were a smart man." "A smart man," Fudge almost cheered, patting Sirius on the shoulder as if they were truly close comrades in arms. "The Ministry of Magic will never forget your contribution. In recognition of your extraordinary courage in exposing Peter Pettigrew, a major threat to the safety of the wizarding world, and the crucial assistance you provided to the Ministry, I, Cornelius Fudge, will award you the Order of Merlin in the name of Minister for Magic after this public trial." Fudge's face was plastered with insincere gratitude. He still emphasized selfless cooperation, trying to package this deal as a perfect triumphant return and a harmonious combination of official recognition. This act plunged the office into silence once again. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Lupin looked at Sirius, his gaze filled with sympathy and a hint of helplessness. Snape, in the shadows, curled his lips into an extremely sarcastic and cold smile, as if he had witnessed a most absurd comedy. Harry felt a strong unease, finding Fudge's smile glaringly sarcastic. Dumbledore watched calmly, his face expressionless. Sherlock remained equally calm. Fudge's demeanor confirmed one thing for Sherlock once again: even after several years as Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge's abilities were still far from impressive. Having been in the position for so long, and hearing so much flattery, he genuinely believed himself to be exceptionally capable. He mistakenly took everything the platform and position bestowed upon him as his own ability. Take the Order of Merlin medal, for example. He only brought it up after Sirius agreed to cooperate. It reeked of pettiness. Incompetent and unworthy of his position, that was the best description of him. Fudge, oblivious to the attitudes of those present, let out a sigh of relief, his face once again plastered with a slick smile, as if he had accomplished a major diplomatic mission. "This is a wise choice, Sirius. It's the best arrangement for all of us." So, Fudge turned to the crowd, his tone regaining its authoritative urgency. "Time is of the essence. We can't delay any longer in the interrogation room. Everyone, this way." He led the way to the door, personally opening the gleaming wooden door, gesturing an invitation, and looking earnestly at Dumbledore. The situation was settled, and at this moment, Fudge was already filled with confidence and anticipation for tomorrow. He believed that after this interrogation, the news of Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge's brilliant and skillful revelation of the truth would spread throughout the entire wizarding world. Dumbledore also stood up at this moment and said slowly, "Indeed, the time is almost up." He led the way to the door, with the others following closely behind. As soon as they stepped out of the office, a young wizard immediately ran over. "This is my assistant, Rufus," Fudge said, looking at him and asking, "Where's it?" The latter immediately replied, "The 10th trial chamber." "Those chambers haven't been used for many years, except for the trials of those Death Eaters who followed Mystic. Just tell me where it is." "Don't mention anything irrelevant," Fudge interrupted Rufus, suddenly remembering that Sirius had been sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban there without trial. "Minister Fudge, I'm not that petty," Sirius said calmly. "Since I've already agreed to cooperate, I won't dwell on things that are in the past." Yes, that's for the best." Seeing Fudge's politeness towards Sirius, Rufus couldn't help but glance at Sirius a few more times. He didn't notice that Sherlock also glanced at him a few more times. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378. A new storm has appeared. Sherlock's abilities were beyond question, so the moment Rufus, the Assistant Minister of Magic, appeared, he knew his identity. This guy was Cornelius Fudge's nephew. Each door on the first floor of the Ministry of Magic had a small plaque listing the name and position of the person inside. The door Rufus was on bore the same surname, Rufus Fudge, Assistant Minister of Magic. Combined with observation and deduction of Rufus's subtle behavior, Sherlock was certain of this. Nepotism. Strictly speaking, this wasn't necessarily wrong. If a relative was capable enough, placing them in a suitable position was indeed more appropriate and reassuring than an outsider. But this Rufus? Sherlock shook his head inwardly. He could only say that if Fudge continued to place him in such an important position, this guy was doomed sooner or later. However, this was a matter between the Ministry of Magic and Fudge, and Sherlock didn't bother to say more. Next, led by Assistant Minister Rufus, the group smoothly boarded the elevator. This elevator is for the exclusive use of the minister's office staff. "We can go directly to the 9th floor without stopping," Rufus proudly introduced to everyone. This was an initiative by Minister Fudge after he took office, and its establishment has greatly improved the efficiency of the minister's office. Upon seeing this, Fudge immediately puffed out his chest, slightly raised his chin, and said in a tone that seemed reserved but was actually smug, "The office is the core hub of the Ministry of Magic, and it is only natural that it serves the entire ministry well." Sherlock couldn't help but chuckle. They really weren't ashamed, but rather proud. Well, these bureaucrats have been out of touch with the masses for too long, and they've probably become accustomed to enjoying privileges. "What are you laughing at?" Rufus immediately looked at Sherlock and said with displeasure. He even gave Dumbledore and the other Hogwarts professors a reproachful look, secretly dissatisfied. How did these people educate their students? With a Minister of Magic present, didn't they know anything about solemnity and respect? "I've thought of something happy." Rufus hadn't expected Sherlock to actually answer, and instinctively asked, "What's so happy?" Everyone except Fudge looked at Rufus with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. Now, without Sherlock stating his deduction, everyone already knew what kind of person he was. "The Department of Mysteries." Just then, the cold female voice rang out. Strangely, this voice had provided detailed descriptions of floors 1 through 8. But this time, after saying this, it fell silent. At the same time, the elevator doors clattered open. "We've arrived." Seeing that they had reached their destination, Rufus temporarily forgot about the incident and quickly made way for Fudge in the elevator. The others followed suit. Next, the group slowly walked down a corridor. This corridor was completely different from the corridors on the upper floors. The walls were empty, with no doors or windows. There was only a simple black door at the end of the corridor. The Department of Mysteries. Sherlock softly uttered the name. Within the Ministry of Magic, the Department of Mysteries is a very special organization. No one ever knows what the people in this department actually do, because their missions are top secret. According to Hannah, the wizards who work here are called silencers. Even when her father introduced him to his colleagues working in this department, he only said that their work was confidential. It was simply mysterious, very mysterious. Noticing Sherlock's gaze, Harry instinctively assumed they would go through the door and walked in that direction. "Harry, come back, we're not going there." Unexpectedly, Professor Lupin grabbed his arm and pulled him to the left. There was a gap leading to a staircase. Fudge didn't say anything, but Rufus glared at Harry fiercely. "You," he was about to speak when Fudge stopped him. "Lead the way, Rufus." At this moment, Harry was also surprised to find that Sherlock, who had seemed about to enter that door, was now standing next to Sirius, right in front of the staircase. "Harry, this way." Rufus, following Fudge's advice, stepped down the stairs first and said to the others, "The elevators don't go this far, so we have to come to the 9th floor and walk down." They walked down the stairs one by one and then through a long corridor. Harry couldn't help but glance at Professor Snape. To him, it looked exactly like the corridors at Hogwarts leading to the potions classrooms. Rough stone walls, torches stuck in brackets. The contrast created a dark, gloomy, and terrifying atmosphere. As if noticing Harry's gaze, Snape turned his head expressionlessly. His expression was hard to read, but after only a moment, it became as gloomy and unpleasant as ever. In the end, Harry, being more sensitive, was the first to look away. Sherlock took in the exchange of glances between the two, smiling without saying a word. However, he focused more on the surrounding environment. All the doors here were heavy wooden doors, fitted with iron bolts and keyholes, giving the impression that some unspeakable secret lay behind them. Finally, Rufus stopped before a gloomy black door, secured with a large iron padlock. "Minister, gentlemen, we've arrived at the 10th Inquisition," Fudge nodded. "Let's go in." Rufus immediately turned the impossibly heavy iron handle. With a grating metallic scraping sound, the heavy black stone door opened inwards. A chill, a mixture of stone dust, dampness, and something deeper and colder, rushed out. Fudge gestured to Dumbledore, and the two entered almost simultaneously, Dumbledore trailing slightly behind. Next came Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Lupin, and Sirius Black. Then Sherlock and Harry entered side by side. Harry couldn't help but gasp. He was almost unable to control himself. It was a huge circular room, its walls constructed of rough, black stone. Ancient brackets were embedded in the towering walls, each holding a blazing torch. The leaping flames cast flickering, undulating shadows below. The orange-red light stretched long, distorted shadows on the walls, constantly jumping and flashing, yet doing nothing to dispel the chill in the room. Rows of empty benches rose in tiers on either side. Ahead of the group, on the highest benches, several dark figures appeared, whispering amongst themselves. Rufus was the last to enter the trial chamber. As the heavy doors closed behind him, the whispers ceased, and a profound silence descended. In the center of the room stood an empty chair. This chair gave Harry an ominous feeling, for its armrests were bound with chains, as if used for binding. Harry increasingly felt this was like Snape's potions classroom, especially with that somber, eerie atmosphere. There were no portraits on the walls, no decorations, only the rows of benches arranged in a tiered fashion around the perimeter. This ensured that the chained chair was clearly visible from every seat. "Now, let's all take our seats. Once everyone is here, the interrogation can begin." The eerie stone chamber seemed to have no effect on Fudge. He continued to smile and address the group. Seeing Dumbledore nod, Fudge excitedly walked towards the front row of benches. About 50 people were already seated there, all dressed in crimson robes with a delicate silver W embroidered on their left breast. Guided by Rufus, Fudge went straight to the center of the first row of benches and sat down. Because he was a large, fat man, he took up more space than the others, and his distinctive attire made him stand out among the crimson robes. To Fudge's left sat a broad-shouldered, square-chinned witch. She had short, neat gray hair and wore a monocle. She was not unattractive, but her expression was intimidating, giving the impression that she was not easily fooled. Another witch sat to the right, but she was seated rather far back on the bench, her face shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to see what she looked like. Rufus helped Fudge to his seat, then took his own seat at the very edge of the front row. Others then guided Sherlock and the others to their seats. Snape, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Lupin sat in order on a bench. Their seats were symmetrical to Fudge's, positioned on either side of the empty, chained chair, in the first row. Sherlock and Harry were seated further behind them, almost at the very top of the room, the furthest from that chair. This left Harry somewhat disappointed. His static vision wasn't very good, and he might not be able to see very clearly later. Fortunately, all the benches in the room were arranged in a tiered fashion, so he wasn't worried about being blocked by those in front of him. As a witness, Sirius Black wasn't seated with the other observers. Instead, he was taken away by staff, and his whereabouts were unknown. As Sirius Black disappeared from his sight, Harry took a deep breath, preparing to say something to Sherlock beside him to ease the oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, the heavy black wooden door at the corner of the room was flung open with a bang. A man stood in the doorway, leaning on a long cane, wrapped in a black traveling cloak. At that moment, everyone in the courtroom turned to look at the stranger. He removed his hood, revealing long, gray hair, and began to walk towards the tiered benches. Each step he took echoed hollowly in the stone chamber. As he limped towards them, and the torchlight illuminated his features, Harry couldn't help but gasp. What a face! It was as if carved from a piece of rotten wood, yet the sculptor had only a vague concept of what a human face should look like and seemed rather unskilled with a carving tool. The end result was that every inch of skin on that face seemed scarred, the mouth looked like a large, crooked gash, and the nose, where it should have been, was missing. Although the man's appearance was already quite abstract, Harry had seen Voldemort stuck to Quirrell's head back in his first year, so while the appearance was horrifying, it wasn't enough to frighten him. What truly made him gasp was the man's eyes. One of his eyes was small, black, and bright. But the other eye was large, round like a coin, and a vivid, bright blue. What's more, that blue eye was constantly moving. Up, down, left, right, forward, backward. It darted around, completely unrelated to the normal eye. Just as Harry was staring at it, the large eyeball suddenly rolled back and disappeared into the man's head. This left him only able to see a large white eyeball. Alastair Moody, Sherlock murmured a name. Sherlock, you know him? Harry looked at Sherlock in surprise, not understanding why he would know such a strange man. Not just me, you should know him too, my dear friend. Harry shook his head repeatedly. Me? How could I possibly know him? Anyone who had met him even once could never forget him, right? Sherlock chuckled. Let me remind you, just a few days ago, Mrs. Weasley said she wanted to ask him for help. Harry's memory wasn't as good as Sherlock's, but with Sherlock's reminder, he thought for a moment and still remembered the name. Mad-Eye Moody. Sherlock shrugged. See, buddy, nicknames are always easier to remember than names, but how do you know he is? Harry was about to continue asking Sherlock how he knew this strange man was Moody when he saw the stranger walk straight to Dumbledore's side. He extended a hand as scarred as his face. Dumbledore shook his hand, whispered a few words, and then sat down next to Professor Snape. Harry noticed Professor Snape shift his position closer to Dumbledore. Seeing his appearance, I don't think you should have any doubts about his identity, Sherlock said with a smile. Well, with that look, no one would doubt he was Mad-Eye. In the following hours, people continued to arrive like Moody, gradually filing the room. Harry estimated there were at least 200 wizards in the room. To be precise, 255. Sherlock tapped his knee lightly. I think it's time to begin. In the silence of the trial chamber, the curtain officially rose. A new storm had begun. Chapter 379. How can we stand still? As if to confirm Sherlock's words, almost as soon as he finished speaking, footsteps sounded. The door around the corner of the room opened again. This time, 3 people walked in simultaneously. The 2 on the left and right were tall, while the one in the middle was short, creating a stark contrast. Strangely, as soon as they entered, the previously comfortable room temperature suddenly dropped. Something's not right. This isn't right. As the 3 drew closer, Harry's insides turned ice cold. He realized with a start that there weren't 3 people at all. The 2 tall figures on the left and right were clearly Dementors. The entire room fell silent. This made Harry feel himself beginning to tremble. Compared to Harry, whose eyesight was poor, Sherlock naturally recognized at a glance that they weren't human. Mainly, the characteristics were too obvious: tall, completely covered by a hood, and they couldn't walk but only glided. Of course, the more important detail was that Sherlock noticed their rotting, dead-like hands. They gripped the arm of the man in the middle, slowly dragging him towards the armchair in the center of the room. The man being held captive was none other than Peter Pettigrew. He looked as if he were about to faint. This wasn't surprising. Even the onlookers near the front row seemed somewhat intimidated when facing Dementors at close range. Let alone him, sandwiched between the Dementors. The Dementors placed Peter on the chained chair, didn't linger, and slowly walked out of the room. Only after the door closed again did the atmosphere in the room return to normal. The power of the Dementors was terrifying. Now, let's look at Peter Pettigrew. He was in terrible condition. Even worse than when Sherlock exposed his identity in front of everyone in the headmaster's office. He wore a thin, tattered robe, and even after the Dementors left, his whole body was still trembling. Just as Sherlock was watching Peter, the chains on the armrest of the chair suddenly glowed golden, then coiled around Peter's arm like snakes, binding him there. Now there are 256 people, Sherlock remarked. That's interesting. Harry took a deep breath. He won't transform into an animagus and escape, will he? If he can escape in this situation, Voldemort can relinquish his nickname, Sherlock said calmly. Brother, don't ask questions that insult my intelligence. Harry gave Sherlock a somewhat resentful look. He knew, of course, that Peter couldn't escape now. But the appearance of the Dementors had left him feeling unwell, so he wanted to change the subject. Was there really a need to be so sarcastic? Harry had previously thought their seats were too far away, but now he felt somewhat relieved. Otherwise, if they were any closer, he might have fainted again from seeing the Dementors. If that happened, things would be much more chaotic. Were you feeling unwell just now? Sherlock asked abruptly. No, well, it's terrible. Harry instinctively intended to deny it, but under Sherlock's grey eyes, he told the truth. He'd already fainted twice in front of Big Brother, so there was nothing more to lose. Just bear with it. Harry expected Sherlock to say something more, but nothing came of it. Looking at him again, he saw that Sherlock's gaze had shifted to Peter Pettigrew. Harry, very well, the defendant has finally arrived. Just then, Fudge suddenly spoke, instantly drawing everyone's attention. I think we can begin formally. Are you ready? He asked loudly towards the other end of the bench. Yes, sir. Rufus, who had accompanied Fudge, immediately replied. He stared intently at the parchment before him, a quill in hand, ready to take notes. The trial of January 6th is officially beginning. At this moment, Fudge's voice boomed, announcing the start of the trial. Rufus hurriedly began taking notes. The trial is now beginning. This is the case of Peter Pettigrew, as the Keeper of Secrets, who voluntarily revealed the Potter's address 13 years ago, framed Sirius Black to cover his own crimes, and murdered 13 Muggles. Interrogators: Minister for Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement Amelia Susan Bournes, Senior Undersecretary Dolores Jane Umbridge, Trial Recorder, Rufus Elliot Fudge, Witness, Sirius Black. With that voice, Sirius Black reappeared in everyone's sight. Accompanying him was a wizard carrying a chair. He had originally intended to place it some distance from Peter Pettigrew, but Sirius simply picked it up and placed it beside Peter, then sat down, staring intently at him. His gaze seemed to be that of a ravenous dog ready to tear him to shreds and devour him whole. Upon seeing Sirius, Peter trembled even more violently. Very well, Fudge said, pulling a parchment from a pile of documents, taking a deep breath, and staring at Peter over the parchment. You're Peter Pettigrew. Peter shuddered violently like a startled mouse, the chains binding him rattling. He looked up in terror, large beads of sweat sliding down his sallow cheeks, soaking the collar of his tattered robe. He didn't answer immediately, his cloudy eyes scanning the audience listlessly, just as he had when he was forced to reveal his true form by Professor McGonagall, searching for an escape route that didn't even exist. Answer the minister's question. A high-pitched, shrill voice, like that of a little girl, rang out. It was the witch shrouded in shadow. Peter shrank back sharply, his lips moving slightly. Yes, I am Peter. Very well, do you admit to being an unregistered animagus? Yes, but, in 1981, did you take Sirius Black's place as the Keeper of Secrets for James and Lily Potter? Yes, Peter said, but, as the Keeper of the Secret, you knew that the Potter's hideout was protected by the faithful charm, yet you still revealed their location. Yes, but, you were a trusted friend of the Potters, yet you still willingly revealed their hideout in Godric's Hollow to that, well, mysterious man, directly leading to the deaths of James Potter and Lily Potter. Peter fell silent. Answer the question. This time it was the witch with a monocle who spoke, her voice loud and deep. "Did you tell Mysterious Man about this?" Peter's gaze struggled for a long time, and after Sirius Black let out a cold snort, he finally lowered his head and answered in a weak, almost feeble voice, "Yes, yes," even though they already knew about it. A low murmur still erupted from the crowd when Peter confessed, mixed with angry gasps and disdainful glances. Sirius, sitting next to Peter, clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles white, his body trembling slightly from suppressed rage. 12 years of wrongful imprisonment, 12 years of hellish life living alongside Dementors. At this moment, these flames materialized and burned fiercely in his sunken eyes. Even now, Sirius still dreams of James and Lily lying on the ground at night. Perhaps Mrs. Weasley was right. It was precisely because his feelings for James were so deep, and his regret for his death so profound, that sometimes, the way he looked at Harry, and the tone of his voice when mentioning Harry, was as if a good friend had returned. "You damn traitor," Peter whimpered desperately, as if stung by a scorpion, slumping into his chair, his eyes completely vacant. Regret? Perhaps fleeting. But more profound was the deep-seated fear of the impending final punishment and the numbness of escaping reality. I was wrong, I really know I was wrong." Sirius stared at Peter, wanting to devour him alive, each word seemingly squeezed out between his teeth. "You don't know you were wrong, you just know you're going to die?" Fudge seemed satisfied with the intimidating effect of Peter's appearance. He turned to the witch with a monocle and said, "Thank you for your question, Ms. Burns." Then he continued loudly, "So, does the defendant admit that, after leaking information that led to the Potters' tragic deaths, in order to cover up your crime and frame Mr. Sirius Black, you planned and used the bomb charm to blow up the streets of London, killing more than a dozen people? 13 muggles died," Ms. Burns added clearly, calmly, and with a hint of anger. She glanced at Fudge, somewhat displeased with his way of stating things. "Yes. 13 innocent muggles," Fudge quickly followed, then said heavily, "and faked their deaths after the explosion, transforming into rats and escaping for 12 long years." Peter could no longer speak coherently. Now he could only let out intermittent, incomprehensible sobs and whimpers, his head drooping almost to his chest. Tears mixed with snot streamed down his face, a pitiful sight that evoked no sympathy from most of those present, only intensifying their disgust. It was the best illustration of despicable betrayal and shameless cowardice. "Good, very good." Fudge glanced at his nephew and recorder, Rufus, who was scribbling rapidly on parchment. Next, Fudge and Ms. Burns each questioned Peter again, but he still refused to speak. However, Fudge had anticipated this. He turned slightly and said, "This chairperson grants Senior Deputy Secretary Dolores Jan Umbridge permission to speak." The witch who had been sitting to Fudge's right leaned forward upon hearing his words. This allowed Sherlock to see her clearly for the first time. She was short and stout, with a broad, sagging face. Like Harry's Uncle Vernon, she had no visible neck, and her large mouth drooped downwards. Her eyes were large and round, but slightly protruding, making her resemble a pale, large toad. Add to that the small black velvet bow in her short, curly hair. Well, how to put it? This was a witch whose appearance and demeanor were severely mismatched with her age. In short, she was an old cucumber painted green, trying to look young. According to the Ministry of Magic's investigation, Peter Pettigrew disappeared after committing the bombing. The only body fragment left at the scene was a finger. Coincidentally, the animagus rat, after its transformation, was also missing a claw. What she said next was almost a carbon copy of what Sherlock had said in the headmaster's office, which was also what Dumbledore had told the Ministry of Magic. However, in Umbridge's version, the one who discovered everything and deciphered the chain of evidence was the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic promptly discovered the evidence and immediately notified Hogwarts, requesting the school's assistance in the investigation. Minerva McGonagall, Professor of Transfiguration, discovered the animagus rat and restored it to its original form. Severus Snape, Professor of Potions, used Veritaserum to get Peter to reveal everything about his past. Remus Lupin, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, confirmed the original explosion charm and its power, and successfully reconnected with his former friend Sirius Black through a friendship. Those who knew the truth remained expressionless, while those who didn't were deeply shocked by everything. After all, the previously published investigation report only stated the facts and didn't explain how Peter had been exposed. The case was attracting so much attention that the wizards present represented almost the entire upper echelons of the wizarding world. As Umbridge recounted this story, The wizards hearing it for the first time were all utterly shocked. During this time, Sherlock noticed a witch in the middle row opposite him. She had short blonde hair, wore a magenta robe, and was sucking on the nib of a glaring green quill pen. Sherlock immediately recognized her as a reporter, and a very skilled one at that. Her chosen position offered a perfect view of the defendant and witnesses in the center of the room, the judge and recorder in the stands, and most of the attendees. It was also the best spot for a photographer. However, what caught Sherlock's attention was that she had glanced in their direction more than once. Sherlock knew very well that she wasn't looking at him, but at Harry. This was rare among those present. Senior Deputy Minister Umbridge clearly enjoyed the spotlight. As for shamelessly turning the fruits of others' labor into her own bragging rights, who cared? Hogwarts is nothing compared to the Ministry of Magic. Besides, Dumbledore later said that a third-year wizard discovered this, which made her even less guilty. Peter Pettigrew seems unwilling to speak right now, but so what? As Minister Fudge's most trusted confidant, she wouldn't let this trial stall, no matter how hard she tried. With that thought, Umbridge spoke in her distinctive high-pitched voice, accompanied by a string of silvery laughter. Now, Sirius Black, a key witness in this case, will speak. Chapter 380 An Unexpected Twist. After Dolores Umbridge, the senior under-secretary of the Ministry of Magic, let out a string of silvery laughter, the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stood on end. He didn't know what others thought, but he couldn't help himself, so he lowered his voice and said to Sherlock, I thought I'd hear a hoarse voice." Sherlock smiled slightly. "My friend, judging a book by its cover, Harry, that was true, but seeing a middle-aged woman laugh like that still made Harry feel intensely uncomfortable." Fortunately, Sirius began his statement at this moment, and Harry immediately stopped talking and listened attentively. "I once thought it was a good idea to suggest that James and Lily change the secret keeper at the last minute, because I felt that they wouldn't notice such an insignificant character as much as they would notice themselves." As he said this, he stared at Peter Pettigrew, his voice low and suppressed. Every word he uttered seemed to be forced out of his chest, filled with intense hatred and the excruciating pain of betrayal. "But I never imagined that this most unassuming person would betray us." All 200+ wizards in the courtroom stared at Sirius. Just as Mrs. Weasley had said, the already tall and handsome Sirius, after careful grooming, appeared even more striking. The passage of time had further enhanced his physical advantages. Humans are visual creatures. This is true in both the wizarding and muggle worlds. Every wizard, male and female, instinctively felt that whatever Sirius said was right. Moreover, they deeply empathized with the man's grief and regret. Sirius, however, was oblivious to this. He was lost in his own world, looking at Peter and slowly saying, "That night, I discovered that the secret keeper, who should have been hidden, was missing, and I immediately realized something was wrong. Unfortunately, by the time I arrived at Godric's Hollow, it was too late." James and Lily. At this point, Sirius's voice broke. He could no longer utter those two names. Silence fell over the entire room. After a moment, Sirius's speech suddenly quickened, clearly intending to end his statement as soon as possible. "Then I met Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, who rescued Harry from the ruins. At the time, my thinking was simple: if someone could take care of Harry, that would be good, and I could go find this damned traitor and get revenge. I chased him for a while, and then cornered him on a street. But I underestimated him again." His voice was thick with self-mockery, and his gaze towards Peter grew increasingly cold and piercing. Peter felt the tangible hatred in Sirius's eyes and instinctively trembled, causing the chains binding him to scrape together with a harsh creak. Sirius Black didn't look away, but continued quickly. He yelled so loudly that everyone on the street heard me kill them. Then, before I could act, he blew up half the street. I was completely fooled. I thought he really blew himself to pieces. It's unbelievable that a bastard who always followed us around had such quick wit and such courage. Amazing, truly amazing." Sirius's gaze shifted to Peter's hand, the missing knuckle glaringly obvious. Peter suddenly let out a piercing whimper. His body writhed hopelessly in his chains, tears and snot streaming down his face, like a desperate worm. I can't do anything. He's too strong. He's just too strong," he murmured in vain, his voice barely audible. Just then, Sirius did something that surprised everyone. He suddenly stood up, walked to Peter's side, and slapped him hard across the face. Smack! All the wizards in the room gasped in surprise. Slap! Sirius Black slapped her again with his backhand. By the time everyone reacted, Sirius Black had already delivered 2 slaps, one in front and one behind, and sat back down as if nothing had happened. Stop. Only then did Ms. Burns manage to speak, trying to stop Sirius Black. However, he had already sat back down. After venting his anger one last time, he leaned back lazily in his chair, resting only on the chair's legs. Hearing Ms. Burns's words, he nodded at her. Yes, Mom, Burns, it was definitely wrong for a witness to assault the defendant in court. But Sirius Black was too fast. By the time the members of Wizangamo reacted, Sirius Black had already sat back down and given a very positive response to Burns's reminder. Furthermore, Peter Pettigrew's actions were indeed outrageous, so after whispering among themselves for a while, they pretended nothing had happened. After Sirius finished speaking, Fudge asked again, "Witness, after the Ministry of Magic provided information that Peter might still be alive, you reached an agreement with the Minister of Magic, that is, myself, Cornelius Fudge, to jointly hunt down Peter Pettigrew, right?" As he asked this question, Fudge's voice involuntarily tightened, and his whole body even trembled slightly. He stared intently at Sirius, afraid he would utter a no. Sirius frowned in disgust and looked at Sherlock. Even he himself found it strange. Logically, he should have looked at Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, or his friend Lupin. But his body instinctively chose Sherlock. But so be it. In the instant their gray eyes met, Sirius Black slowly spoke. "That's right, excellent." Fudge's face lit up, and he immediately said, "Since the defendant has confessed to the 2 main crimes mentioned above, combined with the previous verification by the truth serum and the testimony of the key witness Sirius Black, this court now," just as Fudge was about to seize this opportunity to make a decision, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Wait a minute." Everyone looked towards the speaker. One of the 3 interrogators in this public trial, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Susan Burns. Peter Pettigrew abruptly raised his head and looked at her. At that moment, his eyes flashed with a strong will to survive. Sirius Black was the complete opposite. He put away his cynical demeanor, straightened his chair, and looked sharply at the witch who had just been exchanging friendly words with him. Mrs. Burns did not avoid Sirius Black's sharp gaze. She looked calmly at Sirius and asked in her booming voice, "Witness, since you are innocent, why did you surrender without a word when the Ministry of Magic arrived? And why did you stay in Azkaban for 12 years without revealing the truth?" Just as the trial seemed poised to end smoothly, Ms. Burns' sudden questioning became an unexpected turning point. Sirius frowned and looked at Fudge in the center of the dock. His eyes clearly said, "I've already cooperated so much, why are you still causing trouble?" Fudge looked helpless. What could he do? He was desperate too. This really wasn't his doing. Amelia Burns was both the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and a member of the Wizangamo. Her parents and a brother had been killed by Voldemort in the Wizarding Wars. Perhaps this was why she was so meticulous and notoriously difficult to deal with within the Ministry of Magic. In Fudge's eyes, she was a typical troublemaker. Unfortunately, she herself possesses strong magical abilities, excels in duels, and is even quite capable in her professional duties, yet remains unmarried. Faced with such a powerful woman, Fudge is utterly helpless. Just recently, when the Ministry of Magic planned to suppress the truth about Peter's case, she was precisely the one with the strongest opposition. But now that the Ministry is about to reveal the truth, she's starting to nitpick over these details, truly giving Fudge a headache. However, headache as it may be, she still has to speak. The unruly Sirius has finally cooperated once, and this precious opportunity cannot be wasted. Ms. Burns, actually, the witness has already answered this question, because from his arrest to his imprisonment, he never knew the defendant was actually alive. It wasn't until I received definite information and informed the witness that he began to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic. To mislead the defendant, we even deliberately created the illusion of the witness escaping from prison. "Oh, is that so?" Ms. Burns said, her eyes narrowing so much that the edge of her monocle dug into her flesh. "Exactly, no, Ms. Burns said impatiently. "Even so, this doesn't explain why the witness surrendered so easily after the Ministry of Magic arrived at the scene, and why he didn't defend himself until he discovered the defendant was still alive." Fudge glared angrily at Ms. Burns. What was wrong with this woman? Damn it, these questions should have been answered by Sirius. No, Burns shouldn't have asked these questions at all. When Fudge initially intended to suppress the matter, she was the most vehemently opposed, saying that the innocent Sirius should never be wronged again, and that the criminals must be severely punished. Later, under pressure from the Muggle Prime Minister, the Ministry of Magic's stance changed, which suited her wishes. Not long ago, there were voices within the Ministry of Magic saying that Peter shouldn't be executed, but rather thrown into Azkaban like his former Death Eaters. Fudge herself had wavered at the time, but Burns was still the most vehemently opposed, believing that once an investigation report was issued, it should be strictly enforced and kept. So, of all the people he was least worried about in today's trial was Burns. Who knew things would take such a turn? Why would an interrogator not question the defendant or the witnesses, but instead relentlessly bombard another interrogator with questions at a time like this? Had he lost his mind? What's wrong with this woman? Harry frowned upon hearing this. Although he didn't like Fudge either, the latter was currently on his side. But this witch named Burns was fixated on these trivial details. Could it be she was trying to exonerate Peter? Thinking this, Harry immediately tensed up, his gaze towards Burns changing. No, my dear Harry, you're mistaken. As before, Sherlock, without needing to ask, immediately grasped Harry's thoughts. She's not trying to exonerate Peter. In fact, she's like me, just trying to find the truth. The truth. Yes. Sherlock's gaze shifted to the second row of benches behind Fudge and Burns. A short, stout wizard with a large, bushy black beard leaned close to a witch with curly hair and whispered something in her ear. The witch gave a smug, mocking smile and nodded. Sherlock withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "From what I've observed, this lady is a calm and rational person, so it's perfectly normal for her to question the illogical aspects of this case. I would have done the same. The difference is, I already know the answer." Harry, caught off guard, asked instinctively, "What answer?" "Your godfather, Sirius Black, is a shrewd, rebellious, rule-defying, loyal, passionate, impulsive, and reckless man." Under Harry's surprised gaze, Sherlock said, word by word, "and self-righteous, in some ways. You could think of him as the Malfoy house elf." "You mean Dobby?" "Yes, reckless, imposing his own ideas on others without regard for consequences, though not to the same degree as the house elf. Such people are usually fine, but when faced with major upheavals, they easily become fixated on trivial matters. That's why some of his actions seem to contradict normal logic. That's why he did something as foolish as changing the person in charge of keeping the secret and not telling anyone else." This lady's question hit that anchor point perfectly. "Harry, seriously, did you have to be so harsh? Also, she knows Sirius." "What?" Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "They know each other." "Yes, they know each other," Sherlock said definitively. "There's no doubt about that." Hearing this, Harry stopped looking and scanned Sirius and Burns. He couldn't see any indication that the two knew each other. Meanwhile, Fudge, facing Ms. Burns directly, was already struggling. The reason for this situation was essentially because the Ministry of Magic hadn't done anything in this case. If they had to say they did anything, it was hindering, muddling through, and making things worse. The so-called brilliant minister who discovered the truth, his personal cooperation with Sirius, the coordination mechanism with Hogwarts, all of these were fabricated. The Ministry of Magic's understanding of the whole matter came entirely from Dumbledore's retelling. So, he was alright in the big picture, but when it came to these kinds of details, he immediately revealed his true colors. Seeing the beads of sweat on Fudge's forehead becoming increasingly dense, Sirius, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. He revealed the most sincere, and also the most foolish, thought buried deep within his heart. Chapter 381 The Kiss of the Dementor. "Because I deserved it," Sirius Black spoke again, his voice booming, instantly overshadowing Fudge and Burns, the two judges. All eyes were once again drawn to Sirius. "Because I essentially killed them. If it weren't for my suggestion, they wouldn't have changed the Secret Keeper, and Voldemort wouldn't have found them. My arrogance cost them their lives. A fool like me deserves to be locked up in that place, with Dementors." At this moment, Sirius was finally forced to speak his mind by the calculated Burns and the flustered Fudge. The entire room fell silent. They looked at Sirius in astonishment, never expecting this man to value friendship so much. Many witches' eyes were already moist. Sherlock looked at Harry. "See, that's it, my friend." Harry was almost crying. Hearing Sirius Black's heartfelt words, Mrs. Burns finally stopped targeting the exhausted Fudge. A glint of light flashed behind her glasses as she turned her gaze to Sirius. "Witness, Are you saying that the reason you surrendered when the Ministry of Magic arrived, and didn't tell the truth until you discovered the defendant wasn't dead, was simply because you wanted to atone for your sins by being imprisoned in Azkaban? Yes, Sirius replied sternly. I personally don't approve of your approach, but I can understand it. Ms. Burns shifted her gaze from Sirius to Fudge, saying, I have no more questions. Sirius let out a long sigh after saying this. He gave Ms. Burns another deep look, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Just as Sherlock had said, he did know Ms. Burns. However, it was merely a platonic friendship. Amelia Burns herself was a staunch member of the anti-Voldemort front. Although she was currently the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she had actually taken over after Barty Crouch's transfer to the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Therefore, she hadn't handled Sirius's case. The two men's connection stemmed primarily from Edgar Burns' brother, Edgar Burns. Like Sirius, Edgar was a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Edgar was a valiant warrior who died heroically during the Wizarding Wars. Sirius deeply respected him. As for what Sirius had just said, he had subtly mentioned it to Harry before, but never so explicitly. Now, by chance, he had spoken his true feelings in public, making Sirius feel like an idiot once again. After this discussion, the entire courtroom fell into a brief silence. Dumbledore's gaze, peering through his half-moon spectacles, fell upon Sirius. His expression appeared calm, but his slightly trembling shoulders betrayed his inner turmoil. Beside him, Professor McGonagall stood ramrod straight, her hands tightly clasped on her knees. Her lips pressed into a stern line, her eyes already brimming with tears. She shook her head repeatedly, saying, "Foolish child, such a foolish child." Professor McGonagall had once described Peter Pettigrew in this way, and now she was applying that same assessment to Sirius Black. Only because their roles had been reversed. Lupin looked exceptionally tired, but beneath that weariness lay a deep sorrow. His gentle eyes were fixed on Peter, his gaze incredibly complex. It was as if he were looking through that trembling body back to the betrayal of that bloody night 13 years ago, his eyes filled with profound pain and a hint of incredulous pity. Snape's black robes almost blended into the shadows, and from the moment the trial began, a cold, undisguised, extremely satisfied smile played on his lips, like a viper seeing its prey fall into its trap. However, after Sirius spoke those words, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in his cold eyes, and he mouthed two silent words, "Idiot." Mad-Eye Moody's face was terrifying. His gaze towards Peter was filled with hatred, while his gaze towards Sirius held a touch of regret. Sherlock was the most relaxed in the room. Despite being in the trial chamber, he possessed a considerable sense of detachment from the place, his gray eyes revealing no emotional fluctuation. As for Harry, his green eyes, identical to his mother Lily's, were now like Professor McGonagall's, already streaked with tears. At this moment, for some reason, Sirius also felt a quiet sense of relief deep inside, as if something heavy had finally been lifted. Compared to Sirius's quiet relief, Fudge truly let out a long, deep sigh. Seeing that Ms. Burns had finally stopped relentlessly pursuing him, and fearing that someone might cause further trouble, he quickly seized the opportunity and repeated the lines that Ms. Burns had interrupted him with earlier. Since the defendant has pleaded guilty to the two principal crimes mentioned above, and considering the veritable evidence and the testimony of the key witness Sirius Black, this court will now begin a vote. Those who support the defendant's guilt, please raise your hands. Sirius and Peter both jerked their heads up. Harry's heart skipped a beat, and he anxiously looked around. He saw hands raised, quite a few. Great, it seemed to be more than half. His breathing quickened, and he was about to count them properly, but before he could finish, Fudge, even more impatient than him, said impatiently, "Now, those who support the charges being unfounded, please raise your hands." Somewhat surprisingly, there were actually 6 or 7 hands raised. Among them were the bearded wizard on the second bench and the curly-haired witch next to him. Fudge glared at the group, memorizing their faces. He was going to settle scores later. He took a deep breath and declared in a booming voice, "Very well, this court now pronounces its verdict. All rise." Everyone except Peter Pettigrew stood up. The defendant, Peter Pettigrew, is guilty. For war traitor, he is stripped of his title of hero. For the murder of 13 muggles, he is stripped of his Order of Merlin. For endangering the wizarding world in an illegal animagus form, he is sentenced to the kiss of a Dementor. As these words fell, Peter's body convulsed violently. His last hope had been extinguished. Ever since Sherlock exposed him, he knew this day would come sooner or later. No, It should be said that ever since the day he chose betrayal, he had already anticipated this end. A hoarse sound escaped his throat, and his eyes rolled back. Sirius Black exhaled heavily, his expression still tense, but his heart pounding. Sherlock's brother, Mycroft, was right. Even though it was merely a formal public trial, the sense of relief, of being exonerated and the villain finally brought to justice, strongly impacted his senses. It was even more exhilarating than when he had successfully escaped Azkaban. Fudge's face finally showed a hint of relaxation. The formal conclusion of the trial and Sirius's cooperation relieved him of a heavy burden. "Please sit." Once everyone was seated, he straightened his back, his voice rising again, becoming powerful and resounding as he recited his lines with fervor. "Since becoming Minister for Magic, I have always been committed to the complete upholding of justice. We will never let any murderer go unpunished. Nor will we ever wrong any innocent person. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent." Although this shameless self-aggrandizement seemed particularly ironic to those in the know, for most of those present, it was indeed a source of great satisfaction. Sherlock sneered and said disdainfully, "Can justice be served late?" Harry wiped away his tears and grinned. "Sherlock, didn't you say that before?" Despite some minor hiccups during the trial, the final result was still worth applauding and celebrating. Hearing Harry's words, Sherlock's grey eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to Harry. "My dear Harry, I did say that, because Dumbledore said the same thing. But compared to Dumbledore, this Minister for Magic's hypocrisy disgusts me even more. At least Dumbledore tried to uphold justice, but what about Fudge? Think about it, Sirius was falsely accused of being a traitor, associated with Dementors for 12 years. Peter, on the other hand, escaped punishment by transforming into a rat and was praised as a hero. Now this Minister for Magic is portraying himself as a standard-bearer of justice? A pioneer of truth? Please remember, my dear friend," Sherlock's voice became serious, "what we are doing now can only be considered as making up for the regret that justice has not arrived on time. It is not something to be proud of, much less something to be celebrated and flaunted like an achievement. A rotten apple painted with gold paint can become a sacred fruit in the mouths of politicians. If justice must step over the bones of the unjustly imprisoned, what is the difference between it and the executioner's scythe?" Fudge's lines are nothing more than a sonata of turning a funeral into a celebration. "Harry, you make such a good point, I'm speechless." Fudge, of course, was completely unaware of all this, and continued his impassioned speech. "The defendant's crimes are extremely heinous, and his betrayal directly led to the fall of a hero. After betraying, he showed no remorse, framed others, causing innocent people to suffer injustice for more than 10 years, and cruelly slaughtered more than 10 muggles. The despicable methods and the severity of the consequences are truly rare in the wizarding world. In order to demonstrate the power of justice and purify the social atmosphere, this court confirms the previous investigation report and the verdict just handed down. For the criminal Peter Pettigrew." Fudge paused, took a deep breath, as if gathering the power to announce the final verdict. The beads of sweat on his forehead glistened in the firelight, and when everyone's eyes were focused on him, he shouted, "Execute the Dementor's kiss in court." Peter let out a shrill, distorted scream, his body twisting and struggling desperately in the chains. The atmosphere in the trial room instantly plummeted to freezing. The moment Harry heard the words "Dementor's kiss," his stomach churned violently. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall Ron's description of the Dementor's fatal kiss. The soul was sucked away, leaving only a walking corpse, a living hell. Of course, Peter Pettigrew deserved to die, and even the kind-hearted Harry wouldn't pity him. But the thought of what was about to happen still caused him a strong, physical discomfort. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grab Sherlock's arm tightly and whisper, "Sherlock, if I pass out later, remember to support me, don't let me slide off the chair." Sherlock, his little brother, was quite concerned about his image. As Fudge finished speaking, the door around the corner opened again. The two Dementors slid in again. Sirius's expression changed instantly upon seeing this. He stood up from his chair and took a few steps back. He had indeed willingly gone to Azkaban to atone for his sins. However, his 12 years in Azkaban had instilled a deep psychological trauma in him towards these Dementors. This was why he was so terrified after his escape, fearing another encounter with these creatures. Of course, this was also related to losing his wand and being unable to use the Patronus charm. Now that he had regained his wand, the fear of Dementors remained, but at least he felt more confident. Even so, When he saw this Dementor slowly gliding towards him, he almost drew his wand and cast a Patronus charm. However, remembering that the Dementor was after Peter, he forcefully suppressed the impulse and decisively stepped aside. What was about to happen was the most exciting, and what he most wanted to see. Sirius thought cruelly. The verdict is effective immediately. To ensure the smooth running of the proceedings, everyone remain in your positions, Fudge announced loudly again. His voice seemed to rouse Peter, who had been utterly exhausted, and he cried out, "No, no. Please. Send me to Azkaban, just send me to Azkaban." I still have." Peter looked at Sirius Black, who was closest to him, screaming as if grasping at a last straw, tears streaming down his face. Sirius, however, felt only nausea, and a sense of satisfaction. He stared unblinkingly at Peter, practically spitting out a sentence through gritted teeth. "This is exactly what you deserve, traitor." A Dementor hovered precisely in front of the screaming, distraught Peter. The light in the courtyard seemed to be absorbed by them, becoming even dimmer and colder. Peter continued to struggle to shake off the Dementors. But everyone could see that the Dementor's chilling section was beginning to take effect on him. "I'm going to report him. I know Snape is one of that man's cronies. I assure you, he's a Death Eater." Harry's expression changed instantly, and he immediately looked towards Snape in front of him. At that moment, he even forgot the immense pressure the Dementors were putting on him. Chapter 382 For Whom the Bell Tolls. In the 10th trial chamber, Peter Pettigrew accused Snape of being a Death Eater, hoping to escape the fate of having his soul drained by the Dementors. All the wizards present turned to look at Snape. Snape's gaze darkened, and his cold smile deepened. However, he didn't need to prove it himself. Dumbledore stood up, taking the blame. "I have testified on this matter more than once," he said calmly under the watchful eyes of the wizards. "Today I can repeat it again. Severus Snape was once a Death Eater. But before Voldemort's downfall, he had already joined our side. He risked his life more than once during the Wizarding Wars to pass information to us. Therefore, he is no longer a Death Eater." After saying this, Dumbledore sat down again. Snape beside him remained unmoved, a cold smile still playing on his lips. Mad-Eye Moody, standing beside Snape, wore a deep look of suspicion. Sherlock took in the scene. "Excellent, a new clue." Dumbledore spoke calmly, but most of the wizards present shuddered at the mention of Voldemort's name. Fudge was no exception. He glanced at him helplessly, then turned fiercely to Peter Pettigrew, defendant. "Severus Snape was released by this committee 13 years ago. You heard it yourself, Albus Dumbledore vouched for him. It's a pity you've been disguised as a rat for so many years and didn't know this. How dare you make baseless accusations in such a serious setting as was Engemet? You're utterly lawless." Faced with Fudge's accusations, Peter was speechless. The Dementor had already taken effect on him. Now, two sticky, rotting hands emerged from under its cloak, pulling off its hood. At that moment, everyone's heart seemed to stop. This was the first time they had seen the Dementor's true form. For so many years, no one had ever been subjected to this fatal kiss. Even if they had, it wouldn't have been in such a public setting. From this day forward, the saying "no one knows what lies beneath the Dementor's cloak" would be history. Because at this moment, everyone present could see it clearly. After removing its cloak, the Dementor had no eyes where they should have been. Only thin, grayish scabs covered its empty eye sockets. But it had a mouth. However, it was less of a mouth and more of a large, shapeless hole. Sirius, especially, who was closest, could see it even more clearly. Because that hole was now sucking in air, emitting the guttural sounds only a dying person would make. Sirius felt a chill run down his spine. If Peter's false accusation hadn't been discovered, if he had been caught by the Dementor, then he would be the one facing this fatal kiss now. Fortunately, there were no ifs. The next moment, the Dementor's cold, powerful, sticky hands suddenly gripped Peter's neck, forcing its face upwards. "Prepare for your end, traitor." Despite the immense discomfort and nausea Sirius felt from witnessing the Dementor's kiss up close, he remained fixed on Peter's completely unfocused eyes, desperately suppressing the instinct to look away. His tone was filled with unwavering hatred and contempt. At this moment, he would witness the death knell toll for Peter. Finally, the Dementor's amorphous hole opened, pressing against Peter's mouth in an extremely intimate manner. Gurgle, gurgle, Peter's last week's struggle and incoherent whimper were completely extinguished. In its place came a chilling, hollow hiss. It wasn't the sound of air flowing. It was more like something more essential being forcibly stripped away, leaving behind a despairing, rapidly spinning vacuum vortex. The trial chamber became even colder and more piercing at this moment. The execution of the Dementor's kiss seemed to have sucked away the last warmth, leaving only the cold torches flickering dimly on the dark walls. Those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see clearly. Everyone in the courtroom knew that this was the terrifying sound of the Dementors sucking souls from Peter's mouth. Peter Pettigrew deserved his fate, finally meeting his tragic end. Soon, an indescribable despair and chill spread from Peter's body, washing over the hearts of everyone present. In the last and highest position of the courtroom, Harry gripped Sherlock's arm tightly, his nails almost digging into the fabric of his coat. That familiar, soul-chilling cold assaulted him, and images flashed uncontrollably before his eyes, intertwining with Peter's silent screams, his mother's desperate cries for help, Voldemort's cold laugh, and that green light that brought death. His stomach churned, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Tears blurred his vision in his green eyes, leaving only immense terror and an uncontrollable physical aversion to the scene before him. Perhaps due to the distance and the lack of direct confrontation with the Dementors, Harry, though his legs felt weak, managed to remain seated on the bench, neither slipping as expected nor losing consciousness. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on, but he felt he should. Sherlock maintained his almost indifferent detachment throughout. However, when he witnessed Peter's soul being sucked away by the Dementors, a barely perceptible flicker appeared in his gray eyes. It was a hint of alertness. His keen observation allowed him to clearly sense the ripples created when the soul was being stripped away, like invisible ripples, filling him with an instinctive sense of disgust, a feeling he held in awe of life. Harry's trembling arms also caused his body to move almost imperceptibly, and he silently made a decision. Peter, Professor McGonagall let out a suppressed, painful sob. Her usually straight back trembled slightly for the first time, her hands clenched tightly, her knuckles white. Professor McGonagall, though filled with righteous hatred for Peter, still found the complex pain of witnessing her former student subjected to such cruel punishment unbearable, even if he deserved it. That little group, how good friends they were in school. How could it have come to this? Unable to bear the sight any longer, she glanced at Lupin beside her, her former student, now colleague. Lupin's body swayed almost imperceptibly. The sorrow beneath his earlier weariness now transformed into tremendous shock. Watching Peter suffer a fate worse than death, the unbelievable pity in his eyes was finally replaced by an almost frozen agony. The betrayal 13 years ago, the death of his friend, the wrongful imprisonment of his dearest friend, all the heavy memories seemed to freeze into ice at this moment, ultimately being drawn away with Peter's soul. Dumbledore's gaze remained calm. But deep within his icy blue eyes behind his glasses lay a profound wariness and disapproval of the cruel nature of this ancient punishment. He slightly turned his head, glancing in Sherlock and Harry's direction, before looking away. His tightly pressed lips remained motionless. But the surrounding chill seemed to affect his long white beard, casting a faint layer of frost over it. Snape's extremely satisfied, cold smile froze. Although he was pleased to see the traitor's fate, the pure, icy despair brought by the Dementor's kiss also awakened the dark past he didn't want to touch deep within him. The gloating light in his eyes dimmed temporarily in this merciless scene of soul-plucking. His memories returned to 13 years ago, to that night that had torn his heart apart. His black robes blended even more deeply with the shadows before him. Mad Eye's eyes were the purest. Strangely, he rarely interacted with Peter, yet seeing him in this state inexplicably brought him immense pleasure. Perhaps it was because of his hatred for evil. All the wizards present behaved similarly, except that their relationship with Peter was not as close as that of the Hogwarts wizards. So most people were simply stunned. Finally, Peter's violent convulsions stopped, and the Dementors released their grip. Bang! Peter Pettigrew, or rather, the body that once belonged to Peter Pettigrew, collapsed limply to the ground like a bag of smashed garbage. His face still bore the frozen expression of terror. But soon, his eyes lost their luster, becoming empty. He was still breathing, his chest rising and falling weakly, but the breathing was meaningless. This executioner who had betrayed his friends, turned to the enemy, and murdered more than 10 innocent lives had finally become a walking corpse, with no possibility of recovery. He was worse than dead. On the other hand, the Dementor that had devoured Peter's soul seemed to have gained immense satisfaction at this moment. It pulled its repulsive hood back up and stood silently side by side with another Dementor, like a cold machine that had completed its command. The entire trial chamber was deathly silent. Only the faint breathing of Peter's body reminded everyone of what had just happened. Fudge suppressed the fear and nausea rising in his throat, straightened his back, and said, "Justice has been served. The criminal Peter Pettigrew, executed by the Dementor's kiss." Sentence complete, he cleared his throat, his voice suddenly rising. "This court declares that all charges and trials relating to the 1981 murders of James Potter and Lily Potter, the Muggle massacres, and the wrongful conviction of Sirius Black are hereby concluded." No one applauded. No one cheered. Only suppressed breathing, barely suppressed sobs, and silent stares. The two Dementors stepped forward again, one on each side, and effortlessly dragged Peter up. They carried the agonizingly weak Peter slowly towards the dark cornered door, disappearing into the darkness behind it. As the door closed, it finally shut out the last vestiges of chill in the courtroom. Only then did a murmur of discussion surge forth. Some were deathly pale, as if still immersed in the horrific scene that had just unfolded. Some people muttered curses against Peter's shamelessness, condemning him for deserving his fate. Others looked at Fudge, seated at the head of the table, with indescribable complex expressions. After the Dementors left, Fudge also let out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly, blaming the Hogwarts professors for this whole mess. Now, he wouldn't be getting any sleep for a while. He'd probably be plagued by nightmares for days. Thinking this, eager to end it all, he once again announced loudly, "Now, I will award the Order of Merlin First Class to the true hero, Sirius Black." Sure enough, everyone's attention was drawn to his words. Fudge solemnly took a dark velvet box from his pocket. He opened the box in front of everyone, revealing a gleaming, intricately designed medal with a jewel inlaid in the center. This was the highest honor in the wizarding world, the Order of Merlin. In this respect, Fudge kept his word and did everything in his power to secure a first-class medal for Sirius. He had originally intended for Sirius to come and receive it, but seeing Sirius's appearance, he decided to take the initiative. Fudge shuffled his obese body down the steps, walked to Sirius, and carefully presented the medal and its box to him. His face beamed with satisfaction and a pleased smile of a successful transaction. "Congratulations, Mr. Black. This is the Ministry of Magic's highest tribute on behalf of the entire wizarding world to your immense sacrifice and selfless cooperation. Please accept it. This medal symbolizes your outstanding contribution to rebuilding the safety and stability of the wizarding world." Sirius stared at the medal presented before him, his expression inscrutable. The anger in his eyes had not completely dissipated, but remembering Peter's execution, after a few seconds of silence, he very slowly reached out and took the velvet box. A soft click was heard, the sound of a camera shutter. The scene of Sirius receiving the Order of Merlin First Class from Fudge finally brought the Azkaban prisoner incident to a satisfactory conclusion. "Harry, are you alright?" People began to leave, and Lupin, in the audience, rushed to Harry's side, looking at him with concern. "Thank you, Professor Lupin, I'm feeling fine. Oh no, I forgot my chocolate." Noticing the cold sweat on Harry's forehead and the tears in his eyes, Lupin anxiously looked at the other professors. "Did any of you bring any?" Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Mad-Eye Moody all shook their heads. They were all powerful wizards skilled in using the Patronus charm. However, today they were only observing and wouldn't be facing the Dementors directly, so they hadn't prepared any. Just then, a crisp snap was heard. Snape produced a large piece of chocolate from somewhere and broke it in two. Sherlock smiled slightly at the sight. He immediately recognized it as Honeydukes' best chocolate, and not cheap at all. Everyone else turned to Snape in surprise. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not concerned about Potter," Snape said sternly, handing over the chocolate. "I just don't want others to see Hogwarts students being so useless." Hearing his actions and words, Sherlock almost laughed. Although the professor always tried to avoid him, these unintentional gestures repeatedly betrayed his true feelings. Harry obediently took the chocolate. One bite, and a warm current rushed to his toes and fingertips, making him feel much better. "Thank you, sir," Harry said sincerely, looking at Snape. Tisk. Snape had intended to make a sarcastic remark, but seeing Harry's sincere gaze and his green eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say a word. Just then, there was another soft click. Sherlock quickly turned his head. Sure enough, the witch he had just noticed came into view. This time, she was closer to them than before. She wore jeweled glasses, and her blonde hair was styled in elaborate curls. Noticing Sherlock's gaze, She flashed what she thought was a charming smile, waving in their direction and greeting them. Sherlock looked away, glancing at Snape, then at Dumbledore, a smile creeping onto his lips. Even though this matter had come to a satisfactory conclusion, it seemed he wouldn't be bored for the foreseeable future. This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 383: The Potions Master and the Returning Hero's Godfather Battle. Justice will be served, let's cooperate to protect safety. Official statement from the Ministry of Magic. The special edition of the Daily Prophet is here, the Hogwarts Express. After the winter break, the young wizards of Hogwarts embarked on their journey back to school. Sherlock and his friends once again filled an entire carriage. Just like when they went home for the holidays, Sherlock sat with Hermione and Luna on either side of him. Across from him sat Harry, between Cho Chang and Ginny. However, this time, Ron, all alone, wasn't envious. He was currently holding a copy of the Daily Prophet, reading the front-page headline special edition to his friends with great enthusiasm. The Ministry of Magic issues final statement regarding the case of Peter Pettigrew and the exoneration of Sirius Black, following a joint trial by the Ministry of Magic and Wizengamer, and based on crucial evidence. The Ministry solemnly announces to the entire wizarding community the truth and final outcome of the 1981 murders of the Potters, the London Muggle Street Massacre, and the wrongful conviction of Sirius Black. The truth of evil, the justice of law. Peter Pettigrew, an unlawful animagus, is now definitively identified as the direct perpetrator of the 1981 tragedy involving the Potters. Peter betrayed his duty as the keeper of the secrets of the Potters, betraying his friends to Void, directly leading to their deaths. To cover up his crimes, Peter brazenly used an explosive spell in the streets of London, brutally murdering 13 innocent muggles, and meticulously framed Sirius Black. The investigation has yielded irrefutable evidence. Mr. Black, who steadfastly upheld his duties as keeper of the secrets, fought against Peter's crimes to the very last moment, truly a hero exonerated from innocence. His 12 years of imprisonment were all due to Peter's cunning and the oversights in the investigation at the time. Peter's traitorous acts, multiple murders, and illegal identity are unforgivable. The Wizengamet Special Court has sentenced him to the most severe punishment, the kiss of a tormentor. The verdict has been carried out in Azkaban. Peter's soul has been stripped away, and his sinful body has become the decaying wood of Azkaban. This is the final judgment on his heinous crimes and the inevitable outcome of justice. A model of cooperation, the cornerstone of truth. Minister Cornelius Fudge, with his outstanding political courage and determination to uphold justice, spearheaded the reopening of this 12-year-old miscarriage of justice and launched crucial actions. After discerning suspicious points in the historical case, Minister Fudge decisively initiated a secret investigation. After obtaining conclusive evidence, he also had the foresight and strategic vision to authorize Mr. Black to track down Peter. Under such wise leadership, the decisive foundation was laid for ultimately forcing Peter, who was hiding in Hogwarts, to reveal himself. At the same time, we highly recognize and deeply appreciate Mr. Black's extraordinary courage, unwavering faith, and close cooperation with the Ministry of Magic in clearing his name. His endurance of misunderstanding, his fearless pursuit of the perpetrator, and his ultimate assistance in bringing Peter to justice are invaluable. The successful resolution of this case and the smooth execution of the judicial process are inseparable from the selfless assistance and full cooperation of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and all the faculty and staff of Hogwarts. Hogwarts once again demonstrates its exceptional quality as a sacred place of magical education in Britain, and highlights the indispensability of the collaboration between educational institutions and the Ministry of Magic in maintaining the safety of the entire society. Honors awarded, guiding the future. To recognize Mr. Black's unwavering character and enduring 12 years of injustice, his heroic actions in uncovering the truth, and his cooperation with the Ministry of Magic throughout the exoneration process, the Ministry of Magic hereby posthumously awards him the Order of Merlin, First Class, see above. This medal is not only the highest tribute to Mr. Black's personal loyalty and sacrifice, but also a shared glory for the magical community in restoring order and pursuing the truth. Reaffirming our stance and moving forward steadfastly, the Ministry of Magic reiterates and adheres to the following principles: facing history head-on, never shirking responsibility for historical mistakes, and resolutely pursuing due legal accountability. Upholding justice, continuously improving the oversight system, and maintaining the authority of the law and judicial fairness to the highest standards. Anyone who challenges the dignity of the law and endangers public safety will ultimately pay the heaviest price. Strengthening cooperation, continuing to enhance collaboration with educational institutions such as Hogwarts and various sectors of society to jointly safeguard the peace and tranquility of the wizarding world. As Minister Fudge previously stated when clarifying the truth of the case, justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. The Ministry of Magic will learn from this case and continue to uphold the governing principles of fairness, responsibility, and cooperation, firmly safeguarding the rights of every law-abiding citizen and the overall safety of the wizarding world. Ministry of Magic Press Office, January 1994. Note: this statement was reviewed and approved by Wizengamo and published in its entirety simultaneously in the Magical Law Enforcement Gazette and the International Wizarding Federation newsletter. A photograph is prominently displayed above this statement. The portly Fudge solemnly handed Sirius Black the dark velvet box containing the Order of Merlin, First Class. Fudge's face was beaming, while Sirius's eyes held a slightly indifferent expression. After excitedly reading the entire text, Ron pointed to the photograph and said to everyone, "Look at this picture. Sirius is so handsome. Harry, I bet you, when we get back to school, all those upperclassmen will come asking you for Sirius's autograph." "Why do they want Sirius's autograph?" Luna blinked and asked. Ron smiled slightly, saying naively, "Well, that's because..." Before Ron could finish, Luna exclaimed as if suddenly realizing something, "I know. They want to be Harry's godmother." PFFT, Hermione spat out a mouthful of hot tea she had just drunk. At the last second, she turned her head to the other side. Otherwise, she would have sprayed Sherlock's face with water. Sherlock smiled faintly, showing little surprise at Luna's words. Harry, Cho Chang, and Ginny all looked at Luna with helpless expressions. Ginny shaking her head in exasperation. "Luna, what are you talking about?" "What, isn't that what Ron meant?" Stared by Luna's innocent yet curious gaze, Ginny was momentarily at a loss for words. She could only glare at Ron. "It's all your fault, you've underestimated them." Ron hadn't expected Luna to be so blunt, and awkwardly touched his nose, muttering, "Well, it was just a joke. Speaking of which, it's a pity there aren't any photos of Peter being tortured. I wanted to see what's under the Dementor's cloaks." Hearing Ron mention this, Harry sighed. "It's better not to see them." "What, was that scene really that terrifying?" Ron asked Sherlock and Harry curiously. "Dad said that after the public trial that day, his colleagues all looked terrible. Many of them were still weak and trembling after returning to their offices. A small number even took the next day off." Sherlock sighed softly. "These kinds of photos are definitely not suitable for publication." Harry nodded, deeply agreeing. "That feeling, it's almost like facing a Dementor head-on." Even though 2 days have passed, Harry still feels a chill whenever he recalls that moment. He really has to thank Snape for that. While chocolate in the wizarding world is usually just a snack, it was an effective remedy in that situation, relieving his immediate crisis. "Harry, this is good news for both you and Sirius." Cho Chang noticed Harry's poor condition and changed the subject. "Congratulations, now the whole wizarding world knows your godfather is a hero." Harry forced a smile at Cho Chang. "Sirius doesn't seem to care about that medal. He threw it aside when he got home, probably because he already has one at home." Ron looked thoughtful. "He even threw his grandfather's medal into the trash bag." "That's because Sirius thinks it's beneath him," Ginny said irritably. "Didn't you hear what Sirius said last time? His grandfather's contribution to the Ministry of Magic was really just giving the Ministry a lot of gold. Under such circumstances, I think it would be hard for anyone to value such an honorary medal." "You can't say that. That's the Order of Merlin, First Class. Only Headmaster Dumbledore has it at our school, and Professor Lockhart," Hermione added. "Hermione, there's no need to be so meticulous right now," Ron chuckled. "Poor Professor Lockhart is still in bed, not fully awake. Besides, his medal is only a third class. There's a huge difference between a first class and a third class." Cho Chang looked at Harry curiously. "Was Sirius's grandfather's medal also a third class?" "No, it was a first class," Harry said, a little embarrassed. "Actually, Sirius might not be right. Maybe his grandfather really did make some contribution to the Ministry of Magic." Ginny burst out laughing. "Harry, I think you're just too kind to others. Look at this statement, it doesn't mention Sherlock at all. Don't you know what kind of people they are?" "Sherlock, don't you think?" Ginny's biggest gain this winter break was the significant improvement in her relationship with Harry. During the time the whole family stayed at 12 Grimwald Place, Ginny created several opportunities to be alone with Harry. Now, she no longer blushed when Harry spoke, and having regained her confidence, she could even crack little jokes with him. Like now, she could freely interrupt his conversations with others. This was expected, but I'll be satisfied as long as this case is solved. Sherlock's gaze swept over the Daily Prophet in Ron's hands, his eyes narrowing slightly. Speaking of which, if they could give me more opportunities like this, I wouldn't mind letting them earn a few more accolades. Don't worry, Sherlock, people will know the truth. After I publish the case, Hermione looked at Sherlock and said firmly. I already said it last time, do whatever you want, dear Hermione. Sherlock smiled slightly, took the Daily Prophet from Ron, flipped through a few more pages, and then pointed to a passage, saying, Dear Ron, I would be very grateful if you could read this report aloud again. Ron curiously took the newspaper back from Sherlock. The moment Ron saw the photograph above the text Sherlock was pointing to, he was startled. The subjects were none other than Potions Master Severus Snape and Harry Potter, the Dark Lord's nemesis. Snape held a piece of chocolate, sternly handing it to Harry, who obediently accepted it. Ron, with his keen eye for food, immediately recognized it as Honeydukes premium chocolate. A single piece cost a galleon, truly the firebomb of chocolates. Ron also noticed the striking similarity between this photograph and the one on the front page, one person handing something to another. The composition of the two photographs was also remarkably similar. Fudge and Snape, Harry and Sirius, their positions and angles were almost identical. It felt as if the two photographs were taken by the same person. However, there were differences. In the first photograph, Fudge was all smiles, while Snape looked disgusted. Sirius's eyes were cold, while Harry's green eyes were exceptionally gentle. The seemingly deliberately designed filter further softened the overall atmosphere of the photo. There was even a hint of ambiguity. When this thought popped into Ron's mind, he was startled. What a joke. Snape handing Harry the chocolate was already absurd enough. Judging from his usual behavior, he practically wished Harry did. However, if he happened to be carrying something, handing it to Harry in that situation would be understandable. After all, he was a teacher, and he had even stood up for Harry in the headmaster's office. But to think the two would get along was even more absurd than him becoming the top student in his grade. Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, when Ron saw the title under the photo, he couldn't hold back anymore. Dislike of Potter is a lie for favor. Potions Master may engage in Godfather battle with returning hero. Good heavens. This title alone was explosive enough. Ron instantly felt an irresistible urge to read the whole thing. Who on earth did this? There really something else? He looked at Sherlock with astonishment. Sherlock smiled slightly. My dear Ron, you can begin. Chapter 384. He was the one who least wanted anything to happen to Harry. As we all know, Wizengamot recently held a public trial for the highly anticipated Peter Pettigrew case. The cunning criminal was brought to justice, the falsely accused hero returned in triumph, and the truth, buried for 12 years, resurfaced. But behind this seemingly happy ending lies a hidden story. Dear readers, when you see this touching photo, have you also felt a sense of unease? Severus Snape, the cold and aloof head of Slytherin House and professor of potions at Hogwarts, has revealed a hidden, passionate affection for a boy he has disliked since entering the school. See the picture above. Our special correspondent, Rita Skeeter, will reveal the inside story of the love triangle at Hogwarts. Ron stopped reading here. Not intentionally, but the content was truly outrageous, utterly absurd. He subconsciously glanced at the other passengers in the carriage. Sure enough, apart from Sherlock, who volunteered to read this passage, and Luna, who was staring blankly out the window and seemed not to be listening at all, the other friends were all shocked and looked incredulous. Dear Ron, please continue. Just then, Sherlock spoke up, gesturing for Ron to continue reading. Okay, Ron snapped out of it, composed himself, and continued reading with a strange expression. At the scene of the execution of the despicable criminal Peter Pettigrew by the Dementor's kiss, this reporter, representing the Daily Prophet, risked being attacked by a curse and finally captured with my camera. The most perplexing emotional entanglement unique to Hogwarts hidden behind this truth. When Potter showed signs of weakness due to the Dementor's attack, Professor Snape, as if he had anticipated it, pulled out the finest Honeydukes chocolates he was carrying. Note 1. It is well known that most people react negatively to Dementors, but some react exceptionally strongly. Harry Potter, the boy who defeated the mystic, is one such example. Perhaps related to his unique experience as an infant, his reaction to Dementors seems more intense than others. He once fell from his flying broomstick mid-air while facing a Dementor in a Quidditch match. Note 2. Honeydukes highest grade chocolate costs 1 galleon per piece. It is well known that Professor Severus Snape was notoriously averse to sweets. Evidence of this is his repeated public criticism of Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, for his fondness for sweets. Snape said that if Dumbledore continued like this, his tooth-strengthening potion would lose its effectiveness. Yet now, without the other professor's knowledge, he has specially prepared such an expensive consolation for Potter. Is this coincidence too deliberate? This newspaper conducted an exclusive interview with a senior Ministry of Magic official, anonymous, revealing even more shocking inside information. This potion's master clashed with the already victorious hero Blackto during his youth, the two being bitter enemies. Later, Blackto was unjustly imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years, thus preventing him from properly fulfilling his duties as Potter's godfather. Snape, on the other hand, repeatedly performed extraordinary feats in the later stages of the Wizarding Wars, shedding his Death Eater status and successfully entering Hogwarts as a potions professor, becoming the youngest head of house in Hogwarts history within a few years. It is said that since Potter's enrollment, Snape has given him various special treatments. He has repeatedly harassed Potter in public and arbitrarily deducted points from Potter's Gryffindor house. He was deliberately targeting Harry, said Oliver Wood, a seventh-year student at Hogwarts, a burly man of average build. When Harry was in his first year, Professor Snape volunteered to be the referee in our Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. During the match, he made several rulings that targeted Gryffindor. Yes, I think he did it on purpose. Several other teachers and students testified that Professor Snape disliked Potter and pointed out his complete lack of talent in potions. But, is that really the case? He always used the harshest language to mask his trembling fingers. In reality, he was the person in the school who least wanted anything to happen to Harry, said an unnamed Hogwarts professor. When someone inadvertently belittled Potter's eyes, he went so far as to target that student for weeks. Further investigation reveals that Professor Snape seemed to be poor at expressing his emotions. After Black's wrongful imprisonment, and after Potter enrolled 3 years prior, Snape intended to use his position as potions professor to get close to Potter and replace Black as Harry's de facto guardian. His various actions towards Potter were actually a carefully designed reverse attraction tactic, intended to attract Potter's attention. Details from the trial scene corroborate this deduction. When Black received the Order of Merlin, Snape's venomous gaze fixed on his hand could have frosted the walls. But the instant he handed Potter the chocolate, his curled fingers betrayed the gentlest curve of his life. This extreme contrast cannot be explained by simple disgust. Would Snape's unconventional way of expressing himself gain Potter's approval? Would the triumphant Black duel his nemesis to protect his godson? What role did Headmaster Albus Dumbledore play in this situation? Was it out of good intentions, or ulterior motives? The truth always lurks beneath the surface. The next time you see Professor Snape's somber figure in his flowing black robes, remember this historic moment captured in the photograph. Stay tuned for Rita Skeeter's in-depth analysis. Ron finally finished reading the report. Outside the car window, the rural scenery flashed by. Inside the carriage, the most unpleasant thing was the sudden silence. Finally, Hermione broke the silence first. She took the newspaper from Ron and, while carefully reading the article, frowned and said, "Untold passionate emotions? A carefully crafted reverse attraction tactic? How did such a report pass censorship? To fabricate such an absurd plot based solely on a piece of chocolate, this reporter is going too far. All of this is subjective conjecture and malicious speculation, lacking both logic and a chain of evidence. Doesn't she have even the slightest bit of basic journalistic ethics? She's completely disregarded the NTC." Chu Zhang's beautiful face was also filled with disbelief. She took the Daily Prophet from Hermione, examined the photo, deliberately crafted with filters and composition to create an ambiguous atmosphere, and then turned to Harry, softly comforting him. "Harry, don't take it too seriously. This is really too far-fetched. I don't think anyone will believe it, right? Photos can be deceiving, especially the Daily Prophet. I've heard of Rita Skeeter, she's always been one to spout nonsense, but..." She looked at Harry, hesitant to speak, but finally continued, "Professor Snape carrying such expensive chocolate is indeed a bit strange. Does he actually have low blood sugar?" As she spoke, she herself felt that this explanation was somewhat untenable. I think it might just be a coincidence." Hearing Cho Chang say this, Harry looked helpless. Whether Snape happened to have a piece of chocolate with him, or prepared it in advance out of respect for his mother, such things are judged by actions, not intentions. Harry was genuinely grateful for Professor Snape's actions. The key point is, this reporter named Rita Skeeter is just too ridiculous. Snape fighting with Sirius for her? What on earth did she come up with? Ho ha ho ha! Ginny let out a string of silvery laughter, but it was full of sarcasm. Did this woman hit her head on the Whomping Willow? To associate Snape with a war general? And talk about extreme contrast? I think it's more like extreme disgust and extreme hatred. His venomous gaze towards Sirius is real, but expecting him to be gentle with Harry is utterly absurd. Her reaction was the strongest of the three girls. Because she was the person involved in the incident where the report inadvertently belittled Harry's eyes, Ron's expression was a mixture of shock, disgust, and a hint of amusement. Holy crap. I'd rather believe she wrote that Snape had a crush on Dumbledore. At least, never mind, that idea is disgusting enough. He shook his head violently, trying to banish the bizarre image Skeeter had conjured from his mind. Just as everyone was denouncing the absurdity of the report, an ethereal voice rang out. Luna's dreamy gaze returned from the window. I think Miss Skeeter's writing is quite interesting. Interesting? Everyone looked at Luna. Seriously, where did you find it interesting? This report is practically at Thames away from being interesting, okay? So you were listening too, Ron said, surprised. I thought you were just looking at the scenery. I was listening. Luna pointed to the report and said seriously, look, she said Professor Snape's unusual behavior was a reverse expression of affection for Harry. Actually, this kind of expression isn't particularly rare. Many ancient magical creatures do this, preferring to express their affection with hostility. The fact that he specially prepared the most expensive Honeydukes chocolates in such a chaotic and dangerous situation is a strong signal of attention, isn't it? Ordinary concern wouldn't make someone think of buying a 1-galleon candy, she analyzed earnestly, her large eyes sparkling with wisdom. As for the way he looked at Sirius, the intense negativity, especially towards the person he was trying to gain custody of, well, in my opinion, it actually confirms Miss Skeeter's theory. Like two male snorkeling brutes fighting over the same patch of moss under the moonlight, it's an artful struggle between males. The hostility is especially intense at times like these. So I think she's caught a glimpse of some hidden truth, because the magic of love is inherently complex. Stunned JPG, after Ron finished reading the report, the carriage fell into a brief silence. After Luna's speech, the silence returned, becoming even more eerie. In this situation, everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on Sherlock. When in doubt, ask Sherlock. Besides, it was he who had just had Ron read the report. But to everyone's surprise, Sherlock immediately asked a question that seemed completely unrelated to the matter. What does NTC mean? NTC? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Only Hermione paused for a moment before realizing what was happening, then said, NTC stands for the three elements of news, new, truth, and communication. Hearing Hermione say this, everyone remembered that she had indeed said that, but Sherlock's focus seemed a little off. Thank you for sharing, Hermione, Sherlock nodded. But I have to tell you, don't be so angry. It's unrealistic to expect this reporter to have professional standards. For her, only the last one, truthfulness, accuracy, and timeliness, is truly useful. Taking things out of context, quoting, and creating division, that's what reporters like her excel at? Her pathetic logic and so-called evidence aren't even up to your level for a first-year history of magic essay. Hearing Sherlock's seemingly uncommon praise, Hermione puffed out her chest. However, Sherlock suddenly changed the subject. Her imagination and audacity are certainly commendable. At least she's not wrong about one thing. Professor Snape did indeed prepare this chocolate on purpose. Really intentional. Hermione looked surprised. So, you knew she would write this, obviously, Sherlock shrugged. If you had seen her report on Minister Fudge before, you probably wouldn't be so surprised now. The two different reports finally clarified the background of the trial. Harry then recounted the trial process in detail, and after that, everyone began sharing their holiday experiences with their friends. The firebolt was inevitably brought up. Cho Chang already knew about it during the holiday correspondence. However, only she and Luna in this carriage hadn't actually seen it yet. Harry, bring it out so everyone can see it. Although he had seen this top-of-the-line flying broomstick more than once, Ron was still as excited as ever when the topic came up. Harry readily complied, showing the firebolt to Cho Chang and Luna, who both praised it highly. The difference lay in their perspectives. Cho Chang's admiration stemmed from the Quidditch angle, while Luna believed it would definitely get them to the moon. This reflected their contrasting personalities. Next, seeing Sherlock and Harry surrounded by beautiful women, Ron wisely refrained from joining the fun, picking up the firebolt and playing with it alone. A moment later, the box door was suddenly pulled open. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain who had just appeared in Rita Skeeter's article, strode in. "Hi, Harry, how was Christmas?" His eyes seemed only for Harry. After saying this, he sat down opposite him without waiting for a reply. Hermione had to squeeze closer to Sherlock. She was about to speak when Wood ignored her completely and continued talking to Harry. "I heard you went to sit in on that crucial case. It was so exciting, but never mind that." He suddenly lowered his voice and looked at Harry mysteriously. "I thought about it a lot during the holidays. Well, to be honest, I've been thinking about this ever since the last match. What would you do if the Dementors came again next time? I don't want to lose such a good seeker. Luckily they're gone, but I still want to make sure you're okay for the next match, right, Harry? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385. If he can make me fly, I'll call him Dad. 7 has always been a magical number in the wizarding world. There were exactly 7 people in the Hogwarts Express carriage: Sherlock, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Cho Chang, Luna, and Ginny. Anyone with even a basic understanding of magic would instinctively think something upon seeing a group of 7, especially after studying divination, ancient runes, and arithmetic. Yet, faced with such a magical number, Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, seemed completely oblivious to everyone else, focusing solely on talking to Harry. Logically, Wood should have been the one feeling awkward. However, Wood was utterly oblivious. As the saying goes, if you're not awkward, everyone else is. So Harry was feeling awkward, extremely awkward. He knew perfectly well that although Wood had started by talking about a public trial, he wasn't actually interested in the matter at all. Sure enough, before he was even halfway through his sentence, he'd already veered off to Quidditch. Harry even dared to bet 5 galleons with Sherlock. What was an incredibly lucrative public trial for others was nothing more than a minor setback for Wood. All he truly cared about was Quidditch. Looking at his friends' strained expressions as they tried to suppress their laughter, Harry couldn't help but sigh. Come to think of it, being like Wood was actually quite good. Focusing on one thing, undisturbed by external things. Yes, the Dementors won't be coming to school anymore. That's wonderful. Wood's expression brightened instantly, and he slapped Harry on the shoulder. By the way, our next match is against Ravenclaw. You can't go easy on them just because you're on good terms with that seeker, Harry. Stealing a glance at Cho Chang, Harry felt even more embarrassed. Seriously, dude. I know you love Quidditch, but is this all it takes? Saying that in front of a girl? Sure enough, Cho Chang couldn't hold back when she heard Wood's words. She smiled slightly and said, "Captain Wood, it's not gentlemanly to talk about a lady like that in public." Wood looked over and was surprised to see Cho Chang. "Hey, aren't you Ravenclaw's seeker? What are you doing here, Cho Chang?" This time, it wasn't just Harry and Cho Chang who were speechless. Everyone in the carriage looked at Wood with disbelief. Such a big guy sitting right next to Harry, who was talking to him, and he hadn't even noticed? "Hey, Holmes, Granger, Weasley, you guys are here too. Okay, you only have eyes for Harry, right? You're even more impressive than Cho Chang and Ginny." Except for Sherlock, who wasn't surprised, and Luna, who didn't seem to care much, everyone else wore expressions of "I've lost." However, Wood's performance continued. He looked at Cho Chang with a wary gaze. "I came to see Harry about the Quidditch match. You didn't come to see him for that reason too, did you?" Being sorted into Ravenclaw was enough to prove that Cho Chang was an exceptionally intelligent girl. She immediately understood what Wood meant. She was both annoyed and amused. However, considering that this was the Quidditch captain's character, and that he didn't actually mean any harm, she decided not to argue and patiently explained, "It has nothing to do with the Quidditch match, Captain Wood. We were talking about that public trial." Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. "Oh, That kind of thing doesn't matter. Upon hearing that Cho Chang wasn't there to talk about Quidditch with Harry, Wood immediately became indifferent. He casually waved his hand, stopping Cho Chang from continuing, even though the entire wizarding world had been discussing it for the past few days. Seeing how easily Wood believed her, Cho Chang was once again certain of her thoughts. This captain indeed meant no harm, he was just too persistent. Compared to that, Harry, there's something more important. What is it? Have you ordered a new broom? Huh? What? Wood's eyes widened. You'd better hurry, you can't ride that meteor to fight Ravenclaw. It's slower than Comet 260, even though Cho Chang was a good-natured girl, as the owner of Comet 260, being repeatedly implied by Wood finally made her retort, Captain Wood, we can't take Sirius's matter lightly. Why? Wood turned to Cho Chang, looking at her warily. He seemed afraid she would try to glean tactics from Harry. Ignoring Wood's wary gaze, Cho Chang took a deep breath, because Sirius gave Harry a firebolt. After saying this, she stared intently at Wood. Wood's reaction was exactly what Cho Chang expected. He immediately turned to Harry, his eyes wide, and exclaimed, "What? A firebolt? No way? Is this real?" When Harry nodded, Wood's excitement was palpable. A real firebolt? Good heavens, why didn't you say so sooner? This is simply, calm down, Oliver, Harry said, watching Wood's animated and incessant chatter. Calm down. It's a firebolt. He suddenly grabbed Harry's shoulders, urgently saying, "Where is it? Show it to me." Wood's fanatical behavior startled Harry, who felt his shoulders going numb from the grip. He quickly turned his head to the side. "It's with Ron, Before he could finish, Wood had already rushed over, shoving the engrossed Ron aside. "My God, it really is a firebolt." Wood's eyes followed a gold serial number at the top of the flying broom to the perfectly smooth, streamlined tip, a deep fascination in his gaze. After a moment, he reached out and grabbed it, gently stroking it, even letting out a groan involuntarily. "Ron, I can't believe it, this is an international-level broom. Compared to it, Comet 260 is a joke." Cho Chang, Wood turned around and shouted, "No, I'm going to tell everyone, you wait." With that, he dashed out like a gust of wind. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. "I'm sorry, Harry, I shouldn't have told him," Cho Chang said apologetically. It's okay, I would have told him anyway, it's just, I didn't expect him to react like this." Harry was even more embarrassed than Cho Chang. He realized that Wood's behavior just now clearly indicated he mistook Cho Chang for a spy. It was common knowledge that Wood was a fervent Quidditch enthusiast. But his reaction was a bit too exaggerated. However, before they could even discuss the matter, the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team, having received the news, had arrived. "Firebolt, that's right, firebolt, oh my God, I want a rich father too." "Godfather, Katie, this is Harry's godfather's birthday present, not father, it's not much different from a dad. If someone gives me a firebolt, I wouldn't mind calling him dad." "Where's your integrity, Angelina? As long as I can fly on it, I don't care." Everyone unanimously agreed that Firebolt rightfully deserved this honor. Finally, after they left, everyone in the carriage breathed a long sigh of relief. "Great, they're finally gone," Ginny said with a hint of exasperation. Honestly, George and Fred knew all along, and they were just joining in the commotion. "You're getting ahead of yourself." "What did you say, Sherlock?" "You'll find out soon enough." Just as Sherlock had predicted, their carriage became quite lively in the following days. Someone had spread the word that Sirius had bought Harry a firebolt. More and more people flocked to the carriage. This reminded Harry of his first year of school. Back then, everyone came to see him, now it was to see the firebolt. Of course, some first years seized the opportunity, pressing their way towards Harry. Several daring little witches even touched Harry inappropriately, trying to get a better look at the scar on his forehead. "Hey, just look, don't touch things everywhere, you two girls, are you here to see Firebolt or Harry? Why are you crowding over there? I told you not to touch things, where are you touching? Seamus, what are you doing? Put your wand away, put it away." It wasn't until lunchtime that the number of students watching Firebolt gradually decreased. The students in this carriage were all sweating profusely. Especially Ron and Ginny. When it was crowded earlier, these two siblings bravely stepped forward. Ron protected Firebolt. Ginny protected Harry. So now Harry hurriedly thanked them both, and Ginny smiled sweetly at him. "I'm sitting on the outside, of course I have to protect you." Cho Chang, sitting inside Harry by the window, raised an eyebrow slightly. Was she being too sensitive? Why did her words sound like they had a hidden meaning? Just then, Sherlock suddenly spoke up. I suggest we all grab something to eat first, or just put this thing away. Sherlock, you mean more people are coming? Harry immediately realized. That's common sense, my dear Harry, Sherlock said in a completely matter-of-fact tone. Including the Gryffindor Quidditch team, only about a third of the students on the train are here, and most of them are Gryffindor. So after lunch, people from other houses will definitely come, if you don't intend to refuse. Also, you might have forgotten something, Hufflepuffs have the most people in the whole school. Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry's face immediately darkened. He looked at Ron. Should I just put it away? No, Ron exclaimed anxiously. What are you afraid of? We need to let them know. Not a single Slytherin has come. Your firebolt is worth a whole team of Nimbus 2001s. I really want to see their expressions, but that's too much work for you. It's okay, he's clearly enjoying it, Hermione interjected. Harry looked at Ron, who immediately gave him a firm look. Harry couldn't say anything more. To be honest, deep down, he also wanted everyone to know that he had a loving godfather. When in doubt, ask Sherlock. So Harry immediately turned to Sherlock. Sherlock, what do you think? It's up to you. Sherlock smiled slightly. There's no clear advantage or disadvantage to this choice. Do whatever you want, Harry, please. Ron clasped his hands together, making a pleading gesture. Seeing his good friend's expression, Harry's heart softened, and he finally agreed. Sure enough, after lunch, even more students came. Just as Sherlock had said, students from the other three houses besides Gryffindor also arrived, mostly Hufflepuffs. With so many people, the scene became even more chaotic. Students lined up outside the carriages, all craning their necks to catch a glimpse of Firebolt. Some even returned after leaving the carriage, hoping to see it again. This inevitably led to conflicts. Sure enough, a grumpy older sister and a grumpy older brother started arguing. What are you pushing for? Can't you see where you're going? You're so young, why can't you speak properly? Hey, you're pushing me. What, you want to cause trouble, huh? Seeing that the situation was escalating, a tall, handsome upperclassman stepped in to stop it. Alright, you two, relax and you won't push. HMPH, the two young wizards clearly recognized the boy who spoke, and they immediately turned away and stopped arguing. Next, this upperclassman took full advantage of his initiative and, along with the other prefects, began to maintain order. As a result, the environment in the carriage improved considerably. After a while, when most of the people in the carriage had left, the tall, handsome boy finally walked up to Harry. He was Cedric Diggory, the Quidditch captain of Hufflepuff. Chapter 386. Who is more beautiful, me or Gemma? The tall, handsome Cedric held Harry's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. He sincerely said to Harry, congratulations on getting such a fine broomstick to replace Nimbus 2000, Potter. Thank you, Diggory. Harry also felt a good liking for this sunny, cheerful young man. Aside from his earlier help maintaining order, few among the people who came to see Firebolt had congratulated him like Cedric. Most people were either there to see Firebolt or to see him. They were either touching Firebolt or touching him. The two chatted briefly, and Cedric politely greeted the others in the box before turning to leave. He's the most polite person there, Hermione remarked with considerable admiration. Ron, sweating profusely, took a swig from his cup and couldn't help but say, if only everyone else were like him. Ginny and Cho Chang both nodded. Cedric Diggory is indeed a good man, Sherlock offered a fair assessment. But just then, an incongruous comment abruptly cut in. He was just peeking at Cho. PFFT, Ron, who was drinking water, spat it out. Luckily, he was far enough away from the others that he didn't splash any on them. He coughed repeatedly, looking at Luna with an incredulous expression. What was wrong with this girl? Her statement was even more abstract than her earlier comment about those girls wanting to be Harry's godmother. Not just Ron, everyone's eyes turned to Luna. Cho Chang, also from Ravenclaw, blushed deeply. Luna, what are you saying? She didn't doubt Luna's statement. In some ways, this girl was similar to Sherlock, saying whatever came to mind without considering the occasion. So if she said Cedric was peeking at her, then he was peeking at her. The problem was that she didn't realize it at all. Or perhaps she had encountered this kind of thing so often that she was used to the admiring glances from the opposite sex. Or perhaps she hadn't noticed because her attention had been focused on Harry. Thinking this, she couldn't help but glance at Harry. Just then, Harry looked at her too. Their eyes met, and Cho Chang felt even more embarrassed. But what followed was even more awkward. Sherlock confirmed Luna's observation. Luna is right, he did look at Miss Chang several times. Cho Chang, Hermione looked at Sherlock and Luna helplessly. These two were really. Actually, she had noticed this herself. How to put it? Everyone appreciates beauty. The young wizards who had come to this box to watch the firebolt had all lingered on Cho Chang to some extent. Not just the boys, but the girls too. She was really beautiful. It was just that Cedric was the only one left, making his behavior even more obvious. But why did he have to say it out loud? Didn't he know it would make her feel awkward? But then she thought, if they thought like she did, they wouldn't be Sherlock and Luna. That said, Hermione noticed that only Sherlock, herself, and Luna had noticed this so far. Ron's mind was on the firebolt, so it was normal that he hadn't noticed. As for Harry, he was always rather slow to react to these kinds of things. Cho Chang and Ginny were focused on Harry, completely ignoring Cedric. It wouldn't have been a big deal, but Sherlock and Luna's comment made the atmosphere even more awkward. Something had to be done. Just as she was pondering this, the cubicle door opened again. Percy Weasley and Gemma Farley, the student council presidents, walked in. Accompanying them was Percy's girlfriend, Gemma's good friend, Penelope Clearwater. Hermione's eyes sharpened instantly upon seeing Gemma. Cho Chang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They had arrived just in time. I already know what happened. I've already spoken to the prefects. Percy glanced around, then looked at Harry as if seeking praise, saying, no one will be bothering you like this anymore, Harry. I think you should thank me, right? Thank you so much. Harry quickly grasped Percy's hand. This time, Percy really had helped him. Come on, Percy, you were just trying to make it easier for yourself to see the firebolt, weren't you? Ron immediately exposed his third brother without hesitation. What are you saying, Ron? Percy glared at Ron, annoyed that he hadn't given him face in front of his girlfriend. Penelope wanted to see the firebolt, so I brought her here. Penelope didn't deny it. She smiled and nodded, then turned to Harry and politely said, Harry, may I get the firebolt? Oh, of course. Harry was quite familiar with Penelope and immediately agreed. While Percy and Penelope were examining the firebolt, Harry, Cho Chang, and Ginny followed. Mr. Black is so kind to you, Penelope exclaimed sincerely, looking at the firebolt with envy. Harry felt a little embarrassed. My godfather is indeed very kind to me. Speaking of which, how much does this firebolt cost? Percy asked curiously. I saw it in that shop in Diagon Alley, but it said the price was negotiable, at least 1,000 galleons, Penelope said confidently, then looked at Harry curiously, awaiting his reply. Harry coughed. I don't know. How could you not know? Is Mr. Black unwilling to tell you? His words only fueled Penelope's curiosity. Well, actually, when my godfather planned to give it to me, he was still wanted, you know. Back then everyone thought he was the murderer. So he managed to send the order to the Owl Post Office and have the clerks retrieve the gold themselves from Gringotts' vault. The clerks retrieved the gold themselves, yes, from my godfather's vault. They could take as much as they needed. So, sorry, not only me, but even my godfather himself, who bought the gift for me, didn't know how much it was worth. Everyone's gaze towards Harry instantly changed. Gemma didn't go with Percy and Penelope. She merely glanced at it from afar before casually sitting down opposite Sherlock. A pair of azure eyes scanned Sherlock up and down. How was your Christmas, Sherlock? Sherlock nodded. Not bad. Gemma's gaze swept over Hermione and Luna beside Sherlock, then she smiled slightly. My parents have been praising you. A case that had been kept secret from the entire wizarding world for 12 years was solved in just a few months by you. Actually, it was just good luck. The clues just happened to come to me at the right time. Sherlock wasn't being modest. If Sirius hadn't suddenly escaped from prison, Peter's disguise as Scabbers wouldn't have been exposed so quickly. So he really had to thank Fudge for this, as it was he who inadvertently let Sirius know that Peter wasn't dead. Of course, he also had to thank Hermione's Crookshanks, Ron's miniature spyglass to Harry, and the Marauder's map to Harry from the Weasley twins. They peeled back Peter's disguise layer by layer, and he had only connected the dots. Then, Sherlock and Gemma chatted naturally, without any awkwardness despite not having seen each other for a while. Not only that, Gemma also consciously brought Hermione and Luna into the conversation, not neglecting them despite her talk with Sherlock. "Hermione, your vast knowledge is truly admirable," Gemma said, looking at Hermione with considerable admiration. "I could never have known so much in my 3rd year. You'll surely get 12 certificates someday." Hearing Gemma mention this, Hermione became genuinely interested. Gemma had indeed earned 12 certificates in the OWL's exams. So she immediately began asking her how Gemma managed the relationship between classes and time. Even with a time turner, she still felt somewhat inadequate. In fact, she had asked Percy the same question before the holidays, but his answer hadn't satisfied her. It wasn't that he wouldn't share. In fact, he could do it himself, but didn't know how to share his insights with others. But Gemma was different. After a few words with her, Hermione suddenly felt enlightened. "Actually, I'm already thinking of giving up on divination." Hermione blurted out her true feelings without realizing it. "Looking at tea leaves all day is just a waste of time." Divination, Gemma hesitated for a moment before saying, "Professor Trelawney may be a bit eccentric, but she's right about one thing. This course relies more on talent than anything else. For those without a third eye, no amount of effort will help. Even those with a third eye can't teach it. Of course, if it's just for a certificate, or if you plan to work in this field in the future, then you might as well continue. This semester you should be learning palmistry, which is a bit more concrete than looking at tea leaves, but it really doesn't need to put in too much effort." Hermione nodded. "Thank you, Gemma. All right, Penelope." At this moment, Penelope at the other end of the carriage had been examining the firebolt for a long time. Harry didn't think anything of it, but Percy stopped her from continuing. "Be careful not to break it." Penelope glared at Percy, put down the firebolt, thanked Harry, and left the compartment. "Wait for me, Penelope." Percy panicked at the sight and chased after his girlfriend without a word. "Harry, then I'll be going too." Gemma stood up and smiled. "Looks like Mr. Weasley will be spending all his time on his girlfriend from now on. I was thinking of slacking off, but now I'll have to dutifully take on the duties of student council president." Sherlock immediately understood. It seemed that Percy, the male student council president, was quite dedicated. "Are you leaving already?" Hermione stood up as well, surprised to find herself a little reluctant to leave. She had just thought of her as a threat. Sherlock, on the other hand, remained calm and unmoved, simply nodding to Gemma. Gemma didn't seem to mind, and like Cedric had done earlier, she greeted everyone in the compartment before gracefully departing. Once the carriage doors closed again, Cho Chang remarked with considerable emotion, "No wonder Penelope said President Gemma was a moonbeast that had infiltrated a snake pit. She really is different from other Slytherins." "That's a novel analogy," Hermione said thoughtfully. "What she just said was quite insightful. It's a pity she's graduating this year," Harry added with a touch of regret. "Slytherin will never have someone like her again." Sherlock said that's what a true Slytherin should be like. Hearing Harry's words, Hermione suddenly turned to Sherlock. "Sherlock, what do you think of Miss Gemma?" Everyone looked over in surprise at Hermione's unexpected direct question. Sherlock, of course, wouldn't shy away from the question, and immediately replied, "Without a doubt, Gemma Farley is a witch of exceptional ability, rational thinking, impeccable conduct, and independent judgment. As a former Slytherin prefect and now the student council president, she is undoubtedly very competent, even outstanding. Her values and actions tend to define herself and others based on ability and rationality rather than narrow-minded house loyalty. I believe she plays an indispensable and positive role in Slytherin's existing management structure, very objective indeed." Hermione blinked and continued, "Then, what about other aspects? Dear Hermione, I think my description has been quite specific. If there's anything I've missed, please point it out. I mean, appearance? Don't you think Gemma is beautiful?" Hermione fired another direct shot. Even Cho Chang wouldn't become the school beauty until Gemma graduated. "Hermione, what are you saying?" Cho Chang, who had been listening intently, was suddenly called out by Hermione and glanced at her somewhat helplessly. "You're talking about Gemma. Why are you dragging it into this?" Fortunately, Hermione only mentioned it casually, then turned to Sherlock. "What do you think of Miss Gemma's appearance?" She was already getting to the bottom of things. The other girls looked at Hermione nervously. Was she going to be blunt all day? Cho Chang, the most perceptive of them all, glanced back and forth between Sherlock and Hermione. Had the girl sensed a threat from their conversation? Of course, after all, that was Gemma Farley. If it were her, she probably would have felt the same way. But if it were her, she would have asked, who is more beautiful, me or Gemma? With Hermione, she couldn't bring herself to ask that question. Cho Chang was humble and polite, but deep down she was confident and proud. This was what distinguished her, a British Chinese, from native-born Englishmen. Hearing Hermione's question, Sherlock raised an eyebrow slightly. He was slightly surprised by Hermione's insistence on judging her appearance, but responded in his usual calm tone, "My dear Hermione, appearance is essentially a subjective perception, and it's negatively correlated with a time dimension. However, since you insist on discussing this variable, I can share my thoughts." "All right." Hermione immediately assumed a listening posture. The others in the box pricked up their ears, looking at Sherlock with curiosity, eager to hear his insights on this matter. Chapter 387 3 Years of Classmates. My roommate turns out to be my nephew. My dear Hermione, you seem fixated on quantifying subjective aesthetics into objective standards. Remember when you pressed me in first year about whether the Petty twins were the prettiest girls in the year? Your current tendency is exactly the same logic you had then. Hermione blushed slightly. She hadn't expected Sherlock to remember that. Actually, my answer then is equally applicable now. Appearance is inherently fleeting and superficial. Of course, I can tell you definitively that among the current Hogwarts student body, Gemma Farley is indeed strikingly beautiful. Cho Chang is the same. Cho Chang, however, more important are her rational thinking, exceptional leadership, and inclusivity that transcends school prejudices. To me, these qualities are far more noteworthy than a face that fades with time. Hearing this statement, so characteristic of Sherlock Holmes, no one was surprised at all. In short, Sherlock admitted Gemma was beautiful, but he wasn't concerned with her looks. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Hermione finally smiled with satisfaction. "Sherlock, in that case, who do you think is prettier, Gemma or Cho?" Ginny grinned mischievously, as if she wanted to stir up trouble, and asked another question. "Cho Chang, can't you guys stop this? I'm starting to get scared. These guys are all so wicked." Just as she was about to say something, the compartment door slid open again. This made her secretly breathe a sigh of relief. She was lucky today, always having someone appear to save the day when she was in an awkward situation. However, when she saw who appeared in front of them, Cho Chang was slightly taken aback. Not only Cho Chang, but everyone in the carriage was greatly surprised, because the person standing in front of them was someone unexpected. Draco Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle were still behind him. "Is it true?" Malfoy stared at Harry. "The whole train is talking about it, saying there's a firebolt in Harry Potter's compartment." As he spoke, he had already seen the firebolt on another table. The gleaming broom handle reflected a cold yet alluring sheen under the box lights. A complex, unreadable emotion flashed across the eyes of the Slytherin trio: shock, barely concealed envy, and jealousy. The air froze for a moment. Malfoy's lips tightened, his usual arrogant sarcasm almost escaping his lips. But he only raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the brand-new firebolt, his voice deliberately cold, lacking its usual sharp hostility. "I heard Black gave it to you. You'll be fine with this broom, Potter, won't you?" The atmosphere in the box was delicate. Ron watched Malfoy and his henchmen warily, one hand on the firebolt, the other discreetly gripping his wand. Hermione's lips were pressed tightly together, observing the unusual Malfoy. Cho Chang and Ginny seemed tense. Sherlock and Luna watched the scene with interest, their gazes shifting between Harry, Malfoy, and the firebolt. Harry felt a brief awkwardness. Seeing Malfoy staring intently at the firebolt, he even instinctively wanted to grab his broom and shield it behind him, as if protecting any precious possession. But another thought immediately arose. Not long ago, he had lost his beloved Nimbus 2000. Even earlier, Malfoy had lost his prized Nimbus 2001. Both were destroyed by the Willow of Vengeance. Although this faint empathy born of misfortune wasn't enough to erase the accumulated resentment and alienation, it still changed Harry's attitude towards Malfoy somewhat. Harry suddenly found, strangely, that he felt neither hatred nor any urge to be close, only a cold, almost indifferent acceptance. Was it because he knew he was Malfoy's uncle? Harry found his answer equally flat, neither boastful nor hostile. He looked at Malfoy. "I think there shouldn't be any problem." Compared to Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle were much more direct. They craned their necks, greedily examining the firebolt, making soft grumbling noises, clearly intimidated by the top-of-the-line broom. Malfoy's lips moved, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the compartment, finally lingering on Sherlock for a moment before speaking again. Sirius Black, his tone maintained its cold detachment, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. He bought you a firebolt. After saying this ambiguous sentence, Malfoy's gaze lingered on the firebolt for a final half-second, carrying a complex mix of envy, regret, and a stubborn pride. Then he turned away. The tall Crabbe and Goyle, as if receiving a silent command, hurriedly and awkwardly moved aside to make way for the doorway. The sliding door slammed shut again, separating the Slytherin trio from the others in the compartment once more. After a moment of silence, the group immediately began to discuss amongst themselves, what does this guy mean? Is he just here to say something pointless? I was all ready to unleash a curse on him. He's definitely different from before. If it were before, if he knew I had a firebolt, he might have said something like he wished I'd fallen off my flying broomstick and died. Is it possible that his apology last time was sincere? Sherlock analyzed it, didn't he? His father suffered a significant loss last year, and buying another firebolt is almost impossible. So, that envy and the disappointment of not being able to reach him might have overshadowed his desire to cause trouble. Hermione, I'm sorry to interrupt, but what do you mean by apology? Oh, right, you, Ginny, and Luna don't know about this. At the very beginning of third year, Malfoy specifically sought out Harry and Colin to apologize for what he did on the Quidditch pitch last year. But come to think of it, Malfoy really hasn't bothered Harry since. Oh, I see. Penelope didn't tell me about this. President Gemma did another good deed. Come on. A leopard can change its spots. I think he just hasn't found the right opportunity. There were so many of us here just now, even with Clark and Goyle added, he wouldn't have dared to provoke us. Ron, there are 3 girls sitting here. Can't you watch your words? Sorry, just thinking about that guy makes me angry. Have you forgotten the fight he had with Dad? Of course I remember, but Hermione's right, he hasn't caused any trouble lately. Maybe he really realized his mistake. I think you all think too highly of him. So what if he apologized? That apology was forced. Sherlock and Luna remained silent. Sherlock's gray eyes were still thoughtfully watching the sliding door close again. Luna's eyes were slightly vacant, as if she hadn't heard the discussion. After the group finished their discussion, they all looked at Sherlock. Hermione simply asked, Sherlock, what do you think? Sherlock chuckled. It's not that complicated. His thoughts are actually quite simple, envy and jealousy. I deduce that his parents bought him a new flying broomstick during the holidays. But he didn't expect that Sirius would buy Harry a firebolt. As for why he deliberately mentioned Sirius's name, it was just a reminder to himself, nothing special. However, it was this sentence that inadvertently revealed a secret. Ron immediately became interested upon hearing Sherlock's words. What secret? Sherlock glanced at Ron. He knows about his relationship with you. Ron became even more curious. Malfoy and I? What kind of relationship? Rivals, a family relationship. You're Malfoy's uncle. Ron and Ginny exchanged a glance. Sherlock, this joke isn't funny at all. I'm not joking, dear Ron. Don't you know anything about people from the same Holy Pureblood 28 families as yourself? I know the Weasleys and Malfoys are both members of the Holy 28 families, but this doesn't match what you just said. Narcissa Malfoy? She's Draco Malfoy's mother, Lucius Malfoy's wife. Before marrying Lucius, her name was Narcissa Black. What? Harry and Hermione had seen the Black family genealogy with Sherlock at number 12 Grimwald Place, so they already knew this. But everyone else present looked surprised. Clearly, this news had greatly astonished them. Sherlock turned to Hermione. Hermione, you tell them. Hearing Sherlock's words, Hermione nodded. Pure-blood families are all related, like the Weasleys, the Blacks, and the Malfoys. Ron, Ginny, do you know your grandmother's name? Ron was still thinking when Ginny answered without hesitation, Cedera Weasley, but before she married your grandfather, her name was Cedera Black. Ron and Ginny were stunned. Hermione, you're not kidding, are you? Hermione desperately suppressed a laugh and said seriously, strictly speaking, Malfoy should call Ron uncle and Ginny auntie. Seeing the two siblings' dumbfounded expressions, Hermione decided to press on and give them a little shock. Also, your mother is Sirius's cousin by marriage. Your father is the great-grandson of Sirius's uncle. In other words, Ron is both Sirius's nephew and cousin. Furthermore, someone from the Black family married into the Potter family, so Sirius is not only Harry's godfather but also his cousin. So, in that sense, Harry and Malfoy are cousins, and also your nephews. If we add the fact that Harry is Sirius's godson, then you and Harry, okay, Hermione, really, that's enough, Ron and Ginny, Cyrillic lettered at this moment, the two were just like Harry back at number 12 Grimmauld Place, their minds were a complete mess. The complicated and tangled family relationships made them look at Harry differently than before. 3 years of schooling, and my roommate is my nephew? It's just too outrageous. Ginny had been secretly glancing at Harry more than once. According to Hermione's words, she was both Harry's cousin and his aunt. This relationship was just too complicated. The two secretly decided that they would have to ask their parents about this later. They were actually related to the Malfoys? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Perhaps Percy's words had an effect, because after the Malfoy trio left, not many people came to see the firebolt anymore. Harry simply put it away. For the rest of the journey, the group, who had been up for most of the day, all slept soundly. They only woke up one by one when the voice reminded them that they were about to arrive at their stop, and the group quickly got up and changed into their robes. When they were about to get off the train, Cho Chang called out to Harry and couldn't help but ask, "Did you really throw 5 galleons into the Wizarding Brothers fountain?" Seeing Harry's surprised look, Cho Chang smiled at him. "If Peter's matter had ended smoothly today, I would have put in 5 galleons, that's what you said before, right? You actually remember that?" Harry was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected Cho Chang to remember something he'd only mentioned casually. "Yes, Peter's matter did end smoothly, so you didn't keep your promise and put in 5 galleons, did you?" Cho Chang tilted her head, looking at Harry curiously. Sherlock, standing nearby, naturally knew the answer, but still watched the two with interest. It was clear that Cho Chang valued this answer. Harry shook his head slightly. "I didn't put in 5 galleons, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed in Cho Chang's eyes. However, she still smiled and said, "I see, it was just a casual remark, no need to take it so seriously." Harry, oblivious to Cho Chang's change in expression, continued, "I poured all the money from my purse into the puddle." Cho Chang suddenly looked up at Harry, her eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light. The Thestral carriage could hold 7 people, but that would be too crowded, so the 7 separated after disembarking. Back at school, Neville and Dean asked Harry to bring out the firebolt so they could see it again. Harry naturally didn't refuse his roommate's request. Ron, at this moment, temporarily forgot his relationship with the Malfoy family and joined Neville and Dean's firebolt tour. Even though he had played with a train for a long time during the winter break, he showed no signs of getting tired of it. So the firebolt was passed around among the three, punctuated by occasional exclamations of amazement. They were completely immersed in their fantasy, riding firebolts and flying freely through the sky. Chapter 388. You are the person with the shortest lifespan I have ever seen. On the first morning of the new term, Sherlock skipped his ancient rune studies class and went with Harry and Ron to Professor Hagrid's magical creatures protection class. Hermione, needless to say, still had to use the time turner to attend all her classes. Up until now, Harry and Ron still hadn't discovered Hermione's secret. This reassured her somewhat. If these two friends couldn't find out, no one else would notice. She was just a little tired. Fortunately, after a winter break, she had finally been able to relax a bit. After having breakfast in the Great Hall, the 4 of them left Hogwarts Castle and hurried across the cold, damp grass. When they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, they could already see Hagrid's much taller figure. He was standing in front of the log cabin, waving excitedly at them. "I hate going to class outdoors at this time of day. It's so cold and damp. It's awful." Ron emphasized his dislike for the weather twice, then turned to Sherlock with a touch of emotion and said, "Speaking of which, you didn't really have to come to this class for me." In Ron's opinion, his 3 best friends, Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione, who had chosen all the courses, could have easily gone indoors for their ancient rune studies class in this weather. But they came to this outdoor class entirely for him, Ron, well, maybe a tiny bit for Hagrid too. Sherlock chuckled at this. "Dear Ron, actually, Harry," hearing Sherlock's opening line, immediately sensed trouble, knowing he was about to tell the truth. His instincts kicked in, and he immediately tugged at Sherlock, speaking first as Sherlock looked at him. Yeah, it's more fun when there are lots of people in class." Hermione, seeing this, couldn't help but chuckle. If Harry hadn't pulled Sherlock aside, Sherlock would definitely have said, "Actually, I didn't choose to take this class to keep you company." Of course, neither would he. So, in reality, Harry was the only one truly willing to keep Ron company. Not only that, he also had to prevent Sherlock from revealing this hurtful truth to Ron. It was quite a difficult situation. Anyway, ever since Hagrid listened to Sherlock, this magical creatures protection class has been quite interesting. I wonder what new creatures he'll show us today. Harry tried to make his tone sound more sincere and reliable, attempting to fill the void left by Sherlock's almost spoken words. He glanced at Ron discreetly, hoping his attempt to smooth things over could erase any potential awkwardness. Fortunately, because he spoke up in time, Ron didn't realize it. This made Harry secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. To Harry's surprise, he had only said it casually. He hadn't expected Hagrid's class to actually be quite interesting. In the first class of the new semester, Hagrid hadn't asked Sherlock beforehand, but instead fully utilized his initiative. To cheer up his classmates, he specially built a bonfire. The heat and light from the bonfire dispelled the dampness and warmth, making everyone feel comfortable. It's important to know that bonfires in the magical world are different from those in the Muggle world. Once lit, the bonfire was immediately filled with jubilant fire lizards. Now, without Hagrid saying a word, the classmates knew what to do. They actively gathered firewood and leaves to make the fire burn even brighter. Then they gathered in a circle, watching the fire-loving lizards dart about in the crackling firewood. The bright bonfire made everyone's faces glow red, and even the usually at odds little lions and snakes were unusually harmonious in this situation, without any hostility. Of course, this was also related to the fact that some people didn't actively cause trouble. As if Hermione had been right, Malfoy didn't cause any trouble on such a rare occasion. Since he didn't provoke them, Crabbe and Goyle, who always followed his lead and never had any ideas of their own, naturally wouldn't dare to act rashly. The two men stared blankly at the salamander leaping in the campfire, looking utterly clumsy. Beside Malfoy stood Pansy Parkinson, gazing at him with admiration, appearing even more clueless than Crabbe and Goyle. Harry looked away, listening to Hagrid's lecture, his mind already drifting to his three friends. After this public trial, especially witnessing Peter Pettigrew being kissed by a Dementor, Harry felt as if he had suddenly grown up overnight. Take that little incident, for example. Before, he wouldn't have stopped Sherlock so perfectly. He would have only realized afterward that Sherlock's words would affect Ron, even though they were indeed true. After 3 years of living together, Harry had a deep understanding of his friends. In their group of 4, Sherlock was undoubtedly the leader. His absolute rationality and extraordinary composure made him like a sturdy ship that could maintain a straight course even in the most turbulent seas. No matter the situation, Sherlock's presence always gave people a sense of reassurance. For Harry personally, communicating with Sherlock was the easiest thing to do. Sherlock was as transparent as pure crystal. There was never any need to worry about hidden schemes or insincerity. He thought meticulously, always grasping the core contradictions quickly, and providing the most direct and logical solutions. Sometimes it was like being doused with cold water. But conversely, this powerful rationality gave him an almost clumsy insensitivity, especially in social situations. Harry already felt bad enough at socializing. He never expected to encounter two people even worse at conversation at school. And each one was more tactless than the last. Sherlock always said what he meant, which meant both sincerity and reliability, but also that he often overlooked the subtle emotional nuances in interpersonal interactions. Harry had already vaguely realized that Sherlock wasn't unaware that some of his words might offend others. But unless it was for solving a case, he wouldn't care, always speaking his mind bluntly. This made him seem out of place in life, sometimes even unintentionally hurting others. If he could change, he would probably be the most popular figure in school long ago, instead of what he is now. The teachers and students at school respected, and some even feared, Sherlock. But only a few could truly be his friends. After all, only a very small number of people could tolerate Sherlock's eccentricities. Even Dean Thomas, his roommate, sometimes had reservations about Sherlock's behavior. Hermione's situation was more unique. In her first and second years, her arrogance and insistence on school rules often seemed unreasonable. She was also the second most taciturn person after Sherlock. But as they went through life or death situations together, her occasional stubbornness and rigidity gradually faded. She no longer cared about school rules as much as before, instead learning to be tolerant and give her friends space while upholding her principles. Especially after the Crookshanks and Scabbers incident last semester, She seemed to have become gentler and finally able to put herself in others' shoes. This made her much more endearing. As for Ron, seemingly the most carefree, he was actually the complete opposite. Living in the shadow of his outstanding older brother for a long time, coupled with his relatively poor family background, had fostered an inferiority complex within him. This inferiority complex manifested outwardly as confidence. But this confidence was illusory, making him the most sensitive of the four. This sensitivity made him particularly sensitive to his friends' attitudes, easily feeling slighted or forgotten. A casual glance, a joke, or even a friend's unintentional display of superiority could stir ripples in his heart. Harry had noticed this problem more than once. Ron longed to be the center of attention like Sherlock, or he was. But neither he nor Sherlock really enjoyed such attention. Sherlock was a little better, he would enjoy praise from others in small circles. But Harry was thoroughly fed up, because this attention came at the cost of the heartbreaking fact that he was an orphan. Of the three, only Ron was usually hurt by Sherlock's frankness. Neither he nor Hermione were, even when all three knew Sherlock. His subconscious words and actions in defending Ron's feelings stemmed from this. As if to confirm his assessment of his three friends, Sherlock casually pointed out a discrepancy in Hagrid's explanation compared to the details of the Magical Creatures Protection Act. "Ah, is that so?" Hagrid immediately exclaimed nervously. "Yes, if Sherlock says so, then it must be so. Everyone just remember what Sherlock says." Hagrid showed absolutely no awareness of his role as a professor. Or rather, he had an intuition too strong for a professor, which is why he immediately corrected himself after Sherlock pointed out the error. Ron rolled his eyes at Sherlock's insistence, muttered something about Merlin's mustache, and went back to playing with his salamander. Harry sighed and pulled himself back to reality. "I thought to myself, my childhood wasn't happy either, and my temper isn't great, so why am I the one end up maintaining relationships? Maybe it's because I'm too kind." Although the second divination class was indoors, it felt much less interesting compared to the outdoor Magical Creatures Protection class. This time, Sherlock didn't go to class with Harry and Ron, which gave Professor Trelawney an opportunity. Because this semester she started teaching them something entirely new, palm reading, she spent the entire class telling Harry that his lifeline was the shortest she had ever seen. Even Lavender and Petty, who idolized her the most, started looking at Harry strangely. This inevitably annoyed Harry. "I think she's targeting you, old Sherlock, or maybe she just hasn't met enough people in her life," Ron said indignantly after class. "Maybe next time we should call Sherlock over, that way she'll be a little more restrained." "Why would you call me over?" "Of course." "Huh, Sherlock, you're here." "Hey, Hermione, what are you doing with Sherlock?" Ron's eyes widened in surprise as he watched Sherlock and Hermione walk towards them from the other end of the castle corridor. Hermione had just come out of the divination classroom with him. He immediately turned around to look, but Hermione was nowhere to be seen. Sherlock found Ron's expression somewhat amusing. Hermione had made it so obvious, yet Ron still hadn't noticed anything amiss in this second semester. Or rather, he had noticed something was wrong, but hadn't thought about it further. That was typical of him. Sure enough, Ron didn't pursue the matter further after seeing that Hermione didn't answer. She then turned to Sherlock and recounted the events of the divination class, expressing her indignation at Professor Trelawney's treatment of Harry. Palmistry. Sherlock looked at Hermione, who nodded, opened her palm, and began to explain. "It's all new content. They say you can see your lifeline, career line, love line." Although she disliked the course, in terms of sheer knowledge of it, she still far surpassed Harry and Ron. So, once Hermione spoke, Harry and Ron promptly fell silent. After Hermione finished explaining the lesson, Harry and Ron looked at Sherlock with curiosity. They were both eager to hear her opinion. Sherlock chuckled and pulled Hermione's outstretched hand. "This is the lifeline, this is the career line, and this is the love line. They're considered the trajectory of destiny, right?" Hermione's ears flushed crimson as Sherlock held her hand, but she nodded gently. "Yes." Sherlock nudged Hermione's knuckles, slowly clenching her fist. He looked at the three of them. "Do you understand?" "Understand what?" Ron was taken aback at first, then reacted, clenching his fists and his face contorting. "I understand, Sherlock. You're telling us to bravely clench our fists and fight that bastard." Harry and Hermione both stared at him speechlessly. Whether Professor Trelawney was talking nonsense was debatable, but Ron was definitely spouting it. Sherlock shook his head, pointing to Hermione's clenched fist, and said, word by word, Destiny is in your own hands. This time, the three of them paused slightly, then looked thoughtful. Chapter 389 Sherlock's Guardian. After 2 elective classes with mixed reviews, it was finally time for the most popular course, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Lupin, as always, delivered an engaging practical lesson. However, his complexion wasn't good. The 4 who knew the inside story understood that this was a lingering effect of recovering from his werewolf form after the full moon. It was for this reason that Professor Lupin had missed the holiday party at 12 Grimwald Place. Otherwise, given his relationship with Sirius Black, he would have come no matter how busy he was. Fortunately, he had managed to attend the public trial and witness firsthand the downfall of Peter Pettigrew, the traitor. After the engaging practical lesson, the young wizards left the classroom in small groups, excitedly discussing their experience dealing with magical creatures. Just then, Lupin called out to Sherlock and Harry. After everyone left, he smiled at the 2 of them. "How about 8 o'clock this Thursday night? I think the history of magic classroom should be big enough." "No problem, Professor." "So, you've found the bog art?" "Yes, I have." After the interrogation the day before yesterday, Sirius asked Moody to go to number 12 Grimwald Place. Fortunately, he found that it was indeed a bog art hiding in the bookshelf. Moody was originally planning to destroy it, but I thought of this and decided to bring it over. "That's quite lucky." Wait, listening to Sherlock and Professor Lupin's conversation, Harry finally realized what they were talking about. He knew that Moody had gone to number 12 Grimwald Place after the public trial. But he didn't know what happened after that. He didn't expect there to be a follow-up. "Professor Lupin, Sherlock, do we still need to study? I mean, aren't the Dementors gone and no longer stationed at the school?" Hearing Harry say this, Sherlock and Lupin immediately looked at him. What's wrong? Harry felt a little strange being stared at by both of them with such scrutinizing gazes. "Harry, although Dementors no longer guard Hogwarts, that doesn't mean you won't have to deal with them anymore," Lupin said gently, looking at Harry. "Or perhaps, you're unwilling to learn how to dispel Dementors." Sherlock, as always, remained composed, looking at Harry and saying, "Have you already forgotten how you almost fainted during the trial? My dear friend, you don't want to be laughed at by others because of that, do you, Harry?" Seeing Harry's face full of question marks, Lupin was amused by their conversation. "Actually, I didn't think there was any need to rush learning it, since it's very difficult for you guys right now. But as Sherlock just said, Harry, your reaction to the Dementors is stronger than others." "Professor Lupin, no need to explain, Harry, there's nothing to be ashamed of. As I said before, it just shows that you're afraid of fear itself, which is very wise. Although the Dementors are now under the Ministry of Magic, but, at this point," Lupin frowned, paused, and then continued, "in short, if possible, it's best to learn the Patronus charm as soon as possible, which is also Dumbledore's opinion. Of course, if you don't want to learn it, I won't force you." Harry thought for a moment, then nodded slowly but firmly. "I'll learn." He looked at Sherlock, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "You'll be with me, right?" "Of course, my friend." Sherlock smiled slightly. "After all, I'm also curious to know what I'm most afraid of." Hearing Sherlock say this, Harry and Professor Lupin became interested as well. Yes, what could someone like Sherlock possibly fear most? Time quickly passed to Thursday evening at 8 o'clock. Sherlock and Harry left the Gryffindor Tower for the History of Magic classroom. At this point, curfew was practically meaningless to them. They didn't even need the invisibility cloak anymore. However, just in case, Harry still carried the Marauder's map with him. When they arrived at the classroom, it was still pitch black. They weren't surprised. After all, being late was nothing unusual for Professor Lupin. Sherlock lit a lamp with his wand, and after only 5 minutes, Professor Lupin appeared. He was carrying a large, swaying crate. Needless to say, it contained the bog art they had brought from number 12 Grimwald Place. "Your new home welcomes you, my friend," Sherlock teased. "You've already brought me a present so quickly." Harry forced a smile. He hadn't felt anything when he agreed to learn how to deal with Dementors from Professor Lupin, but the thought of facing these terrifying creatures again made him nervous. Besides nervousness, there was also a faint sense of anticipation deep inside. Did seeing Dementors again mean he could hear his mother's voice again? Professor Lupin placed the crate on Professor Binns's lectern and explained to the two, "I brought it from Grimwald Place and it's been in my office. There's a cabinet under my desk, and it likes being there." Sherlock looked at the constantly swaying crate. Can we practice with it repeatedly? Of course, as long as you don't laugh at it. That's unlikely to happen. Then let's get started. Professor Lupin went straight to the point, drawing his wand and gesturing for Sherlock and Harry to do the same. Although I've mentioned it before, I must repeat it again before we begin. The spell I'm about to demonstrate and teach you is a very advanced form of magic, far beyond the owl level. It's called the Patronus Charm, the most powerful and oldest defensive spell, a classic example of defense against the dark arts. I've used it on the train and when Mr. Dumbledore faced the Dementors on the playground. If you successfully cast it, it will create a Patronus, which will act as a shield between you and the Dementors. You could say the Patronus is the bane of the Dementors. Hearing Professor Lupin say this, a picture flashed through Harry's mind, himself hiding behind a gigantic Sherlock, a strong sense of security filing him. He instinctively looked towards Sherlock, only to see his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he were deep in thought. Professor Lupin continued, a Patronus is a positive force, an external manifestation of what Dementors rely on for survival, hope, joy, and the will to live. Because it never feels despair like a real person, Dementors can't harm it. Because it can't feel despair, it can't be harmed. Exactly, Sherlock, but I must warn you, and Harry, you need to be prepared. This spell is far too advanced for you. Normally, you wouldn't encounter the spell until you pass your defense against the dark arts, owl, exams and reach the higher newts level. Even then, many adult wizards haven't mastered it, and only a very few can summon a fully formed Patronus with a Patronus charm. Seeing Lupin's solemn expression, Harry grew increasingly nervous. Sherlock chuckled. It's all right. We have plenty of time now. Yes, thank goodness you caught Peter, otherwise the Dementors would have been stationed at the school, and things would have become very troublesome. Professor Lupin glanced at Harry as he said this, making the latter a little embarrassed. His initial reason for learning this magic was to avoid being affected during Quidditch matches. What exactly does a Patronus look like? I noticed that Dumbledore seemed to have summoned a phoenix that day, but yours wasn't. Sharp observation, Sherlock. Professor Lupin couldn't help but praise. Because each Patronus is unique to the wizard who summoned it. Unique. Yes, unique. So until you successfully cast this spell, I don't know what your Patronus will look like. Now, I'll teach you the spell. You must concentrate all your thoughts on a particularly pleasant moment for the spell to take effect. For Sherlock, this was a very easy task. He always found solving puzzles very enjoyable. Harry, however, had a more troublesome time. Because he had spent most of his time with the Dursleys, his experiences there were obviously not a factor to consider. Although relations with the Dursleys had improved, it was far from pleasant. Feeling somewhat tense after Lupin's words, he racked his brains and finally recalled a pleasant moment, his first time riding a flying broomstick. The feeling of freedom, soaring through the air, and floating on air was undoubtedly exhilarating. I'm ready, Harry said. But after saying that, he felt something was off. Very good, the spell is Expecto Patronum. How do you know? Lupin looked at Sherlock in surprise. Did you hear Mr. Dumbledore casting it? He asked me the same question once. Sherlock smiled slightly. In fact, it's exactly what I heard when you were chasing away the Dementors on the train, sir. It was me. Lupin was taken aback, then sighed. Harry hadn't expected that his very first meeting with Sherlock would inadvertently reveal such crucial information. Very good, the spell is Patronus Charm. Let's begin. Harry, you go first. Okay, Patronus Charm. No, Patronus, sorry, Patronus Charm, Patronus Charm. Harry was so nervous that he mispronounced it several times. Even after giving the correct pronunciation, there was still no reaction. He looked at Lupin in confusion, wondering where things had gone wrong. Were you focusing your mind on that pleasant memory? Oh, yes, Harry suddenly realized, quickly forcing his thoughts back to the first time he rode his flying broomstick, and recited the spell again. This time, there was finally a reaction. Something shot out from the tip of his wand, looking like a wisp of silvery white gas. Did you see that? Harry exclaimed excitedly. Sherlock, did you see that? There's a reaction. There's a reaction. Very good. Lupin smiled at Sherlock. Then it's your turn. Sherlock was prepared. As soon as Lupin finished speaking, he recited the spell. A wisp of silvery white gas also shot out from the tip of his wand. Unlike Harry's, the gas from Sherlock's wand was much more solid, and one could even vaguely make out what appeared to be some kind of animal with limbs and a tail. Watching the silvery gas disappear, Sherlock mused, It looks like some kind of mammal. Lupin looked at Sherlock with some surprise. Very few people could achieve this level on their first attempt at casting the Patronus charm. This showed that Sherlock's inner strength was even greater than he had imagined. Very good, try a few more times. Sherlock and Harry then took out their wands and began to practice. Next, the chant of Pop-Tops of the Dark Arts echoed throughout the empty classroom. It was an obvious fact that both Sherlock and Harry possessed considerable talent in the methods of defense against the dark arts. After several practices, they were both able to cast the spell successfully on their first try. The summoned Patronus image became clearer and more solid, but this was only in comparison to their previous attempts. Summoning a truly complete Patronus was still beyond their reach. Like Sherlock, Harry's clearest Patronus also had limbs and a tail. However, it appeared smaller than Sherlock's. It looks like a medium-sized feline or canine, Sherlock said, reciting the spell again and summoning his Patronus. Compared to previous summons, the image was still somewhat blurry, but both Harry and Lupin could recognize what Sherlock's Patronus was this time: a lion. I thought it would be a hound. Sherlock tilted his head in confusion. But it's a lion. You are indeed a true Gryffindor. Watching the silver lion, whose outline was now clearly visible, disappear into a cloud of silver mist, Lupin said with some emotion, "No wonder everyone calls you the Lion King. It's truly deserved." He smiled, then turned to Harry. Harry's Patronus, however, is a bit of a surprise. Chapter 390 Lupin suspects Sherlock. Hearing Lupin express surprise at the form of his Patronus, Harry asked curiously, "Why? I thought your Patronus would be a deer like your father's or mother's, but it seems it's not. My mother's Patronus is a deer too." During winter break, Harry had learned from Sirius Black what his father's Patronus was: a stag with a pointed head, perfectly matching his nickname, Prongs, but he hadn't expected his mother's Patronus to be a deer as well. "Yes, James and Lily, your parents, their Patronus are a stag and a doe, respectively," Lupin said with considerable emotion. Stag and doe don't refer to specific breeds of deer. Simply put, it's a general term for male and female deer. Physically, male deer are slightly larger and have antlers, while female deer are slightly smaller and antlerless. Therefore, they are easily distinguishable. Hearing that his parents' Patronus were a stag and a doe, Harry was stunned. "Dad? Mom?" Sherlock also looked thoughtful. "All right, continuing this practice is pointless. Next, we'll practice on Dementors." Lupin put aside his memories of Harry's parents, his gaze becoming serious. "Casting spells in thin air is completely different from facing a real Dementor, and I think you both understand that perfectly well. When the surrounding environment is normal, recalling happy memories and successfully casting magic is very easy. But when you face a Dementor, it will suck away all the happiness around you. Coupled with a cold, damp environment, it's often difficult for you to recall happy memories, making it hard to successfully cast the Patronus charm." Seeing Sherlock and Harry nod, Lupin's gaze shifted between them before finally saying, "Harry, go first. The Boggart only transforms into a Dementor when it sees you. After Harry, Sherlock will take over." Harry naturally had no objections. Sherlock also thought the arrangement was reasonable. Even if Harry fainted like before, he could still practice with a Boggart. But since it was a Dementor transformed from a Boggart, wouldn't Harry faint again? At that moment, Lupin turned to Harry, looking into his green eyes, and asked, "Harry, are you ready?" "I'm ready." Harry nodded, gripping his wand tightly, and walked to the center of the empty classroom. He tried to focus only on his first flight, but he couldn't concentrate. Because as long as he faced the Dementor, he could hear his mother's voice. Professor Lupin's description of his mother's Patronus had intensified Harry's longing for her. Finally, he could hear his mother's voice again. But he immediately realized he shouldn't think like that. Even if he wanted to hear his mother's voice, it should be a gentle whisper, not her dying cries. Just then, Lupin grabbed the lid of the crate and flung it open. A Dementor slowly emerged from the crate. It was tall and imposing, clutching its cloak with a gleaming, mange-covered hand. Sherlock, watching from afar, frowned, his gaze sharpening. This Dementor, a Boggart in disguise, was practically identical to a real Dementor. The resemblance was one thing, as it was a Boggart's magical characteristic. But as its hooded face slowly turned towards Harry, the classroom lights flickered and went out. A damp, chilling aura then spread through the room. This was what surprised Sherlock. Could a Dementor created through Boggart transformation have such a profound impact on its surroundings? At this rate, Harry might actually faint. The Dementor had now fully emerged from the box. As if sensing Harry's fear, it accelerated towards him, emitting a low, wheezing breath. Simultaneously, Harry felt a bone-chilling cold envelop him. He immediately sensed something terrible was about to happen. Harry had long forgotten that the monster before him wasn't a Dementor, but a Boggart. He only knew that this was the closest he'd ever been to a Dementor. Neither on the train nor on the playground had he ever been this close. He reflexively waved his wand and shouted, "Palm-tops! Patronus! Patronus!" But before he could summon his Patronus, he saw the classroom and the Dementor slowly disappear, and he, as before, was once again plunged into a thick white fog. Hilarious! Seeing Harry slide to his knees with a thud, Lupin charged forward, yelling incantations. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. With a snap, the Dementor in front of Harry vanished, replaced by a full moon. Lupin first used his wand to shoo the Boggart into the cargo box, then, while relighting the lamp, anxiously said to Sherlock, "Sherlock, quickly check on Harry." Just like on the train last time, Sherlock crouched down to examine him carefully, then quickly stood up, same as last time, just too frightened, nothing serious. "I brought brandy." "No, I brought chocolate," Lupin said firmly. "Strong liquor isn't suitable for the upcoming training. It'll be better for Harry to eat some chocolate when he wakes up, okay?" Since Lupin insisted, Sherlock didn't object. However, he glanced at the other person and said quietly, "Professor, you seem a little anxious." Indeed," Lupin shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm not even as calm as you. It's truly shameful. Concern leads to confusion. It's human nature." "Not surprising." Sherlock's eyes revealed a hint of inquiry. "What I find more strange is that the Dementor transformed from a Boggart also possesses some of the characteristics of a Dementor. Just now, even I, as an observer, could feel my joy being stripped away, and also, the lights in the classroom went out. Well, at the moment the transformation was complete, we could actually treat the Boggart as a Dementor. However, it is ultimately not a real Dementor, so when I appeared in front of it, it immediately changed its appearance. I should thank you, Sherlock. It's all thanks to your idea of using a Boggart to replace a Dementor for practice, otherwise it would have been really difficult." "Nothing difficult, just have the Ministry of Magic send a Dementor to assist." "Is it that easy to just assist? Do you think the Ministry of Magic is your personal property?" Lupin was lucky he didn't say that, thus preserving his professorial image. Unexpectedly, Sherlock's next question nearly made him lose his composure. "So, can it also suck away people's souls?" Lupin stared at Sherlock in shock. "What did you say? You just said that at the moment the transformation was complete, the Boggart was a Dementor." Sherlock looked at the still shaking box, his gray eyes revealing a deeper inquisitiveness. Judging from its behavior when it first appeared, it was indeed no different from a real Dementor. "So does that mean it can also suck away people's souls through the so-called Dementor's kiss, just like a Dementor?" Lupin was silent for a long time before shaking his head. "You really stumped me, Sherlock. I've never thought about this question. In fact, very few people can turn a Boggart into a Dementor. I've only seen it happen with Harry. But I think it's already at its limit to simulate the coldness and despair brought by Dementors. The Dementor's kiss is the core ability of Dementors. I don't think it can do that." "Probably. Then a question has been raised, Professor," Sherlock said calmly. "To what extent is the Boggart's transformation perfect? It simulates the Dementor's coldness, despair, even the core qualities stripped of joy. So, does it truly perfectly simulate the Dementor's core power, their fundamental purpose, the ability to devour souls through a kiss?" Professor Lupin's facial muscles tensed instantly. His usually gentle eyes became wary, fixed on Sherlock, and he asked incredulously, "Sherlock, what do you mean by asking this? You're not thinking of using Harry for experiments, are you?" The air seemed to freeze. The classroom lights, which had just been turned back on, seemed unstable due to Lupin's tension, casting flickering, ominous shadows on the crates. Harry lay unconscious on the floor, still not awakened from his coma. "Absolutely not," Lupin's voice was resolute. "Harry's not an experiment. How could you possibly think of using his soul to test your conjecture? Sherlock, I'd rather you were just joking. This idea itself is as dangerous as dark magic." It's no wonder Lupin thought this way. Sherlock's words were logically calm and clear, devoid of any emotional coloring, leaving only naked inquiry. In this suffocating standoff, a crack finally appeared in the calm mask on Sherlock's face. He slightly raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile curving upwards. A short, soft chuckle escaped his lips, breaking the frozen air. "Relax, Professor, you're about to snap." Lupin froze, momentarily stunned. But he remained wary of Sherlock, as if he hadn't understood what he was saying. "Professor, I never knew you could have such a leap in thought. Life and soul are never experimental subjects to be manipulated in a cauldron." And Sherlock shrugged, his gaze naturally sliding from Lupin's tense face to the unconscious Harry. Lupin noticed a genuine, gentle concern instantly mingling with that relaxed expression. He was all too familiar with that look. It was the same look he'd seen when he looked at James and Sirius. "I would never put my friend in danger." Lupin was a little bewildered by Sherlock's sudden relaxed attitude and clear stance, his expression turning to confusion. "Then why did you ask the Boggart so seriously earlier if he could?" "That was just pure academic curiosity. I pressed the Boggart on the limits of its simulation ability simply because I was shocked by how deeply it replicated the characteristics of Dementors. It is indeed worthwhile for me to understand its mechanisms more deeply, but the premise of all investigation is that no one should be placed in uncontrollable risk." Sherlock shook his head helplessly. "Remember what I said about being overly concerned leading to confusion? You were too hasty in your actions. The moment you saw Harry fall, you immediately rushed forward to stop him, forgetting that Harry wasn't the only one learning magic from you today." This time, Lupin finally understood what Sherlock meant. His tense nerves completely relaxed, and thinking back to his reckless actions, he felt embarrassed, and the doubts in his heart vanished. "Sorry, Sherlock." Lupin's voice was apologetic as he scratched his head sheepishly. "I was too impulsive." "You're right. I completely forgot about it." But then again, even though the person standing before him was just a 14-year-old boy, he had genuinely believed Sherlock had such thoughts. The oppressive aura emanating from Sherlock was so strong that even now, thinking back, he found it hard to believe. Seeing Lupin's embarrassed yet relieved expression, Sherlock's smile deepened, his ease returning. "Professor, have some confidence in yourself, okay? I'm just a 14-year-old boy. Even if I really wanted to do something, you could stop me instantly." "Sherlock, I'm not Fudge. I've never treated you like an ordinary boy," Lupin said earnestly. Sherlock smiled slightly, his gaze returning to the floor. "Harry's awake." Upon hearing this, Lupin immediately bent down and softly called Harry's name. A white mist enveloped Harry's consciousness. Large, blurry figures moved around him, and a man's voice shouted anxiously, "Lily, take Harry and get out of here. It's him. Run. Run. I'll hold him off." Someone stumbled out of the room, a door flung open, followed by a piercing, maniacal laugh. "Get out of the way, get out of the way, you stupid woman. Don't touch Harry. Don't touch Harry. Please, I'll do anything, Harry, Harry." When he heard someone calling his name repeatedly, the white mist cleared, and Harry snapped awake. He was lying on his back on the floor, and the classroom lights were back on. He knew what had just happened without asking. "Here you go." Lupin quickly handed him a piece of chocolate. "Eat this first, then we'll try again. I didn't expect you to succeed on your first try. Frankly, I'd be amazed if you actually did." Harry took the chocolate from Lupin but didn't eat it immediately. Cold sweat streamed down his face, mingling with his tears. "This time I heard my mother's voice louder, and Voldemort, and I heard my father's voice, the first time I'd ever heard him. He was trying to hold Voldemort back so my mother would have time to escape," Harry murmured. At this moment, tears streamed down his face. Chapter 391 Sherlock's Greatest Fear. Harry buried his face as low as he could, almost touching his knees. He secretly wiped away his tears with his robes. He could feel Lupin's gaze on him. And Sherlock's all-seeing grey eyes were also fixed on him. This made his cheeks burn, a mixture of shame and stubbornness. Only then did Lupin notice that Harry's face wasn't just covered in sweat, but also tears. His face paled even more than usual, and he couldn't help but say, "Harry, if you don't want to continue, I completely understand." "No, I want to continue." Harry suddenly raised his head, his green eyes still misty, yet surprisingly bright. "I want to try again. It must be because what I was thinking about wasn't pleasant enough." But, looking at Harry's stubborn gaze, Lupin hesitated. "Let's try again," Sherlock suddenly said. "Trust Harry," Harry quickly added. "Yes, Professor, please believe me." "All right then." Lupin finally relented, but his tone still held hesitation. "You might need to choose another memory, I mean a pleasant one, and focus your attention on it. The last one didn't seem strong enough." He paused, his gaze becoming complex. As if suddenly remembering something, Lupin asked hesitantly, You just heard James's voice?" "Yes," Harry nodded, his tone lighter. He knew Lupin was his father's best friend, like Sirius Black. So he spoke without reservation, recounting everything he had heard while unconscious. After listening, Lupin's lips pressed into a straight line, his face even more somber than before. He turned away from Harry, his shoulders slumping slightly. Sherlock, on the other hand, wore a thoughtful expression. Harry had faced the Dementors several times, hearing fragmented scenes. 2 years ago, Voldemort possessed Quirrell and spoke to Harry in the room of the Philosopher's Stone. Sherlock combined these two accounts, separating the truth from the falsehood, and deduced the events of that night. Voldemort learned James and Lily's whereabouts from the traitor Peter and single-handedly stormed Godric's Hollow. Because they trusted Peter so much, in retrospect, James and Lily, like Sirius and Lupin, never imagined he would betray them. The couple was likely completely unprepared when Voldemort broke down the door, perhaps simply comforting their child as usual. James knew very well that facing the Dark Lord, who was virtually invincible at the time, he was utterly futile. Even so, he rushed forward immediately, shielding his wife and child. He tried to hold off Voldemort, buying time for his family to escape. The result was that he was killed by the killing curse in an instant, offering almost no real resistance. In light of this, Sherlock made a deeper deduction. In the heat of the moment, James might not have even had time to grab his wand before rushing forward. His only weapon was his instinct and courage as a father and husband. After killing James, Voldemort turned his attention back to Harry. At this point, Lily stood in front of her son, pleading with Voldemort to spare her child, even at the cost of her own life. Voldemort, of course, refused. His target from the beginning was Harry. The boy prophesied to defeat him. Both James and Lily were merely obstacles to be eliminated incidentally in this killing spree for Harry. So, after a brief entanglement with Lily, he impatiently cast the killing curse on her again. However, when he cast the third killing curse that night on the infant Harry, it was reflected by an ancient protective spell cast by Lily at the cost of her life and maternal love. The green light only left a scar on Harry's forehead. Voldemort, struck by his own killing curse, was instantly annihilated and fled. He only managed to reappear at Hogwarts 2 years ago, possessing Quirrell's head, attempting to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. But in Sherlock's eyes, by then he was utterly brain-dead and utterly useless, a far cry from his former fearsome aura. Quirrell, whom he chose, was no better. Not only was he already outmaneuvered by Dumbledore, but like his master, he was a self-important clown. Ultimately, the master and servant duo predictably failed. So, the question arises, Voldemort killed James without hesitation upon first meeting him, yet hesitated to kill Lily after she delayed. This seemingly insignificant detail reveals a crucial flaw in Sherlock's analysis. A man like Voldemort would never show mercy to a woman. So why did Voldemort kill James so easily, but hesitate when facing Lily? Could it be that, like some psychopaths, he simply enjoys hearing his victims kneel before him and beg for mercy? Sherlock quickly dismissed this thought. It didn't fit Voldemort's extremely arrogant and impatient nature. Judging from the last fragments of his mother's voice that Harry caught, it seemed more like Voldemort originally intended to spare Lily, but because Lily refused to give up protecting Harry and always stood in front of him, he lost his patience and ultimately killed her. If that were the case, Sherlock's eyes deepened. Just then, Lupin's words interrupted his thoughts. "Sherlock, why don't you go first this time?" Sherlock had considered this matter for a long time, but in reality, it had only taken a fleeting moment. Seeing Lupin looking at him, Sherlock pulled himself together and nodded. No problem, he would temporarily store this question in his memory, to be investigated later when new clues were discovered. Lupin turned around again. "Harry, have you thought of any more enjoyable memories?" "Yes, but when Bogart faces Sherlock, he shouldn't turn into a Dementor, right? Is it okay to let him go first?" Harry asked worriedly, biting into his chocolate. Sherlock smiled slightly. "It's all right. I've always wanted to see what I'm most afraid of. After I deal with Bogart, you can take over, just like in Defense Against the Dark Arts class." Harry nodded, about to speak, when Sherlock continued, "When you pass out, I'll treat him like a Dementor." Harry, Lupin, to be honest, Sherlock is great in every way, except for that mouth. It's sharper than his own teeth when he's a werewolf. Lupin gently shook his head and gestured for Harry to step back. Harry immediately retreated to the edge of the classroom, his eyes fixed on the box containing bog art, looking even more nervous than when he faced a Dementor himself. When Sherlock reached the center of the classroom, Lupin placed his hand on top of the box and asked, "Ready?" His voice held a hint of barely perceptible curiosity. After all, no one knew what a genius like Sherlock feared most. Seeing Sherlock nod, Lupin abruptly lifted the lid. Just like when the Dementors appeared last time, a blurry figure emerged from the box. It was an old oak wheelchair, its armrests worn smooth, its seat covered with faded velvet cushions. A person sat in the wheelchair. The next moment, Harry's glasses slid down to his nose with a snap. And Lupin gasped. Because sitting in the wheelchair was none other than Sherlock Holmes himself. Only this Sherlock was much older, unbelievably aged and decayed. His silver-gray hair, no, to be precise, dry, gray-white hair, was disheveled like withered winter grass plastered to his scalp. His once sharp, hawk-like eyes were now clouded with a murky white film, staring blankly ahead like dusty glass beads, oblivious to everything around him. That face, once capable of conveying 1,000 emotions through subtle expressions, was now nothing but loose skin, etched with lifeless wrinkles, as if time had drained all its vitality. What made Harry and Lupin most uneasy was that a glistening trickle of saliva clung to the corner of old Sherlock's mouth, slowly dripping onto his robe, leaving a small damp patch. The robe was stained, its collar askew and open. His hands, once capable of playing exquisite violin pieces, precisely concocting potions, and wielding fists and wands, now hung limply at his sides, fingers slightly curled like withered twigs. A few crumpled sheets of paper lay scattered on his knees, their edges yellowed and brittle. Harry and Lupin couldn't make out what was written on them, yet a strange tightness gripped their hearts. Sherlock recognized it at a glance. It was his own notebook filled with countless deductions and chemical formulas. Those precious intellectual treasures he had once cherished were now worthless. Harry and Lupin were utterly stunned. They stood frozen, speechless, as if petrified. The scene before them was eerily quiet, more suffocating than any screaming, monstrous monster. They could even smell the stale odor of disinfectant and decay in human flesh. It was no exaggeration to say that this scene was no less terrifying than the Dementors had just instilled in Harry. Was this the scene Sherlock feared most? A version of himself, his life hanging by a thread? Was death his greatest fear? Sherlock didn't think so. He quietly gazed at his elderly self in the wheelchair, his gray eyes devoid of fear, only displaying an almost detached scrutiny, as if staring at a toad specimen on a dissection table. Alzheimer's? Vascular degeneration? Or, a complete blank. At this moment, his brain was like an overloaded machine, flashing through countless cold medical terms, deconstructing the scene before him. Sherlock, Harry finally couldn't help but speak, trembling, but Lupin gently pressed his shoulder. Lupin's palm was burning hot. He had vaguely understood that the scene before him didn't mean that Sherlock's greatest fear was death. For Sherlock, this was a terror heavier than death, the collapse of his mind, the complete annihilation of his self. Sherlock naturally understood what the scene before him represented. Early-stage cognitive impairment of Alzheimer's disease, late-stage limb apraxia due to vascular cognitive degeneration, frontal lobe dementia combined with severe aphasia and executive dysfunction. Complete loss of the ability to think independently, the loss of subjective meaning in life. I see, Sherlock nodded slowly, a clear understanding flashing in his gray eyes. This was not just aging, it was the soul being emptied out, leaving only a physical shell waiting to decay in ignorance. For him, this was indeed a far more chilling outcome than any sword, spell, or death. Death was the end, decay was the slow, agonizing torture. To strip him of his prized weapon, the invincible sword of reason and insight, would be to obliterate the core value of his existence. Just then, the elderly Sherlock in his wheelchair suddenly grinned. Saliva slid down his chin, emitting a hollow, incoherent groan. His cloudy eyes seemed to move, sweeping meaningfully across Sherlock's face. But he froze. Because Sherlock laughed. His smile was faint, for a loud laugh would make the bog art vanish. Speaking of which, I'm a little curious. He tilted his head, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Why didn't you revert to the state you were in after receiving the Dementor's kiss? In that state, I also lost my soul. He paused, his gaze falling on the crumpled notebooks on his lap, then suddenly realized, oh, right, in that state, the body was still healthy. What I fear is the dual decay of body and mind. Sherlock spoke as if to himself, The mirror of Aries showed me what I most desired, and the Boggart showed me what I most feared. The magical world is truly fascinating." Before he finished speaking, he raised his wand and flicked his wrist lightly. "Hilarious. Hilarious." With a soft snap, the dying old Sherlock in the chair instantly transformed. A soft sound accompanied by billowing smoke, and the withered image in the wheelchair, like sand art scattered by a strong wind, quickly reformed into a completely different silhouette. Where the smoke dissipated, the scratched oak wheelchair had transformed into a dark sofa. The aged Sherlock Holmes had vanished, replaced by a young man in his 20s. Though lounging lazily on the sofa, his spine was ramrod straight, his posture upright as a pine tree. He wore a fitted black overcoat and a deerstalker hat. His right hand held an ebony cane, its tip firmly planted on the ground, while his left hand held a briar pipe, a thin layer of grayish-white ash clinging to the bowl, wisps of smoke curling around his fingertips. Beneath the brim, his sharp, hawk-like gray eyes pierced the smoke, their all-knowing calm and timeless wisdom slowly sweeping across the room. When his gaze fell upon Sherlock, a faint smile flickered in his eyes. Harry and Lupin were stunned once more. Another Sherlock Holmes. What was going on? Why did the elderly Sherlock transform into a younger version of himself after casting the spell specifically designed to counter the Boggart? Shouldn't this spell have transformed the Boggart into what he considered the happiest form? Was this what Sherlock considered the happiest form? Rejuvenation? But what shocked them even more was yet to come. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 to Sherlock Holmes. Compared to the frail, listless old Sherlock, the young and healthy version of Sherlock was full of energy. Under the gaze of Sherlock, Harry, and Lupin, he suddenly chuckled. Is this a possible sample of future degeneration? His pipe twirled gracefully between his fingers, and his voice, unlike the current Sherlock's, carried a metallic, penetrating quality. He spoke. He actually spoke. Harry stared at him in shock. What was going on? This was getting increasingly bizarre. Lupin was slightly better off than Harry, but he was equally surprised by what he was seeing. The young Sherlock continued his monologue. Look, this is a classic case of synaptic redundancy. Dendritic spikes exhibit irregular alternations of proliferation and atrophy, decreased neurotransmitter transmission efficiency in the synaptic cleft, and a systemic collapse of the logical center. Prefrontal cortex neurons are apoptotic at a rate exceeding normal metabolic rates. Focal necrosis is observed in the temporal lobe language center, and diffuse demyelination is seen in the parietal lobe's spatial reasoning circuits. Interesting indeed, but utterly worthless. Harry and Lupin stared in astonishment at the scene before them. The real Sherlock stood in the center of the classroom, his gray eyes gleaming with inquisitive light. The adult Sherlock, transformed from Boggart, reclined languidly on the sofa, his pipe still emitting wisps of smoke. The two Sherlocks side by side created a bizarre and wondrous image, leaving them speechless and only able to stare blankly. Sherlock himself gazed at the phantom smoke rising from his pipe, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. Utterly worthless? When you say worthless, do you mean the possibility of this decline itself, or your perception of it? Never mind, you don't need to answer, because fate is in my own hands. My future can only be defined by myself. So, he suppressed a laugh, flicked his wand to disperse the faint smoke, and turned to the side. Your turn, Harry. With that, he stepped aside. The young Sherlock didn't answer, but his face beamed with a smile. All right. Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry snapped out of his shock at the two Sherlocks. Seeing Sherlock step back, he understood what he should do, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. The adult Sherlock Holmes, wearing a deerstalker hat, holding a pipe in one hand and a cane in the other, vanished with a smile. In its place appeared a sinister, terrifying tormentors. Almost instantly, the lights flickered twice and then went out, plunging the classroom back into cold darkness. Palm tops poof, Harry mustered his courage and shouted. He raised his wand, repeatedly chanting the spell, palm tops. Patronus. This time, the scream in Harry's mind returned. But unlike before, this time the sound wasn't clear. It sounded like it was coming from a radio that wasn't tuned properly. It rose and fell. Harry's vision wasn't shrouded in white mist like before, He remained conscious and could still see the Dementors. A huge silver shadow shot out from the tip of his wand, hovering between him and the Dementors. The Dementors immediately stopped in front of him. At that moment, Harry felt his legs go weak. But he stood. Although he wasn't sure how long he could stand, he stood, he didn't faint. This feeling reminded him of the public trial last time. Back then, he had only been an observer, not facing the Dementors directly, and it felt similar to today. Hilarious. Lupin was about to speak when he suddenly realized something and quickly turned to Sherlock. Sherlock, are you coming? Of course. Sherlock smiled slightly and stepped forward. Patriot. As Sherlock chanted the patronus charm, a huge silver shadow appeared at the tip of his wand. Compared to Harry's blurry image, Sherlock's patronus was much clearer, a lion. With a snap, Harry's indistinct patronus vanished along with the Dementor. The aged, wheelchair-bound Sherlock reappeared. Sherlock frowned. The patronus summoned by the patronus charm was clearly ineffective against the Boggart, so he raised his wand again. Hilarious. With a soft snap, the adult Sherlock reappeared. Surprisingly, he calmly exhaled a smooth smoke ring and spoke clearly. How long are you planning to play? Professor Lupin felt a chill run down his spine. Sherlock and Harry, these two young wizards were simply freaks. Harry's ability to turn the Boggart into a Dementor was already unbelievable enough, but at least it could be explained by his greatest fear being fear itself. But what was going on with Sherlock? What terrified him was that, having lost his ability to think, the use of the humorous spell had somehow reverted him to a thinking, adult version of himself. As a werewolf by blood, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, a warrior who had participated in the Wizarding Wars and was always on the front lines against Voldemort, Professor Lupin was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran, having seen it all. But he had never encountered anything like this before. Humorous. Seeing Sherlock tilting his head, seemingly still deep in thought, Lupin rushed forward. The Boggart instantly transformed back into a silver sphere. He used his wand to coax it into the box, and Lupin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and strode over to Harry. Excellent, Harry. You're finally showing improvement. Then he looked at Sherlock. You too, Sherlock. You two are the most talented wizards I know. To have reached this level on your first practice, he was also the strangest wizard he knew. Lupin silently added in his mind. Shall we try again? From the moment Sherlock stepped forward, Harry had slumped into his chair. Even now, he still felt exhausted, as if he had just run a mile, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Not now. Seeing Harry's state, Lupin said firmly, that's enough for one night of practice. Here, he handed Sherlock the prepared chocolate again. Eat it, or Madame Pomfrey will come after me. All right. Harry looked at Professor Lupin's resolute eyes and knew he couldn't reason with him. He took a bite of the chocolate, and that familiar feeling quickly returned, warming his limbs instantly. Lupin relit the lamp that had gone out after the Dementors disappeared, then hesitated before looking at Sherlock. Sherlock, would you like one? No, thank you. Sherlock smiled slightly, took out a flat bottle of brandy from his pocket, and took a small sip. I still prefer this. Lupin nodded. Sherlock was less affected by the Dementors than Harry. Furthermore, by practicing with Boggarts, Sherlock had never been able to face the Dementors directly. Seeing Sherlock take only a small sip of the liquor before putting it away, Lupin didn't say anything more. So, shall we go at the same time next week? No problem. You two should rest a little longer before leaving, it's getting late. Both nodded. While waiting for Harry to recover, Sherlock chatted with Professor Lupin. He asked seemingly casually, about 20 more days, right? Lupin was taken aback at first, then realized what Sherlock was talking about, and nodded with a wry smile. Yes, once a month, that's my destiny. Would you mind telling me what happened? How exactly did you become a werewolf? Degree. Lupin looked at Sherlock in surprise. He hadn't expected this little boy to ask such a question so casually. Harry, standing to the side, could only smile wryly. This was Sherlock, always saying what he thought. What, is it inconvenient, Lupin? He took a deep breath. Not really, since you're willing to listen, I'll tell you. Remus John Lupin was a half-blood wizard. His father, Lyle Lupin, was an extremely intelligent man who, by the age of 30, had become a renowned authority on non-human paranormal phenomena in the wizarding world. During a research trip to the Welsh forests, Lyle met his future wife, a beautiful muggle girl named Hope Howell. Shortly after this romantic encounter, the two married, and Hope naturally learned of the existence of magic from Lyle. The couple were deeply in love, and the following year, they had Remus Lupin. Unsurprisingly, Remus Lupin displayed magical talent at a very young age. Therefore, both parents believed he would definitely attend Hogwarts. When Remus Lupin was 4 years old, dark magic activities in Britain were becoming increasingly rampant. Although the truth behind the growing number of attacks and sightings remained largely unknown, in retrospect, Voldemort's rise was brewing at that time. It was against this backdrop that the Death Eaters, followers of Voldemort, gathered together, recruiting various dark magical creatures to fight against the existing magical system. In response, the Ministry of Magic summoned numerous experts in dark magical creatures to assist in clarifying and containing this crisis, and many were invited to join the Department of Magical Creatures Control. Lyle Lupin was one of them. However, he never imagined that his actions would destroy his family, especially bringing utter tragedy to young Remus. During one of his assignments, Lyle encountered a suspect named Fenrir Greyback at the Ministry of Magic. He had been summoned to the ministry for questioning because of the deaths of 2 Muggle children. Fenrir Greyback was filthy and claimed to be a homeless man who knew nothing about wizards or Muggles. He even admitted to being terrified when wizards demonstrated magic in front of him and when he heard the news of the 2 children's deaths. The Ministry of Magic lacked someone as adept at observation and reasoning as Sherlock, and the interrogation committee staff, already overworked, and finding no one on Fenrir Greyback, readily believed his lies. However, Lyle Lupin spotted a blind spot. He noticed Fenrir Greyback's physical and behavioral characteristics, leading him to a bold hypothesis: Fenrir Greyback was highly likely a werewolf. Therefore, he told the committee members that Greyback should be detained until the next full moon, and released only after confirming he showed no abnormalities. This suggestion seemed perfectly reasonable. When a professional raises doubts, it should be taken seriously. The next full moon was in 24 hours, making verification extremely easy. However, Lupin was mercilessly ridiculed by his committee colleagues. Greyback himself sat quietly, saying nothing. Under these circumstances, the usually mild-mannered Lupin was unusually furious. He loudly accused the committee members of being irresponsible, calling werewolves soulless, evil, and deserving only of death, his words revealing his undisguised contempt and anger towards them. This angered the interrogation committee, who immediately ordered Lyle to leave. The committee chairman even personally apologized to Fenrir Greyback, who had been mistaken for a vagrant, and released him. According to protocol, the wizard escorting Greyback was supposed to cast a forgetting spell on him. However, Lyle's judgment was correct. Fenrir Greyback was indeed a werewolf. Before the wizard could even cast the forgetting spell, he was subdued by Greyback's 2 accomplices. The 3 werewolves escaped. Hearing this, Harry had a vague idea of what was going to happen next and slammed his fist on the table in anger. The Ministry of Magic is a bunch of good-for-nothings. All these years, they've remained unchanged. Professor Lupin shook his head with a wry smile and continued, "Neither my father nor I know what happened next. But I suspect Fenrir Greyback must have told his associates about my father's attitude towards werewolves, otherwise, their retaliation wouldn't have been so swift and terrible." One day, just before Remus Lupin's 5th birthday, he was fast asleep in bed when Fenrir Greyback suddenly burst in, smashing open the window and attacking him. Fortunately, Lyle arrived in time, using powerful magic to repel Greyback and save his son's life. Unfortunately, it was too late. 5-year-old Lupin was bitten by Greyback and from then on became the soulless, evil, and deadly werewolf that Lyle described. This was Greyback's revenge on Lyle. "You hate werewolves the most, thinking they deserve to die? Well, I'll turn your son into a werewolf and see if you'll let him die too." One can imagine how much regret Lyle felt. He had merely repeated the common view of werewolves held by those around him, yet he suffered such a devastating fate. Even now, he couldn't forgive himself for what he'd said in front of Greyback during the interrogation. The other committee members were unharmed. Even the wizard who escorted Greyback away was alright. Only his son, 5-year-old Remus Lupin, would henceforth lose his mind during the full moon, suffer an extremely painful transformation, and pose a threat to those around him. That's how it happened. Professor Lupin sighed deeply. Harry was speechless with surprise. Sherlock, after a moment of hesitation, asked, "Your mother must have told you all this, right? How did you know?" Lupin looked at Sherlock in astonishment. He hadn't mentioned that. Chapter 393. He grew up drinking truth serum. There's a difference between experiencing something firsthand and hearing it through someone else. The method is simple, but telling you step by step wouldn't be helpful. So, from your description, I can tell that your father didn't tell you directly, but rather he told a third party, who then relayed it to you. You just mentioned you're an only child, so this third party, trusted by both your father and you, can only be your mother. Professor Lupin looked at Sherlock, speechless with surprise. Furthermore, based on your description of your father, given his personality, he wouldn't tell you the truth. He's afraid you'd blame him, so it's obvious he told your mother, who then relayed it to you. Sherlock, you're absolutely right. My mother told me all of this. Professor Lupin sighed deeply. He hadn't expected Sherlock to even deduce his father's psychological reaction. Since Remus Lupin became a werewolf, Lyle had been searching tirelessly for a cure. Neither potions nor spells could subdue the werewolf. From then on, Lupin's family made concealing their son's illness their top priority. They moved from village to town, then from town to another village. Because if they stayed in one place for too long, the local wizards would notice that the child would become unusually haggard around the full moon, not to mention his monthly disappearances. Under these circumstances, Remus was forbidden by his parents from playing with other children his age, lest he accidentally let it slip. Because people's view of werewolves was just as Lyle had said years ago, they only deserved to die. So whenever Remus's strange behavior began to spread, they would immediately move. Controlling a young werewolf's transformation wasn't difficult, but as Remus grew older, a locked house and a silencing spell were no longer enough. In his werewolf form, he had enough power to break down doors and smash windows. To control a Remus, they needed more powerful spells. This also caused Lupin and his wife to lose faith in the future. Their hopes that he would definitely go to Hogwarts were dashed. How could any school accept a werewolf? But to their surprise, shortly after Lupin's 11th birthday, Dumbledore, then headmaster of Hogwarts, personally visited them. Dumbledore told Lupin and his wife that since his name was on the admissions list, young Remus should attend Hogwarts. Of course, given Remus Lupin's special circumstances, he made careful arrangements. First, Lupin's true identity would not be revealed. This was the fundamental premise for everything to proceed smoothly. Second, he would arrange for Lupin to go to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade every month to spend his days transforming into a werewolf. Lupin and his wife were naturally extremely grateful and overjoyed. Dumbledore's arrival could be said to have changed their family's fate. After Remus successfully enrolled, Dumbledore even had a whomping willow planted to conceal the entrance to the passage from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. The sounds Remus made during his transformations were mistaken for ghost stories, and Dumbledore further fueled the rumors. This scheme worked so well that years later, when Hermione heard they could go to Hogsmeade, her first thought was of the Shrieking Shack, the most haunted place in all England. Remus studied diligently at school, made friends, and, excelling academically, was elected prefect in his 5th year. Ultimately, Remus and his friends graduated from Hogwarts. Harry anxiously looked at Professor Lupin, wanting him to tell more about his time at school and his father. Unfortunately, Lupin seemed to deliberately avoid these topics. Not only did he not describe his school life in detail, but when he reached this point, the conversation abruptly shifted to many years later. I'm very grateful to Albus. He personally came to my door when I was 11 and got me into Hogwarts. Just last year, he found me again and changed my life once more. I never imagined that a werewolf could not only study at Hogwarts but also become a professor of defense against the dark arts. Even so, the thought of having to transform in the Shrieking Shack every month still makes me hesitate. Obviously, the reason he dispelled your doubts must have been the Wolfsbane potion, right? Sherlock chuckled. By becoming Professor Snape's colleague, you can obtain this precious potion, made from expensive ingredients and brewed only by potions masters. Drinking it on the eve of the full moon will allow you to remain sane, quietly staying in your office without harming anyone else. Yes, so I'm also grateful to Severus, even though I know he didn't want to do it. These things are judged by actions, not intentions. You should indeed thank him, but Sherlock suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of which, Professor Hagrid probably doesn't know you're a werewolf, right? Yes, Albus did tell me that he couldn't know about this. Hearing Sherlock mention this, Professor Lupin's expression became somewhat puzzled. I've always found it strange that Albus went to great lengths to convince some faculty members that I was reliable. And he told me more than once, I can entrust my life to Rubeus Hagrid, yet, Rubeus is conspicuously absent from the faculty who know my identity. Harry, standing beside him, struggled to suppress a laugh. because both he and Sherlock understood the reason perfectly well. Sherlock chuckled softly, a wise decision, because Hagrid grew up drinking truth potion. What? Lupin looked at Sherlock in surprise. What did you say? Once Hagrid knows something, it means the entire wizarding world knows it, unless you don't give him a chance to speak. Lupin. After Sherlock's explanation, Lupin finally understood what Hagrid grew up drinking truth potion meant. He couldn't keep secrets. He also understood why Dumbledore let almost all the faculty members know his identity, but deliberately bypassed Hagrid, the person he could entrust his life to. However, even if our dear Professor Hagrid didn't say anything, this isn't a long-term solution, Sherlock said, resting his chin on his hands and leaning back slightly in his chair. Professor Lupin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, has a few days every month when he's not feeling well. If you were a woman, you could at least find an excuse, but you're a man, Lupin. But Professor Snape shouldn't be targeting Professor Lupin anymore, right? Harry, now fully recovered, joined Sherlock and Lupin's conversation. As long as he doesn't deliberately assign werewolf-related topics, you're right, Harry. Since Peter Pettigrew's trial, Professor Snape is indeed unlikely to target Professor Lupin anymore, but don't underestimate everyone else. Sherlock gently shook his head. Don't forget, our Professor Lupin doesn't just teach lower and middle year students. This is only the second term. Even if the students in this school are slow to notice, by next term, someone will definitely discover the pattern. The upperclassmen, if they pay a little attention, will eventually realize that the professor's absences always coincide with a full moon. Using a bit more imagination, figuring this out is as simple as child's play. In fact, the fact that only Hermione has discovered this so far is already surprising enough. How could this be? Seeing Harry's dejected expression, Professor Lupin, the person involved, laughed instead. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Being able to witness Sirius Black's exoneration and Peter's arrest has been exciting enough for me this year. Well, now that Harry has recovered, you'd better leave, it's getting late. Lupin gave them the hint to leave, and Harry could only leave the classroom with Sherlock. The two walked down the corridor, and when they reached the Gryffindor Tower, they unsurprisingly saw Neville. Although Peter Pettigrew had been executed, Professor McGonagall still kept her word and forbade Neville from going to Hogsmeade after the start of the school year. She put him in solitary confinement for a whole week and forbade anyone to tell him the password to enter the tower. Poor Neville could only wait outside the common room every night, hoping someone would let him in. Great. I thought no one else would come this late. Neville cheered when he saw Sherlock and Harry appear, and immediately ran over. Sherlock smiled without saying a word, while Harry looked at the pitiful Neville with some sympathy. Well, a couple of days ago he had disobeyed Professor McGonagall's orders and secretly told Neville the password. But it was no use, Neville had forgotten it again. He didn't dare write the password down on a piece of paper again, so this was the only way. Sherlock, can we not go back to the dormitory yet? I have something I want to talk to you about. After Neville yawned and returned to the dormitory first, Harry stopped and said hesitantly. Sherlock looked at the somewhat nervous Harry and smiled slightly. Okay. The common room was empty. The two sat down by the fireplace, and Harry hesitated for a long time before speaking. Sherlock, maybe I shouldn't have spoken. He regretted joining the conversation. He felt that Lupin had found the topic of not being able to stay at the school difficult to accept, which was why he had asked them to leave. But I really don't want Professor Lupin to leave. He's our best defense against the dark arts teacher, Harry said eagerly. I feel the same way, dear Harry. Sherlock smiled slightly. However, it seems that the curse left by Voldemort hasn't disappeared. Hearing Sherlock mention it, Harry immediately remembered the rumor. Ever since Dumbledore refused Voldemort's offer to return to the school as defense against the dark arts teacher, no one had ever been able to stay in that position for more than a year. But wasn't the curse broken? Headmaster Dumbledore said that Voldemort was essentially the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts last year. If you remember that, you should also remember the second half. It was just a guess. As things stand, if Professor Lupin's identity is discovered, he definitely won't be able to stay, which means the curse hasn't been broken yet. Why is this happening? Harry's eyes suddenly lost their sparkle. He slumped back into his chair, muttering, "Damn it. That wretched Voldemort." He'd added another heavy chapter to his grudge. Sherlock, seeing his friend's dejected state, chuckled. Harry, anything is possible. In fact, I think the curse can still be broken this year. You have a way. Harry snapped out of his daze, sitting up abruptly. That's right, this is Sherlock Holmes. He can uncover a truth sealed for 12 years, solving Professor Lupin's problem should be a piece of cake. Sherlock nodded slightly. This is just a preliminary idea, it's too early to call it a solution. Excellent. You never fail at anything you set your mind to, my dear Harry. Your trust in me makes me a little ashamed. Because, based on what you know, I failed twice. Once in Mr. Abbott's theft of his documents, and once in the Greek interpreter's case, but those had nothing to do with you. You cleared Mr. Abbott's name and saved the interpreter. No, Harry. While I always enjoy solving puzzles, my ultimate goal is to bring criminals to justice. Whether it's White Black escaping from the Ministry of Magic or John Smith using an alias, I haven't succeeded until they're arrested. Well, but that's nothing compared to your many victories. Indeed, generally speaking, I would say I've succeeded. Then, I hope you succeed in Professor Lupin's matter as well. Sherlock smiled again. He looked at Harry's anxious expression and slowly said, I will do my best, but compared to Professor Lupin, I think there is something more important. What is it? Your business? My business? Harry looked at Sherlock in surprise. What could be wrong with me? I'm perfectly fine. Sherlock's eyes suddenly sharpened. Really perfectly fine. Chapter 394. Where's my Sherlock? No one knows you better than me, my dear Harry. From the time you can remember, it's probably only during those encounters with Dementors that you've heard your parents' voices, right? So you still yearn to hear them, which is why you didn't put your full strength into the Patronus charm. In the Gryffindor common room, upon hearing Sherlock's words, Harry abruptly stood up. He clenched his fists, staring at Sherlock in shock. He'd been seen through again? Strange, why did I say again? Don't look at me like that. Sherlock rested his chin on his hands, leaning back slightly, and said bluntly, you should know very well that seeing through this is easy for me. Perhaps you only have this thought subconsciously, without even realizing it yourself. But I must point out that if you continue like this, even if it's just a vague expectation of hearing your parents' voices again, you'll never create a proper Patronus. Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry slumped back down. He fell silent. He could fool his friends, but he couldn't fool himself. Besides, his friend was no ordinary person. He couldn't be fooled at all. After Sherlock pointed this out, he couldn't even fool himself anymore. However, Sherlock's bluntness continued. He looked at Harry and said mercilessly, they're dead. Your father, James Potter, and mother, Lily Potter, died 13 years ago. My friend, listening to their voices repeatedly won't bring them back to life. What you're doing now is essentially indulging in the mirror of Ares in another form, Harry. Cyrillic lettered X. Sherlock's words were very blunt, but Harry couldn't get angry. Because he knew very well that Sherlock was right, and his friend was genuinely looking out for him. He took a deep breath. I understand. I'll be more careful next time I practice, that's for the best. Let's go back to our dorm and rest. Harry nodded, and just as he stood up, Sherlock suddenly asked again, you didn't faint when you faced the Dementors the second time. What happy thing came to your mind? Hearing this question, Harry couldn't help but blush. Noticing Harry's expression, Sherlock asked curiously, was it the first time you rode a flying broomstick? He remembered it clearly. Harry had excitedly shared his feelings at the time, unrestrained, ethereal, as if everything was under his control. Harry nodded first, then shook his head. That's something I recalled from my first practice session. So the exhilarating feeling of flying wasn't intense enough for you? Was it when Gryffindor won the House Cup? Harry shook his head. No, that's interesting. Perhaps it was the first time you discovered you were a wizard, leaving the Dursleys to go to Hogwarts. Seeing Sherlock's confident expression, Harry shook his head again. So, it was when we cleared Sirius's name and freed him? No? Let me think. It must have been the moment you got the firebolt. You even considered emptying your own vault to buy it? No, it wasn't that either. I think it was with Mischief, that, Sherlock. Seeing that Sherlock had guessed several times without success, Harry finally couldn't help but whisper the answer. I was just remembering the first time we met on the train. You helped me lift my suitcase onto the step and smiled at me. Sherlock looked at Harry with surprise. The latter, somewhat embarrassed, turned his head away. Sherlock genuinely hadn't figured it out. When he first met Harry, he had the intention of getting closer to the Savior to understand the magical world more quickly. In other words, he was somewhat utilitarian. But he hadn't expected that the most pleasant moment in Harry's heart would be their first meeting. At that moment, Harry was surprised to find that Sherlock's usually bright and strong eyes were slightly moist, and his resolute lips trembled slightly. This was the first time he had ever seen Sherlock with such an expression. Although he had suspected it before, this moment made Harry truly realize how deep the friendship was hidden beneath Sherlock's seemingly cold exterior. For Harry, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see that Sherlock possessed not only a great mind but also a great heart. He considered his first meeting with Sherlock to be one of the most enjoyable moments of his life, and he was content to witness Sherlock's genuine emotions. However, Sherlock's feelings came and went quickly. Most people in this world are mediocre, only seeing the bustling streets. With Sherlock Holmes, you see the battlefield. Sherlock quickly regained his usual resolute demeanor and laughed heartily. I don't want to pry into your past, that's your business. I want to be a part of your future, it would be my honor. Thank you for your trust, my dear Harry. Well, that's all I needed to say, we should go and rest. Harry felt the sincere friendship in his friend's heart and nodded emphatically. For the next week, Sherlock continued to take Harry and Neville to practice boxing and fencing every morning. Before the second Thursday arrived, the Slytherin vs Ravenclaw match was about to begin. Both teams had been practicing intensively since the start of the school year, and before the match, Cho Chang still took the time to specifically seek out Harry. Harry, I will do everything in my power to win this match, Cho Chang said firmly at first, then blushed slightly and added, Davis has already spoken to me, because after the match against Slytherin, it's Ravenclaw against Gryffindor, and he's worried that I won't be able to play at my best because of you. How could he do that? Harry exclaimed angrily, how could he think you would do that? You're not that kind of person. Seeing Harry's expression, Cho Chang smiled. She hadn't misjudged him. Actually, there was something else she hadn't told Harry. Davis not only told her not to go easy on Harry, but also hinted that she could use some special methods to make Harry go easy on her, Ravenclaw, who was also a seeker. Of course, this hint was very subtle. Cho Chang pretended not to understand and didn't respond, leaving Davis helpless. She looked at Harry happily, her eyes turning into crescent moons, genuinely happy for his trust in her. I knew you'd say that, so I'm telling you, in the next Gryffindor vs Ravenclaw match, you're not allowed to go easy on me. Harry nodded. I will. The two chatted about the Slytherin lineup for a while longer, then Cho Chang suddenly spoke up. Harry, there's something I've wanted to ask you since the start of the school year, but I've been busy with training and haven't had time. What is it? Harry looked at Cho Chang curiously, knowing it couldn't be about Quidditch. During winter break, did you invite Sherlock and the others to your and Sirius's new house? After asking this, Cho Chang stared intently at Harry. Yes, Harry, oblivious to anything amiss, honestly replied, I invited Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron and his family. Before he could finish, Cho Chang immediately demanded, then why didn't you invite me? Huh? Is it because I'm not exactly your friend? Cho Chang said in a somewhat resentful tone. Do you know how surprised I was when Miss Ginny mentioned Sirius's grandfather and the Order of Merlin's first-class medal on the train? I could tell from her conversation with Ron that you two spent several days together this winter break. Well, Harry, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly said, well, Cho, actually, I've already decided, I'll invite you next time. Why does it have to be next time? Seeing Cho Chang pressing him relentlessly, Harry broke out in a cold sweat. What was going on? In his memory, Cho Chang had always been very gentle. Why was she suddenly so intimidating? Fortunately, he felt he wasn't entirely in the wrong, so he continued honestly, because the new house is such a mess, I was thinking of cleaning it up completely before inviting you over. Then why did Miss Ginny come this time? I actually only invited Ron, but since Mr. Weasley's family is here, she came along too. After Harry finished speaking, he suddenly felt the inexplicable pressure emanating from Cho Chang disappear. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued, but she really helped a lot when she got there. After Sherlock and Hermione left, they stayed for a few more days. Mrs. Weasley and her family helped us clean. Cho, what's wrong? Harry was shocked to find that the urgency that had just disappeared from Cho Chang had returned. I can go with my parents too. I can help with the cleaning too. This time, Cho Chang's tone wasn't resentful, but complaining. Harry, what on earth is going on? Sherlock, where are you? Come help me. Sherlock, this is the room of requirement, on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, in front of a huge tapestry depicting a troll beating Barnabas. Sherlock and Gemma stood side by side, the air seemingly still carrying the relaxed atmosphere of the Christmas holidays and the lightheartedness of Gemma's letter. "I thought you would come to see me sooner," Gemma smiled at the boy, who was now almost as tall as her. "There's no rush." Sherlock's gaze swept across the seemingly ordinary white wall opposite the tapestry. "School has just started, and there are always things to do. The key now is to clearly define our needs." Gemma looked at Sherlock with interest. "That makes a lot of sense. So, what kind of place do you need?" "A sufficiently secluded space suitable for our discussion." "That would satisfy the basic requirement, would it?" "Of course." Gemma nodded slightly. "Then just do as I say, walk past this wall 3 times in a row, concentrating intently on imagining the scene you need." The two did as she was told. They walked side by side to the window at one end of the wide wall, turned around, then walked to the other end to race as tall as a person, and turned back. Their footsteps echoed softly on the ancient stone bricks in the empty corridor. After the third turn, Gemma softly reminded him, "Sherlock, on the opposite wall, opposite the tapestry, a smooth door silently appeared." Sherlock looked at Gemma, who smiled and gestured for him to enter. Without hesitation, he grasped the smooth brass handle and pulled open the door that had suddenly appeared before him. As the door opened, a warm, dry air, carrying the scent of burning pine, rushed in, replacing the coldness and dust of the corridor. The room before him was not the simple, hidden cave-like space for secret conversations that Sherlock had simply imagined. With just one glance, Sherlock knew that its layout and arrangement also reflected Gemma's unspoken expectations. The room was more spacious than he had imagined. The main space is a sunken circular area, with a stone hearth in the center surrounded by pebbles embedded in the floor. The flickering orange flames dispel the chill. Gemma's line to Sherlock, "May the fire dispel the chill of London," seems to come alive at this moment. The walls are not the rough stone walls typical of castles, but are covered with red velvet curtains. Subtly embroidered with silver vine patterns, they gently but effectively isolate all external sounds, fulfilling Sherlock's core need for seclusion. Bookshelves are cleverly integrated into the curved walls beneath the curtains, occupying most of the space. These bookshelves are not the towering, cramped style of school libraries, but rather of moderate height, clearly tiered, and filled with books. Sherlock glances at them and immediately sees titles such as Annotated Translation of Ancient Runes, Criminal Psychology, Advanced Potion Making, an Illustrated Compendium of Rare Magical Creatures. Other shelves display exquisite crystal bottles, globes, and cauldrons. Sherlock even sees a uniquely shaped small brass telescope. In one corner of the room stood a quiet walnut wine cabinet, its top displaying bottles of deep-colored liquor. Sherlock recognized the label on one of the bottles of Romanian brandy. Another object Gemma had mentioned in her letters had materialized. On the other side of the room stood a large sandalwood desk. Its surface was exceptionally tidy, with only an inkwell and quill pen neatly arranged, next to several stacks of parchment scrolls awaiting organization, including those related to the Sirius and Peter incident. But the most striking feature was the exceptionally comfortable seating near the hearth. 2 large, soft, high-backed velvet armchairs faced the fire, with a low table between them, covered with a red carpet and holding a tea set. On the mantelpiece sat a slender-necked glass vase filled with vibrant white hyacinths. "What do you think of this place?" Gemma's voice held a hint of barely perceptible anticipation as she followed Sherlock in, gently closing the door behind her. The door then vanished, blending seamlessly into the curtain wall without leaving a trace. Chapter 395, A World for Two. The Room of Requirement. Sherlock was rapidly scanning every detail of the room, his gray eyes gleaming with pure, focused curiosity. He didn't immediately answer Gemma's question, but instead strode to the wall, first touching the texture of the velvet curtains. He then listened intently, confirming that he couldn't hear a sound from the corridor, before nodding slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Impeccable concealment, perfect soundproofing, even the Marauder's map can't find this place. He seemed to be talking to himself, or perhaps verifying it firsthand. The difficulty of exploring from the outside is even greater than the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin. His tone carried a hint of excitement, clearly extremely satisfied with the room's secrecy. Then, he turned his attention to the atmosphere of the space, his gaze landing on the 2 sofas and the flickering fireplace. However, his gaze shifted to Gemma beside him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "This extra comfort and meticulous arrangement are clearly thanks to you. My dear Gemma, you've designed it so well, far exceeding a mere safe house." A quiet space for organizing thoughts and practicing dragon taming theories doesn't come with a wine cabinet, flowers, and a mini observatory. This gift is far too thoughtful, exceeding my expectations. Gemma walked to the sofa by the fireplace, sat down gracefully, and relaxed. Even with her little scheme exposed, there was no embarrassment on her face. Instead, she readily admitted, "It's an honor to do something that would surprise Sherlock Holmes. I just felt that a place where you'd be willing to spend a long time and engage in important thinking should at least feel comfortable. Discussing things with you sometimes takes a lot of time and energy." A warm fireplace, soft seating, and a suitable drink, these all helped to clear the mind. As she spoke, she picked up the teapot and began pouring steaming hot black tea into a teacup. "I don't think even Sherlock Holmes needs to be constantly confined to his monastery chambers." Her tone was slightly teasing as she finished speaking, gently pushing a cup of tea toward the sofa beside her. Sherlock accepted the invitation and sat down on another sofa. The sofa was perfectly soft, supporting his back yet inviting relaxation. Watching Gemma pour the tea with natural ease, and recalling the subtle expressions of care she had shown him in her letters, Sherlock rested his chin on his hands, lost in thought. This scene naturally reminded him of his friendship with Harry. Before arriving at Hogwarts, before officially entering the wizarding world, he had already predicted that Harry Potter would inevitably be at the center of events, and the past 3 years had proven this. This was exactly what he, a lover of adventure and eager to unravel mysteries, desired. That's why he had actively approached Harry. He had originally intended to create an opportunity, but Harry himself had presented it to him. The painful experiences at the Dursleys' house made Harry desperately need to confide in someone, to have a mentor who could help and guide him. Sherlock appeared at just the right moment. For Sherlock, approaching Harry, the boy who had miraculously survived, was purely pragmatic. By standing with the savior of the wizarding world, the nemesis of the Dark Lord, he would naturally find himself at the center of the vortex, facing a barrage of troubles and unexpected events. Sherlock would then resolve them one by one. Of course, this pragmatism was beneficial to Harry. However, as time passed, Sherlock's thoughts changed, surprising even himself. He had once believed he would never have friends. Yet, he had gradually abandoned the idea of using Harry as a tool and became a true friend, especially on the night they practiced a patronus charm. Harry told Sherlock that his happiest moment was their first meeting on the train. Sherlock would never forget the shock he felt at that moment. That pure and sincere emotion washed away the last trace of pragmatism in his initial actions, making him clearly realize that their friendship had transcended his initial intentions. That's why he said those words to Harry. In retrospect, Gemma was to him what he was to Harry. Gemma initially approached him precisely because she accurately judged the value of his intellect, thus approaching him with a clear purpose. As a Slytherin prefect, establishing a connection with a discerning ally was undoubtedly a wise choice. Sherlock had told his friends more than once that this was the true Slytherin. If you lacked ability, they would naturally look down on you, but they wouldn't bully the weak, they would simply ignore you completely. If you possessed strength, they would show respect and strive to befriend you, even at great cost. People like Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were simply a disgrace to Slytherin. Gemma showed goodwill upon their first meeting, then, as prefect and upperclassman, provided various conveniences and information, maintained continuous communication, and offered help more than once when needed, and there was this gift before him, tailor-made for him, embodying both their needs. All of this was accompanied by Slytherin-style value considerations. A freshman with a memory attic and astonishing observational skills was certainly worth investing in. However, just as his relationship with Harry had long since transcended a simple community of interests, the relationship between Sherlock and Gemma had also long since moved beyond that of a mere community of interests. This room before them was proof of that. The space, imagined and created by Gemma, not only met his core needs but also incorporated elements that made him feel comfortable and happy. This wasn't something a mere ally would go to such lengths for. Only a friend who deeply understood and cared about one's comfort would go to such lengths. At this moment, Sherlock projected Gemma's attitude towards him onto the trajectory of his evolving friendship with Harry. The beginning was purposeful, but the end was pure and precious affection. "You're right, Gemma," Sherlock ended his deep thought and looked into Gemma's azure eyes. "This room perfectly responds to our shared needs." "Thank you, I really love this gift." Gemma lowered her eyes slightly, watching the rising steam from the teacup in her hand, a gentle smile curving her lips. Then, Let's enjoy this first cup of tea, she said, lifting her head, her gaze clear. This is our own little world. Their teacups clinked lightly, accompanied by the whisper of the flames. In this space born from their mutual affection, Sherlock was certain he had gained and reciprocated a precious friendship that had been elevated through the sublimation of values. Gemma picked up her teacup and smiled faintly. Their blue and gray eyes met, and looking into the pure and trusting gaze of the boy opposite her, Gemma sighed silently in her heart. She knew very well that the deeper emotions she herself hadn't even confirmed were firmly blocked by the cognitive barrier constructed by the boy before her using the logic of friendship. In other words, once she truly confirmed her feelings, she had to be more proactive and more direct. After all, she didn't have much time left. Under the watchful eyes of various forces, the first Quidditch match of the new term finally began. Ravenclaw vs. Slytherin. Just like the previous Ravenclaw vs. Hufflepuff match, all the Gryffindor Quidditch players were present to watch. "I want to punch Flint every time I see him like that," Fred Weasley said viciously. "If he hadn't changed the order of the matches with an excuse last time, we wouldn't have lost to Hufflepuff, and we wouldn't be in such a passive position now," George Weasley said. The Gryffindor players all nodded, looking deeply convinced. Sherlock, however, shook his head at this moment. "No, Sherlock, what's wrong?" Fred asked curiously. "You're wrong, how so?" George asked, puzzled. Sherlock held up two fingers. "First of all, Marcus Flint didn't change the match order as an excuse. Draco Malfoy really did fall off his broomstick and break his leg, but he could have made it to the match," Chaser Angelina Johnson said, looking annoyed. "He was just discharged from the hospital on the day of the match," Hermione sighed. "Johnson, if Harry had broken his leg, Wood wouldn't have let him participate in the match right after being discharged." "That's not necessarily true," another chaser, Arius Spinnet, glanced at Wood, who was intently watching the match, and whispered when he wasn't looking, "He'll do anything to win." Angelina Johnson chimed in, "That's right. If Madame Pomfrey hadn't stopped him, he could have pulled himself up even from his hospital bed." Hermione, she was speechless and could only look at Sherlock. Sherlock shook his head. "Flint isn't Wood, and Malfoy isn't Harry. The Seeker being injured is a perfectly legitimate reason. It can't be considered an excuse to change the order of the match." The Gryffindor players fell silent. They weren't unreasonable people and knew Sherlock was right. Harry nodded even more. "Sherlock is right. Secondly, even without changing the order, if we played Slytherin normally, Harry would still fall off his broomstick because of the Dementors who suddenly appeared on the field. In that case, we would still lose the match, no different from the current situation. It would even be worse, because it would give the strongest team, Slytherin, a victory early." This time, everyone was speechless. Seriously, why be so serious? Only Hermione and Luna looked at Sherlock seriously and nodded repeatedly after he finished speaking. Harry coughed. "Sherlock is right. The last match was all my fault." The Gryffindor players were even more speechless. "All right, Harry, let's not talk about this." The third chaser, Katie Bell, seeing the situation was turning sour, interrupted the conversation. "Let's talk about who would be in our best interest if they won this match. It seems about the same for both, doesn't it? Regardless of who wins or loses, we still have to win the remaining two matches, right?" Arius Spinner said uncertainly. All eyes turned to Sherlock and Hermione. Clearly, for a school of brute force, such matters requiring thought were best left to the Lion and Miss Know-It-All. There was a Ravenclaw student nearby, but Luna had long been nicknamed Crazy Lovagad, so there was no point in counting on her. Judging from her shifty gaze, she certainly didn't seem like someone to be relied upon. "There's not much difference, really." Hermione glanced at Sherlock, and seeing that he didn't seem inclined to analyze, she simply began to explain. "There have been two matches so far. Of the three teams participating, Ravenclaw has one win, we have one loss, and Hufflepuff has one win and one loss. If Slytherin can defeat Ravenclaw today, then Ravenclaw will have one win and one loss, and Slytherin will have one win. If Slytherin loses to Ravenclaw, then Ravenclaw will have two wins, and Slytherin will have one loss. In either case, we need to defeat both Slytherin and Ravenclaw in the next two matches, achieving a 2-win-1 record, to have a chance to compete for the championship. If we lose one match, our record will be 1 win and 2 losses, and we will be out of contention for the championship. Of course, even if we win both remaining matches, it doesn't guarantee the championship. because next term there will be a match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. If Hufflepuff wins, then they will also have 2 wins and 1 loss, and then we will need to compare their points. Hufflepuff is no match for Slytherin. Wood, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. That's a foregone conclusion. If that's the case, Slytherin has practically secured a victory, Hermione said, frowning. Don't bother calculating, Miss Granger. Wood waved his hand dismissively. The match is about to begin, and we can't control the outcome, so let's analyze these things after the match is over. Sherlock nodded. Once the result of the match is determined, we can eliminate more uncertainties. The key point Wood raised is that the result of this match is not something we can decide. Hermione, of course, understood this, so she nodded and stopped analyzing. On the playground, referee Madam Hooch signaled for the 2 captains to shake hands. Flint looked relaxed, while Davis was expressionless, but their handshake betrayed their inner turmoil. As Madam Hooch blew her whistle, 15 flying broomsticks soared into the sky. The game has begun. Ravenclaw gets the ball first. Immediately, commentator Lee Jordan, whose speaking pace always carries a rhythmic cadence, began his passionate commentary. The 2 seekers, Cho Chang and Draco Malfoy, hovered at the same height, facing each other across the entire field. Chapter 396 Chu Zhang, though defeated, is still honorable. A chilly winter wind swept across the Quidditch pitch, the blue and bronze flags fluttering wildly in the wind, as if drumming up support for the duel. Perhaps influenced by the weather, a somber atmosphere permeated the entire stadium. The match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin went into a fierce frenzy from the very beginning. Just as Cho Chang had told Harry before the match, the Ravenclaw team took this game very seriously. Since the start of the new term, Captain Roger Davis had led by example, guiding the entire team in rigorous training. When the match officially began, the Ravenclaw players' broomsticks wove a dense net in the air as they swarmed towards the pitch. Although most of the Ravenclaw players' brooms were of the sweeping type, a level below Slytherin's Nimbus 2001, the Slytherins were clearly unprepared for such a rapid offensive. Several Chaser players hadn't even had time to react before being overwhelmed by this coordinated attack. The 3 Ravenclaw Chasers exchanged knowing glances. Randolph Burrow, after stealing the quaffle, used a teammate's screen to sidestep and poke it to Jeremy Slayton. Slayton received the ball, performed a light somersault in the air to avoid the loitering ball, and flicked his wrist to send the puck towards the goal. The final attack was completed by Captain Roger Davis. He stretched out his arm, his fingertips almost grazing the inside of the post, and sent the puck into the goal. Goal. Ravenclaw scores first. Captain, leading by example, as Lee Jordan announced. A wave of blue-bronze cheers erupted from the stands. Davis landed and punched his teammate's shoulder hard, his knuckles white from the force. In the following minutes, Ravenclaw firmly grasped the initiative, going on a 70-0 run. Don't be fooled by the intimidating score. Since each successful shot earns 10 points, it was essentially 7 consecutive quakes, making it merely a minor surge. But Slytherin was no pushover. They quickly regrouped, employing man-to-man marking, and broke the deadlock, taking the lead. Then, they unleashed a storm of scoring, racking up several more points. The scoreboard swung wildly, quickly retaliating against Ravenclaw, bringing the score to 90-70. Faced with this situation, Ravenclaw decisively called a timeout, disrupting Slytherin's rhythm. When the timeout ended and they returned to the court, the Ravenclaw players showed a newfound composure. They quickly regained the advantage, widening the score gap once more. Look at that feint. Merlin's mustache. Ravenclaw's batter is like a walking ball. Oh. Slytherin's batter is swinging. Just 2 inches from the walking ball, commentator Lee Jordan was spiel-pumping, his passion boiling over. Seeing the situation turning against them, Slytherin promptly called a timeout. In the stands, Wood frowned, watching the 2 teams clash fiercely. Both Ravenclaw and Slytherin were their next opponents, so he was observing very carefully. During the timeout, Wood turned his gaze to Harry. Harry, what do you think? Suddenly called upon by his captain. Harry paused, then thoughtfully replied, judging by the team's strengths alone, Slytherin is still stronger. If the game continues, Slytherin will definitely catch up with Ravenclaw, or even surpass them. Oh, is that so? Hermione was somewhat surprised to hear Harry's words. In her opinion, Ravenclaw should have the upper hand right now. She instinctively glanced at Sherlock beside her. Harry, seeing this, also looked at Sherlock, wanting to hear his opinion. Sherlock nodded. Harry is right. With both sides evenly matched, the boost from 7 Nimbus 2001s shouldn't be underestimated. After Malfoy's Nimbus 2001 was destroyed by the Willow of Men, he brought a new one this term. Clearly, his parents bought him a new one during the holidays. Just as Sherlock had analyzed before, his parents probably thought the Nimbus 2001 was sufficient for the Quidditch Cup at Hogwarts, so they didn't spend extra money on a Nimbus 2001 Super. Normally, their thinking wasn't wrong at all. But who could have imagined that Harry would have a godfather who didn't play by the rules, directly giving Harry a firebolt? Then Ravenclaw is doomed to lose, Ron said, his face full of displeasure. I don't want to see Malfoy strutting around like that again. Wood watched the arena intently. Not necessarily. The key is the golden snitch. The timeout is over. As it turned out, Sherlock and Harry's analysis was absolutely correct. After the match resumed, Slytherin indeed caught up. As time went on, Ravenclaw gradually began to falter. As the key to victory, Cho Chang and Malfoy, the Seekers, were desperately searching for the golden snitch on the field. Once, Cho Chang clearly saw the golden snitch, but it was thwarted by a bludger thrown by a Slytherin beater. By the time he tried to find it again, the golden snitch had vanished. The Ravenclaw beaters retaliated, sending bludgers to target Malfoy several times. But this allowed Slytherin's 3 chaser to score points one after another, quickly narrowing the gap between the two sides. A moment later, Sherlock suddenly said, Ravenclaw is going to lose. What? The nearby children looked surprised. Isn't it a tie? It's no use, Sherlock said calmly. Ravenclaw can't stop them from scoring any more. The gap will only widen further. Just then, Slytherin scored again, making the score 140 to 150. Flint scored. Slytherin gets another 10 points. This is the first time Slytherin has taken the lead in this match. The entire Gryffindor Quidditch team exchanged bewildered glances. Their professional instincts told them what Sherlock meant. But Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Luna blinked, not quite understanding. Harry's eyes were fixed on Cho Chang soaring across the field, his worry evident. Back in their first year, Ron had told Malfoy that Comet 260 was dazzling, but it wasn't in the same league as Nimbus. Back then, Harry's broomstick was a Nimbus 2000, while Malfoy's was the superior Nimbus 2001. From Harry's perspective, Cho Chang was a formidable opponent. With her superb skills, she had skillfully escaped Malfoy's clutches. There was even a time when she was just a hair's breadth away from catching the golden snitch, ending the match and securing victory for Ravenclaw. Unfortunately, it was just a hair's breadth. Especially in the fiercely competitive arena, a small difference can lead to a huge defeat. Watching the match unfold, Harry had a growing sense of unease. His keen Quidditch sense told him that Cho Chang was likely to suffer a crushing defeat this time. 270, 280, 290, oh no, Harry kept calculating the score difference, and when the score between Ravenclaw and Slytherin became 150, 290, Harry finally couldn't help but stand up. Time is running out for Ravenclaw, Fred Weasley said, frowning and running his hand through his red hair, a hint of regret in his voice. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the arena. Slytherin's chaser had scored again, making the score 150 to 300. No chance, George Weasley sighed, his eyes filled with despair. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny finally understood. Ravenclaw's fate was sealed. If Cho Chang could catch the golden snitch before the score gap widened to 150 points, they still had a chance of victory. Now, it was too late. The golden snitch, at that moment, Ginny, who hadn't said much, suddenly spoke, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Cho Chang had already lowered his body and was flying towards the other end of the arena. Malfoy reacted a beat slower, but he followed closely behind, chasing after him. Cho Chang knew perfectly well that if the match continued unchecked, the gap between the two sides would only widen. Therefore, she had to seize this opportunity to catch the golden snitch and end the match. That way, they could at least tie. Otherwise, it would be a loss. The Ravenclaw and Slytherin batters, seeing Cho Chang and Draco Malfoy's movements, all considered using the blink to interfere with the opposing seeker. However, both of them were in top form, skillfully adjusting their direction in the air to avoid the blink attacks. The golden snitch is right ahead. Cho Chang has once again dodged the deadly attack of the blink. Excellent, she's now a full body length ahead of Draco Malfoy. However, Malfoy hasn't given up, his broomstick is Nimbus 2001. Undoubtedly, the comet is very dazzling, but it can't compare to Nimbus. The gap between the two sides is constantly narrowing, the outcome is still uncertain. Ron Lee Jordan's commentary sent the entire audience into a frenzy. The most exciting moment of this match was about to arrive. Caught between two excellent seekers, the golden snitch had nowhere to escape. Now it was a race to see who could catch it first and end this close contest. Cho Chang's flying skills were ultimately slightly superior to Malfoy's, and she also spotted the golden snitch earlier, giving her an initial advantage. However, Malfoy's broomstick was more effective, holding onto Cho Chang tightly at the crucial moment. But Cho Chang maintained her advantage, and at the last moment, with a nimble somersault, she reached out and grabbed the golden snitch. Then, like Harry Potter, she raised her right hand high, showing everyone that she had caught a golden snitch. Well done. Ravenclaw's seeker, Cho Chang, caught the golden snitch first, earning Ravenclaw 150 points. The match is over, a draw. What an intense and exciting match. Let's thank both teams for their brilliant performances. The final chase was incredibly thrilling. If the golden snitch had held on a little longer, Cho Chang might have been overtaken by Malfoy. Phew, Harry let out a long sigh of relief. He had no interest in listening to Lee Jordan's analysis. It was all correct but useless talk. If the time had been longer, Cho Chang might indeed have been overtaken by Malfoy. But in a game, there are no ifs. A draw was a good result. Sherlock, he was about to speak to Sherlock when Lee Jordan's excited voice interrupted him. Wait, it's not a draw. The referee has ruled the goal valid. Slytherin has won. What? Harry turned sharply and saw the Slytherin players hugging and cheering. The Ravenclaw players, on the other hand, looked dejected. The scoreboard showed 310, with Slytherin suddenly gaining 10 points. What happened? Why did the score change? Harry asked hastily. Because just a second before Cho Chang caught the golden snitch, Slytherin scored another goal, Fred Weasley said, looking displeased. MRS. Hooch just ruled the goal valid, so the final score is 310, Slytherin wins, George Weasley said. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. How could this be? The match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin ended in this way. It was thought to be a tie, but Slytherin ultimately won, and won by a narrow margin. As a team that has won the championship many times, the Slytherin players are not only strong but also have rich experience in major competitions. It was this experience and strong resilience that allowed them to seize the opportunity in the final stage and win the match. Forget about saying it was a narrow victory. A win, a win. The result surprised everyone. Except for Wood. He excitedly told the Gryffindor Quidditch players that it was good news for Gryffindor. That's not how it works, is it? Ron asked, puzzled, in the Gryffindor common room. Only beating Ravenclaw is good news for us, right? You're absolutely right. Wood thinks so too. That's why he increased the team's practice to 5 times a week. My condolences, brother. Ron patted Harry on the shoulder. Harry sighed deeply and looked at Sherlock. Wood's move meant he only had 1 night a week to do his homework. Every Thursday, he had to attend Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts class with Sherlock, defending against Dementors. For Harry, this was far more tiring than the 5 Quidditch practice sessions a week. Quidditch training was physically exhausting, but Dementor defense training was both physically and mentally exhausting. Sherlock naturally noticed Harry's gaze. He smiled slightly and turned his head to look at Hermione sitting beside him. Harry followed Sherlock's gaze and sighed upon seeing Hermione. Chapter 397 Snape's Coercion and Enticement. Harry felt like he was running around non-stop lately. The crackling fire in the Gryffindor common room fireplace made his dark circles even more noticeable. For the Quidditch matches, he'd had to skip his morning practice with Sherlock yet again. He'd almost lost count of how many times this had happened. He irritably scratched his messy black hair, not because he wanted to slack off. He genuinely felt his energy was leaking out like the potion in Seamus's cauldron, burning through the bottom without him even realizing it. There were only 7 days a week, and now he spent 5 nights on the Quidditch pitch, the broom handle always leaving faint red marks on his palms. One night he practiced a Patronus charm with Professor Lupin, the silvery mist constantly flickering at the tip of his wand. And the last night he had to battle a mountain of homework, the ink forming dark scabs on his fingertips. Under these circumstances, it was no wonder he was exhausted. Neville, who always maintained perfect attendance, expressed his understanding towards Harry, even offering comfort. It's okay, You can join us for morning practice after this match." This is precisely why Harry felt so confused. He was already in such a state, yet Hermione seemed even busier than him. After some time at school, the relaxed mood of the holidays seemed to have finally run out. Every evening, she was glued to the armchair in the Gryffindor common room, the table in front of her covered with a motley collection of things, advanced divination spread out on the astrological charts, a quill pen tucked between the pages of an ancient rune dictionary, and rolls of parchment piled next to the Muggle studies diagrams, covered in dense notes, the handwriting as small as ants lining up. Her fingers were constantly hovering above the parchment, her entire being in a state of extreme agitation, barely acknowledging anyone except for the occasional whispered conversation with Sherlock. When Harry looked away, his shoulders slumped involuntarily. He couldn't understand why Hermione had driven him to this point, but he was now in dire straits himself. The parchment edges of the essay Professor Snape had assigned, on the 12 disguise forms of undetectable potions, were already frayed from his crumpling. Although Harry was grateful for Professor Snape's offer of chocolate during the public trial, it did nothing to lessen his disgust for the essay. Incidentally, shortly after the start of the school year, Rita Skeeter, the journalist who had published the article "Potential Potions Master May Engage in a Godfather Rivalry with a Returning Hero," actually published an apology in the Daily Prophet. She claimed that many of her views in the previous article were subjective speculations without any solid evidence. In fact, Potions Master Severus Snape and the miraculously alive Harry Potter had a normal teacher-student relationship, and there was no competition between him and the triumphant hero Sirius Black. She apologized for any misunderstandings caused, and so on. His friend speculated that Snape had probably coerced or bribed Rita Skeeter. Otherwise, why would she go back on her word and contradict herself? A classmate named Uriring even boldly proposed a hypothesis: Snape must have poisoned her. As for Sherlock, he simply smiled and remained silent. How did she manage that? Noticing Harry's gaze, Ron couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "I really don't understand how she manages to attend all her classes." At this moment, Hermione's face was almost completely obscured by a pile of rickety books. The hardcover of Seeing the Future Through the Fog was draped diagonally over How Muggles Invented the Light Bulb, and a few strands of brown curls peeked out from between the pages. Her cheeks were flushed an unnatural red, and the dark circles under her eyes were even more pronounced than Harry's. In contrast, Sherlock, sitting next to her, was fiddling with a model of an individual galaxy they had bought together in Diagon Alley, occasionally taking a small sip from his flat bottle. One was radiant, the other increasingly haggard. And the fact that they were sitting together only added to the stark contrast. Ron continued in a low voice, "This morning, I overheard her talking to Professor Victor, the witch who teaches you divination. They were talking about yesterday's class, but Hermione couldn't possibly be in class. You see, she was with us in Hagrid's Conservation of Magical Creatures class. And Ernie Macmillan told me that Hermione never misses a single Muggle Studies class. But half of them conflict with divination, and strangely enough, she's with us in every single one." Harry's quill traced a crooked line on the parchment. He didn't have time to think about Hermione's incomprehensible schedule. Professor Snape's paper was due soon, and he really needed to finish it. So he offered his advice directly: "Why don't you just ask Sherlock? He'll definitely know the answer." "You think I didn't ask?" Ron said irritably. He had just gone over to Sherlock and Hermione, only to be verbally abused and chased away by Hermione as soon as he got started. This frustrated him greatly. Hermione wasn't like she used to be, so why was she suddenly acting like this again? If that's the case, she must have some secret. Harry put down his quill and rubbed his aching wrist. "But we're friends," Ron said, feeling wronged. "She shouldn't be hiding things from us. Everyone at Hogwarts has secrets, my friend." Harry sighed. "If she doesn't want to talk about it, then let's just leave it at that." Ron's eyes widened suddenly. "You're mimicking Sherlock again." Harry raised an eyebrow. "I didn't." "You did." "I didn't." "You did." "Please, my dear Ron." Harry pulled the parchment closer, the ink spreading into a small dot on the paper. "I still have homework to do. Can you please not talk to me for now?" "Fine, fine. You're starting to dislike me like Hermione is now. I'll go. Okay." Harry, the end of January quietly slipped away, and February arrived with the same biting cold wind. Outside the castle, the snow was frozen solid, like hard stone slabs. Icicles hung from the eaves like crystal spears, reflecting the pale sunlight. A howling wind whistled through the cracks in the stone corridors, like countless unseen hands pounding against the windows. The Quidditch match against Ravenclaw drew ever closer, and the atmosphere in the castle seemed to be affected by the weather, growing increasingly tense. The Weasley twins had come up with a clever trick. The countdown parchment on the Gryffindor common room bulletin board was fixed by a spell, the numbers updating automatically every morning. Harry poured all his energy into Quidditch practice. Sweat soaked his uniform, quickly freezing into tiny ice crystals in the cold wind. Perhaps due to this shift in focus, his Dementor defense lessons became increasingly difficult. In the following lessons, he fainted twice when a Boggart, disguised as a Dementor, drifted towards him with a putrid stench. Harry was furious with himself. Even though Sherlock had said those things, he still secretly longed to hear his parents' voices again. Later, after much agonizing reflection, he resolved to prevent such a thing from happening again. But even so, the practice wasn't going well. Whenever the Boggart, transformed into a Dementor, approached him, he could only conjure a blurry, silvery white shadow, let's call it a Patronus. But this Patronus was far too weak to drive the Dementors away. It merely hung there like a semi-transparent cloud. Harry exhausted all his energy just trying to keep it from disappearing. Yet it remained suspended there like a semi-transparent cloud, its edges constantly dissipating and reforming. You're setting your expectations too high, Professor Lupin said sternly, putting away his wand during the 4th week of training. For a 13-year-old wizard, a vague Patronus is already a remarkable achievement. Besides, you're not fainting anymore, are you? I thought the Patronus would chase away Dementors or something, Harry said dejectedly, like you did on the train. A real Patronus can certainly do that, Lupin said, but you can't yet. Perhaps sensing he was being a bit serious, Lupin softened his tone, speaking as gently as possible. Harry, I'm not trying to reassure you, but for two 13-year-old wizards, it's truly remarkable. I'm 14, Sherlock interjected. His birthday was in January, while Harry's was in July. Even at 14, that's remarkable. Lupin paused, then shook his head with a smile, a hint of helplessness in his voice. You've made great progress in a very short time. He paused, clearing his throat as if organizing his thoughts. It seems you still don't fully understand the difficulty of the Patronus charm, so I'll repeat it again. In your 5th-year regular wizarding exams, the defense against the dark arts course doesn't even cover this spell. Anyone who can cast it will definitely receive a significant bonus, even if it's just a vague Patronus. For most adult wizards, being able to summon an invisible Patronus is considered a sign of high magical power. Even at Hogwarts, only the headmaster and the 4 headmasters have successfully summoned a complete Patronus, and you, Professor, Harry immediately said. Compared to the other professors, I'm nothing. Lupin waved his hand humbly. Compared to Harry's vague Patronus, Sherlock's Patronus was much clearer. At least the outline of a lion was discernible, its silver mane swaying slightly in the air. However, because Sherlock was practicing using Harry's fear of Dementors, the situation was somewhat troublesome. The moment he cast the Patronus charm, the Boggart would transform into the paralyzed Sherlock, drooling in his wheelchair, his eyes vacant. Then, casting the funny charm, specifically designed to counter the Boggart, would transform the paralyzed Sherlock back into the spirited Sherlock. Therefore, he didn't know if his summoned Patronus could dispel the Dementors. Even if it can't dispel them, with your current level, you can temporarily control them, Professor Lupin said. I have complete confidence in you. Seeing that Professor Lupin didn't seem to be reassuring him, and after glancing at Sherlock and receiving a reassuring look from him, Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Alright, I noticed you haven't been to Hogsmeade this month, so I brought you some good stuff from the 3 Brooms, he said, pulling 3 amber bottles from his briefcase. Great, it's butterbeer, Harry exclaimed without hesitation. I love this stuff. Sherlock tilted his head. I still prefer brandy. Brandy is too strong. This is more suitable for us, Lupin said, handing the butterbeer to the 2 of them and raising his glass. Alright, let's wish Gryffindor victory over Ravenclaw. After saying this, he suddenly realized his mistake and quickly added, oh, as a teacher I shouldn't be biased, so let's wish Gryffindor and Ravenclaw both the best of luck. Although Sherlock said he preferred brandy, the butterbeer was indeed quite good. The 3 chatted and drank beer. After finishing their drinks, Professor Lupin stood up. Alright, that's enough for today. Harry, I'm afraid you'll have to go back to your dormitory alone today. Harry looked up in surprise. Why? Albus asked me to bring Sherlock to him after today's training. Headmaster Dumbledore wants to see Sherlock. Harry's eyes widened. his voice filled with astonishment. "Why, I don't know either." Lupin shook his head, spreading his hands to indicate he was unaware. "He didn't tell me the specific reason." Harry looked at Sherlock nervously, but the latter smiled slightly, his eyes calm. "It's all right, my friend. I think I already know why Dumbledore wants to see me." "Why?" Harry asked the same question for the third time. Even Professor Lupin looked at Sherlock curiously, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. He also wanted to know why the headmaster had suddenly summoned the boy. He wasn't lying. Dumbledore had only asked him to bring Sherlock to the headmaster's office after today's training, without telling him the reason. But Sherlock was now saying he already knew? "Remember what I told you on the train at the end of our second year, my dear Harry?" Sherlock's eyes sparkled. "The matter that was delayed because of the prisoners of Azkaban is finally about to begin." Chapter 398, The so-called soul weapon. In the dimly lit corridor leading to the headmaster's office, the flickering wall lamps cast long, yellowish shadows of Professor Lupin and Sherlock. Lupin, hands behind his back, brow furrowed, hesitated for a moment before finally breaking the silence. "Sherlock, what exactly did you say to Harry last semester?" Realizing his abruptness, he quickly added, "Of course, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. Nothing's off limits." Sherlock, hands in his pockets, looked relaxed, his tone even more straightforward than Professor Lupin had expected. "Professor, you must have heard about the Chamber of Locked Chamber attack last semester, right?" "I've heard a little." Professor Lupin nodded slightly, his gaze grave. "Tom Riddle, the Voldemort of 50 years ago, sealed a piece of his memory in a diary using dark magic," Sherlock said calmly as he walked. "Last year, someone used that diary to open the Chamber of Secrets, releasing the basilisk and causing a series of attacks." Professor Lupin nodded again, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. "That's right, that's why Professor Gilderoy Lockhart is still in a coma. Before the end of the year, we found the Chamber of Secrets, killed the basilisk, and destroyed the diary that Riddle relied on for its survival." Sherlock's tone was flat, as if he were merely stating a trivial matter. "Well done." Professor Lupin couldn't help but clap his hands in praise, his eyes full of admiration. "Back when we were in school, the Chamber of Secrets was just a legend. I never imagined you would not only find it but also protect your classmates. You are not only courageous but also incredibly wise. You truly deserve to be called the Lion King of Gryffindor." "Thank you for the praise, Professor, but I must point out that the diary might be more important than we imagined." "Sherlock, you mean, when we left school last year, Headmaster Dumbledore was still studying that diary?" "I deduce that Dumbledore must have had a hypothesis back then, but it wasn't fully developed. With his abilities, he should have made some progress by the new school year." Unexpectedly, it was interrupted by Sirius Black's escape. "Now that Sirius's matter is resolved, he has come to me again, presumably for this matter." Lupin looked at Sherlock in surprise. His clear and confident deduction and analysis made him blurt out, "That's brilliant, Sherlock. Now that you've said it, it's all too obvious." Sherlock merely tilted his head slightly, seemingly expecting Lupin's reaction. However, Professor Lupin's sincere praise brought a smile to his lips, revealing his inner pleasure. "This is merely a deduction based on existing information and basic logic, Professor. While Headmaster Dumbledore has many flaws, his execution has always been impeccable. He, always meticulous, wouldn't interrupt such important research without a reason. Since he approached me proactively, and the timing is so opportune, the target can only be related to the diary." "You're saying Albus has many flaws?" Professor Lupin looked at Sherlock in surprise. "Yes, as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, isn't this obvious to you? For example, overconfidence, fear of power, and an almost cold-blooded pragmatism." "Ah, we've arrived." Lupin looked at the 14-year-old boy in shock once more. He now had a misconception. It was Sherlock who had known Dumbledore for decades, not him. But given his status, it was truly inappropriate to discuss this matter with Sherlock. Having already arrived at their destination, Lupin glanced at the gargoyle blocking the path and decisively dropped the subject. As before, after Professor Lupin gave the command, the gargoyle jumped aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind it. When Professor Lupin and Sherlock entered the headmaster's office, Dumbledore already knew of their arrival. He was sitting at his desk, leisurely sipping honey water. The dim light softly illuminated the antique bookshelves and neatly arranged magical artifacts, and the Phoenix Fox stared intently at Sherlock and Lupin, the entire space filled with a mysterious and tranquil atmosphere. "Hello, Fox," Seeing Sherlock greet the Phoenix and then sit down without a word, Lupin looked at Sherlock with surprise once again. What's going on? Why does Sherlock seem to be coming to the headmaster's office as if he's at home? Even if he was invited by Dumbledore, should it be more than this? He glanced instinctively at Dumbledore, only to see him completely unfazed, setting down his cup and looking at him gently. So he sat down like Sherlock. How did training go tonight, Remus? I think Sherlock and Harry have made remarkable progress in a very short time, but Harry doesn't seem entirely satisfied with his performance. Dumbledore paused slightly, then a warm smile spread across his face. It seems Harry hasn't realized just how advanced the spells he's learning are. Yes, Lupin sighed helplessly, but I emphasized this to Sherlock and Harry again today. Thank you very much, Remus, Dumbledore said gratefully. Professor Lupin's heart skipped a beat. He immediately realized Dumbledore wanted to speak to Sherlock privately, so he said, "Then I'll take my leave, Albus." "Very well, Remus, I have some things to discuss with Sherlock, so I won't see you off." Dumbledore nodded with a smile. Professor Lupin nodded to Sherlock and turned to leave. Before leaving, his gaze inadvertently swept over the table beside Dumbledore, where a book with a shockingly large hole lay. He understood immediately. It was just as Sherlock had said. If he hadn't heard Sherlock mention the Chamber of Secrets beforehand, he might not have recognized it immediately. But since Sherlock had analyzed it, if you were still oblivious, his title as the Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor would be somewhat undeserved. Sherlock, truly remarkable. Professor Lupin sincerely exclaimed in his heart. Harry was incredibly lucky to have such a friend. Hogwarts was incredibly lucky to have a student like Sherlock. The wizarding world was incredibly lucky to have a wizard like Sherlock. Once Professor Lupin's footsteps faded, Dumbledore slowly withdrew his gaze, the flickering flames in the fireplace casting a warm glow on his wrinkled face. He turned to Sherlock, his blue-gray eyes gleaming gently behind his half-moon spectacles, and said solemnly, "Although I've said it more than once, I must say it again today, Sherlock, thank you for uncovering the truth that has been buried for 12 years. It was nothing." Sherlock waved his hand casually, his fingertips lightly tapping the table, his tone even more nonchalant. "Spending almost 2 years with Peter to uncover his true identity is really nothing to brag about. If you still insist on saying that, then we old folks will have nowhere to hide our faces." Dumbledore shook his head helplessly and chuckled, his fingers lightly tracing the rim of the honey-water glass. "You've only been truly exposed to magic for less than 3 years, and you know nothing about the past of this matter. To have accomplished this much is already quite remarkable." As he spoke, he lightly waved his wand, and a glass of water appeared out of thin air, sliding to Sherlock's side. "Your favorite lemonade, that's a good point, thank you, sir." Sherlock raised an eyebrow, took the lemonade, and a sharp glint flashed in his gray eyes. "That's why I said to tell me as soon as you have any information. Don't waste any more precious time." "I'm sorry, Sherlock, I'm very sorry about the Chamber of Secrets." Dumbledore instantly understood his unspoken meaning, a look of guilt appearing on his aged face. He leaned forward, his voice low and sincere. "If I had told you about Tom Riddle sooner, perhaps you wouldn't have had to wait until the very end to discover the truth of the Chamber of Secrets last year." "Not perhaps, definitely." Sherlock stared directly at Dumbledore, his tone resolute. "If you had told me everything you knew earlier, there wouldn't have been any of those victims. They weren't killed by the basilisk like Myrtle was 50 years ago. It was pure luck, especially before I discovered the basilisk was the killer." Dumbledore sighed deeply, his white eyebrows drooping slightly, and nodded heavily. "You're right. So this school year, when you asked me about Sirius and Pettigrew, I told you everything I knew. It proved to be a very wise choice." "Yes, you're absolutely right." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant. "You saved Sirius, punished Peter, restored order to Hogwarts, and finally gave me the opportunity to find you tonight." As he spoke, he reached for the remnants of Riddle's diary that Professor Lupin had secretly peeked at before leaving. "I've been investigating this diary since the end of last school year." Dumbledore's fingertips lightly tapped the large hole Sherlock had pierced with a Gryffindor sword, his eyes deepening. "In fact, when I recalled meeting Tom Riddle with you in the Chamber of Secrets, I already had a guess. I could tell, but you weren't sure then. I thought you'd find the answer at the beginning of this school year." That was indeed the case, but unfortunately, Sirius's escape interrupted it. Dumbledore shrugged regretfully, but quickly smiled again. "But now I finally have the opportunity to share my deduction with you." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Sherlock's eyes sparkled, and he unconsciously leaned forward slightly. Finally, the main point? I think I found the secret to why Voldemort didn't die after attacking Harry. Dumbledore's opening line was a devastating blow. As soon as he finished speaking, Sherlock caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that the portraits of all the past headmasters on the office wall had somehow come to life. Phineas Nigellus's portrait was frowning and leaning closer to listen, while a fat wizard with a red nose even hurriedly pulled a hearing aid from the corner of the frame and carefully inserted it into his ear. Sherlock subtly looked away. He knew perfectly well that Dumbledore had also noticed this, but since the headmaster himself hadn't asked the portraits to temporarily set aside as he had done before, he naturally didn't want to meddle. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe. Dumbledore stared at the tattered diary, his voice filled with disbelief and astonishment. A mere memory, with its own actions and thoughts? A mere memory, capable of manipulating others through a diary? A mere memory, able to drain Gilderoy's life from its possession? Especially after hearing Riddle's words, I'm even more convinced of this. This diary contains something far more evil than memories, a soul. He paused, his brow furrowing. But once this deduction is made, more problems arise. What interests me most, and what shocks me most, is that this diary was once used as both a shield and a weapon. Sir, perhaps you could be more explicit. This diary served as a container for souls. It was a vessel, Dumbledore said gravely. In other words, what Tom Riddle hid inside wasn't memories, but a soul. Sherlock smiled. This was the topic for tonight. Dumbledore continued, this vessel likely helped its owner avoid death. On the other hand, Riddle undoubtedly wanted someone to read this diary. That way, his soul could possess someone else, allowing him to unleash the monster of Slytherin. In fact, you know he succeeded, but you stopped him at the last moment. How? Sherlock chuckled coldly, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. Oh? Compared to that brain-dead idiot who stabbed people in the back of their heads in his first year, 16-year-old Mr. Tom Riddle certainly has a bit more cunning. Sherlock chuckled coldly, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery, but beneath that pathetic Slytherin air facade, isn't he still a fake trying desperately to disguise his Muggle blood? A mudblood he despises, yet desperately craving the title of Slytherin's successor. The more he lacks something, the more he flaunts it. No wonder he stored fragments of his soul in that tattered notebook. His inherent cheapness and fear perfectly complement the shabby state of the container. Sherlock, your assessment is as incisive as ever. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly, a slight smile playing on his lips. Just stating the facts, but I'm quite interested. What did you hear him say that further solidified your theory? Sherlock, you've found the blind spot. Dumbledore blinked, a hint of mischief in his voice. Sherlock, someone actually said that to him? This is utterly outrageous. Dumbledore, noticing Sherlock's furrowed brow, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, before turning serious. He told me, nothing is worse than death, I replied. There are many things worse than death, but then he added, even now, I am not truly dead. At the time, I didn't understand his meaning, but now, I see he was referring to this diary. That is, a Horcrux, Horcrux, Horcrux. When those two words came from Dumbledore's mouth, Sherlock's eyes shone with an astonishing light, as if stars had suddenly ignited within them. This was the true blind spot. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Hogwarts Steadfast. In the headmaster's office, after Headmaster Dumbledore finished stating his theory, that the diary was a Horcrux, Sherlock pondered for a moment, then said as if summarizing, so, a Horcrux is a dark magic item capable of storing souls. Voldemort's killing curse rebounded onto himself, which should have killed him instantly. Yet he survived in a shattered form because he successfully created a Horcrux. Dumbledore's eyes widened in surprise, a glint of astonishment flashing behind his glasses. He looked at Sherlock. You're quite right, Sherlock, but I think you haven't heard of Horcruxes before. This is indeed the first time I've heard of them. Then your understanding of them has hit the nail on the head. Truly astonishingly sharp judgment. Dumbledore nodded approvingly, his long, silvery white beard swaying slightly with the movement. Thank you for your praise, sir, but I'm more concerned with something else. Sherlock leaned forward slightly, his gray eyes showing seriousness. Speak freely, Headmaster Dumbledore, I remember you once said he was hiding in the forests of Albania. That's right, you said this before solving the Chamber of Secrets incident. So is he still alive? He's still alive. Are you sure? I'm very sure. Then a new question arises. Sherlock's gaze suddenly became serious. He possesses more than one Horcrux. Dumbledore's admiration deepened. How did you figure that out? Isn't it obvious? Sherlock pointed to the diary. Voldemort didn't die 13 years ago because he created Horcruxes and stored his soul. Before this diary was destroyed, you told me Voldemort was hiding in the forests of Albania. Now, after it was destroyed, you tell me Voldemort is still alive, which proves that besides this diary, he must have at least one other Horcrux. Otherwise, with the destruction of this diary, he should have been completely destroyed. Dumbledore looked at Sherlock very seriously for a while, then laughed loudly. Now that you mention it, it's indeed so simple it doesn't need explanation. Sherlock shrugged indifferently. I've heard that phrase more than once. So, you brought me here today to help you deduce just how many Horcruxes Voldemort created. Yes and no. Dumbledore made no attempt to hide his intentions, stating directly, I'm certain an old friend shares some dark secrets with Tom Riddle. Once we know these secrets, everything about Voldemort and the Horcruxes will come to light. It seems you want me to dig this secret out from this old friend. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, a hint of understanding in his voice. As you expected, Sherlock, Dumbledore chuckled, but this old friend doesn't want to see me, so I wanted to tell you this first, so you can be better prepared. A wise decision. Sherlock smiled too, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. It seemed that after the Chamber of Secrets incident, Dumbledore had indeed changed his previously reserved approach. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed intently on Dumbledore. Then tell me about your old friend, Headmaster, the more detailed the better. It will help me uncover his secrets. Inside the office, the portraits of past headmasters held their breath. Even the red-nosed, obese wizard forgot to adjust his hearing aid. Everyone awaited Dumbledore's answer in silence, a tense yet expectant atmosphere filling the air. If, besides Snape, anyone in the wizarding world could be considered a top potions master, it would undoubtedly be Horace Slughorn. Like the Black, Malfoy, and Weasley families, the Slughorn family belonged to the 28 Holy Purebloods. Horace Slughorn, as a pureblood wizard, came from a privileged and wealthy family. His parents were not fanatical pureblood supremacists like the Black and Malfoy families, nor were they considered traitors to the purebloods like the Weasleys. However, they still highly valued the inherent advantages of their family background, so before Horace entered school, they advised him to associate with people similar to himself. Horace lived up to expectations, being sorted into Slytherin upon entering Hogwarts and becoming an outstanding student. Soon after enrolling, he displayed remarkable talent in potions, while also excelling in other areas, becoming a focus of their attention. However, he did not completely follow his parents' instructions. In addition to associating with students of similar ability to those from the Slughorn family, he also made many friends who were talented and Muggle-born. Thus, shortly after graduating with excellent grades, Horace received a job offer as a potions teacher. Undoubtedly, Horace Slughorn was an exceptionally capable wizard, and he carried the weight of his parents' expectations for him to excel in the Ministry of Magic. However, although he possessed the potential to become a politician, he was not interested in intrigue and preferred to be content with his current comfort zone. He was satisfied with making friends who had achieved great things, rather than striving to catch up with their accomplishments. Because he preferred to stay behind the scenes, enjoying the privilege of meeting celebrities and successful people, and because he deeply loved his alma mater, he readily accepted the invitation to become a potions professor at Hogwarts. The headmaster at the time was Armando Dippet, who happened to be a contemporary of Albus Dumbledore. Horace served as potions professor at the school. Not long after, due to his outstanding abilities, he also became head of Slytherin House. Overall, Horace maintained a good temper and easygoing personality during his teaching tenure, earning him consistent praise from students and faculty. Despite being a pure-blood wizard, he never discriminated against half-bloods or Muggle-born wizards. As long as they demonstrated their abilities, Horace was never stingy with his care. Of course, he also had flaws, namely, his overly simplistic dichotomy in treating students. One group consisted of students he favored or whom he considered to have a bright future, regardless of whether they were pure-blood, half-blood, or Muggle-born. The other group consisted of students he considered to have a bleak future or no potential, unless they came from a prestigious family. In short, He needed to have something special about him. Unfortunately, Tom Riddle was precisely such an outstanding student back then. Slughorn undoubtedly possessed a keen eye for talent. He discovered Riddle's strengths and nurtured him as his prized student. Of course, this can't be blamed entirely on Slughorn, because Tom Riddle's disguise was simply too successful. Almost all the teachers and students had an excellent impression of him. Except for Albus Dumbledore, the Transfiguration professor who personally brought Riddle from the orphanage back to the school. In fact, I warned Horace from the beginning to be careful not to be used by Tom. Dumbledore said slowly to Sherlock. Unfortunately, Horace was too confident in his judgment, a fact that has been proven many times over. In his decades of teaching at the school, he has nurtured countless outstanding wizards, from Quidditch and politics to business and journalism. Because of this, he ignored my warning. He believed that I already harbored prejudice against Tom when I brought him back from the orphanage. You did indeed harbor prejudice against him from the beginning, Sherlock commented bluntly. As it turns out, your opinion of him is irrelevant. Because the Dark Lord, who strikes fear into the entire wizarding world, was trained at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Blaming Professor Slughorn alone is meaningless. Dumbledore shook his head with a wry smile. You're right, Sherlock, I won't shy away from this. Sherlock shrugged non-committally. So, he's the one who told Tom about the Horcruxes. That's just my speculation. When Tom Riddle, who called himself Voldemort, rose to prominence in the wizarding world, Horace didn't immediately recognize his old student. But when he realized that this terrible wizard was actually Tom Riddle, he was terrified. On the night Voldemort returned to Hogwarts seeking a teaching position, he hid in his office, afraid that the other would come looking for him. Unfortunately, his worries seemed unnecessary. Voldemort didn't bother to seek out his mentor. Sherlock shrugged again. It wasn't until later, when Voldemort attacked Harry that night and suffered a setback, that Horace felt more fortunate than most. It was precisely because of his ecstatic expression at that moment, and the fragments of words he uttered, that I first became aware that he was connected to Tom. So you asked him directly? Yes, I carefully questioned him, but this action only deepened his defenses, and he even resigned a few days later. Ha! Sherlock laughed. This Professor Horace was indeed swift and decisive. For over a decade after his retirement, he returned to the comfortable home left by his deceased parents, a place he used to vacation during school holidays, now his permanent residence. He enjoyed his retirement and would occasionally visit old members of the Slughorn Club. He also liked to host gatherings at home, until 2 years ago, when he learned through his connections that Voldemort was still alive. Dumbledore changed the subject. As far as I know, he hasn't been very happy since then. As you just analyzed, Voldemort's survival after being cursed with a killing curse means he has successfully created a Horcrux. Of course, if he knew that Voldemort was still alive after we destroyed a Horcrux, he would probably be even more tormented. Sherlock, uninterested in Dumbledore's analysis of the old professor's mental state, only asked about what interested him. The Slughorn Club. What's that? It's a gathering at Hogwarts named after Horace. They specifically invite outstanding students, children of famous and successful people, and children from families with excellent connections in the wizarding world. Understood? Sherlock smiled slightly. I suppose Tom Riddle has also joined this club, hasn't he? Dumbledore nodded solemnly. Very well, so to summarize, Professor Horace Slughorn's life trajectory fully demonstrates the survival strategy of a shrewd Slytherin in chaotic times. Sherlock leaned back in his chair, clasped his hands together to support his chin, and began to summarize with sharp eyes. He is a contradiction. Born into a prominent pure-blood family, he possesses absolute pure-blood advantages and extensive connections, yet he is willing to associate with capable Muggle-borns. But this is by no means true egalitarianism, it is more like an investment acumen. He keenly senses the potential future value that those promising individuals might bring. He is extremely content with the status quo, or more precisely, content with the security provided by his comfort zone. For him, pursuing power and climbing the political ladder is too easy to get caught in the vortex, so he chose the Hogwarts teaching position as a shield. He can use his position as headmaster to legitimately cultivate connections, while hiding in the fortress of knowledge and under your wings. Here, he enjoys prestige, comfort, and the satisfaction of selecting and nurturing tomorrow's stars, while minimizing the risks. I think that when Voldemort first rose to power, he chose to stay at Hogwarts because it was safer there. In fact, this is the common belief of the vast majority. Even today, the entire wizarding world still believes that as long as you're at Hogwarts, Voldemort won't dare to cause trouble. Sherlock, you flatter me too much? Voldemort possesses magical power you could never have. I know. Sherlock waved his hand impatiently, directly uttering the second half of Dumbledore's sentence, causing the centenarian to pause in surprise. For Professor Slughorn, recognizing talent was his forte, or rather, his core ability for self-preservation and pride. For decades, this discerning eye had been the cornerstone of his status and safety net. Yet, it was precisely this arrogance that ruined him, causing him to become obsessed with misjudging Tom Riddle, blinded by your warnings. When Riddle transformed into Voldemort, and when it was his leaking knowledge of Horcruxes that led to all this, his reaction was utterly typical: fear and escape. He only felt relieved when Voldemort was mistakenly believed to be dead. Unfortunately, your inquiry triggered his strongest defense mechanism. He resigned, retreated to the luxurious safe house left by his parents, numbing himself with parties, fine wine, and memories of past glories, attempting to rebuild that shattered safety barrier amidst debauchery. Until the news that Voldemort was still alive shattered this fragile dream of retirement, everything he relied on for security instantly became a potential threat. His network of connections, once his pride, now became a candidate for the Death Eater's list. Of course, it's a bit too early to say all this now, but if Voldemort really does return, then it will be a foregone conclusion, Sherlock concluded. Ultimately, the core value that Horace Slughorn pursued throughout his life can be summed up in one word: stability. Chapter 400: A Battle for Sherlock. The headmaster's office. The flames in the fireplace danced like leaping sprites in the brickwork. Warm, orange light cascaded over the mountains of parchment scrolls, gilded books, and ancient magical artifacts bearing the marks of time. A faint scent of cedar and old paper filled the air, flowing quietly in the warm light. Headmaster Dumbledore leaned slightly forward, elbows resting on the armrests of his chair, listening intently to Sherlock's analysis of his old colleague, Horace Slughorn. His bright blue eyes, behind his half-moon spectacles, gleamed with focused concentration, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softening slightly with earnestness. Fawkes, the phoenix perched on a coat rack, shook its magnificent golden feathers, tilting its small head, its obsidian-like eyes darting curiously between Sherlock and Dumbledore. Its long tail feathers occasionally brushed against the perch, making a soft rustling sound. The portraits of past headmasters hanging on the wall, which Dumbledore hadn't ordered to leave this time, also watched the two people in the room with bated breath, just like Fawkes. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Sherlock, who was speaking eloquently. Even the most serious Phineas Nigellus had put away his critical expression. Professor Horace Slughorn's entire logic, his investment in talent, his choice of teaching positions, his cultivation of connections, and even his almost pathetic retreat in the face of danger, serves this ultimate goal: stability. Without a doubt, he is a true Slytherin, a quintessential elitist, not a pureblood. He has perfected shrewdness, self-preservation, and ambition confined to the realm of safety. However, this philosophy of stability is incomplete, lacking a crucial element: the courage and resolve to maintain stability. Therefore, when faced with Voldemort's absolute storm, this goal is destined to crumble. Unfortunately, even now, he hasn't realized this and is still trying to escape. Ironically, he can't even escape your detection, let alone Voldemort lurking in the shadows. Tragically, you now need my help to find crucial information from such a person. Dumbledore's eyes widened in surprise after hearing Sherlock's analysis of Slughorn. His long, silvery white eyebrows arched slightly, and after a long pause, he slowly removed his crescent-shaped glasses from his nose. He lightly touched the lenses with the slender tip of his wand, instantly making them clean and clear. Sherlock, if I didn't know the truth, I would even doubt that you were the one who had known Horace for over 60 years, and not me. Dumbledore's voice was filled with undisguised amazement. He gently stroked the smooth edge of the frames with his fingertips, put the glasses back on, and his eyes gleamed with approval. No need for that, Headmaster. I merely summarized your account. It's hardly worth mentioning. So, are you ready to help me uncover the secret? No, that's far from enough. Sherlock shook his head, his gray eyes revealing a seriousness. As I just said, everything I said was merely a summary based on your description of the professor. But relying solely on your account is ultimately one-sided. I need more samples. By the way, besides Tom Riddle, who manipulated Professor Slughorn, do you know any other members of the Slughorn Club? Dumbledore nodded and then rattled off a list of names: Ambrose Froom, owner of B. Duke's Candy Shop; Avery, a member of the 28 Holy Purebloods, later a Death Eater. Barnabas Gauff, editor of the Daily Prophet. Dirk Liswell, an official in the Ministry of Magic's Goblin Liaison Office. Gvina Jones, captain of the Hull Hud Happy Quidditch team. Sherlock wasn't familiar with these people, but he still noted their names. This fully proved Dumbledore's description of Professor Slughorn earlier. His students were all over the world, in every profession. But at the end, Dumbledore mentioned a few unexpected yet logical names: Potions Master Severus and Harry's mother Lily. They were exceptionally talented in potions and were highly favored by Horace. Malfoy's father Lucius and Sirius's brother Regulus, while not as talented as Severus and Lily, their families were still highly regarded by Horace. And then there's Divination Master Sybil, the great-granddaughter of the prophet Cassandra Trelawney. Regulus. Sherlock noticed this name keenly. Yes, Regulus Black. I think you've heard of him. Sirius's younger brother, a former Voldemort admirer. He joined the Death Eaters at 16 and was a favorite of his parents. Later, he realized Voldemort wasn't the person he imagined, so he wanted to leave the organization, but it was too late. Ultimately, Voldemort, or some other Death Eater, killed him, but all of this comes from Sirius's account. Yes, that's him. Dumbledore sighed deeply, seemingly lost in thought. There are many organizations in this world where joining often only requires a single thought. But leaving can take a lifetime, and even then, it's not guaranteed. The Death Eaters, founded by Voldemort, are like that. Sherlock glanced at Dumbledore with some surprise. He immediately realized that Dumbledore wasn't just talking about Regulus, or rather, not just Regulus. Interestingly, this headmaster probably has the most secrets of everyone at Hogwarts. A very representative sample list. After a moment of silence, Sherlock spoke, his voice still steady, but carrying a resolute determination. It encompasses different family backgrounds, different temperaments, and even drastically different paths they later chose. It's ideal, even more ideal than I imagined. Dumbledore's azure eyes gleamed with understanding, and he nodded slightly. Professor Slughorn's taste, or rather, his vision for investing in the future is indeed quite unique. These people, for better or for worse, have all left, or are still leaving, a profound mark in their respective fields. Phoenix Fox seemed to sense the change in atmosphere, letting out a melodious low hoot, its golden red tail feathers swaying gracefully. The old headmasters in the picture frame began their habitual whispers or feigned serious contemplation, but their gazes still lingered, seemingly unnoticed, on Sherlock as he was about to leave. "Thank you for the clue, Headmaster Dumbledore." Sherlock stood up as he spoke. "The accuracy of the information will directly determine whether I can crack the key secret in Professor Slughorn's heart. I need to reconstruct a more authentic Horace Slughorn, not just through your memory filter." "Well, good night." Dumbledore was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Sherlock to offer to leave. But he still stood up. "Good night, and good luck, Sherlock." After Sherlock left, the office fell silent again. Dumbledore's gaze behind his half-moon spectacles was deep and distant. He lightly brushed his fingertips along the edge of the glasses again, muttering to himself, "Sample analysis, precise judgment. Sherlock's method of seeking the truth will probably surprise even Horace himself." Phineas Nigellus in the portrait of the headmaster snorted in dissatisfaction, muttering, "HMPH, making it sound like some serious investigation." "Dumbledore, I don't see how that boy could be more suitable than you." The other old headmasters nearby exchanged intrigued glances. "I don't expect you to see it either, Phineas," Dumbledore replied calmly. Fawkes tilted his head and let out another melodious hum. The next day, Sherlock told his friends about it. What? Hardale devices? I've never even heard of them. Storing one's own soul in another vessel, just thinking about it is terrifying. Harry, Hermione, and Ron each offered their opinions on the matter. In Sherlock's view, these were all correct but meaningless statements. "So, do you have any leads? Are you really going to look for others?" "Yes, Dumbledore's information is enough for me to make a judgment about Slughorn. But as I told him, it's just his opinion. To succeed the first time, we need to be more thorough in our preparations." "I don't understand." By now, this sentence had almost become Ron's catchphrase. He would say it every now and then. "Why does it have to be successful the first time? Even if we can't find the truth from that slug professor on the first try." "Professor Slughorn, not Professor Slug," Hermione said, dissatisfied. "Actually, it doesn't sound that different." Ron shrugged, unconcerned about Hermione's correction. "I mean, even if we can't find the truth from him the first time, Wouldn't it be better to try a few more times? I'm afraid, no. Surprisingly, this time it was Harry, not Hermione, who spoke up. According to Sherlock's analysis, Professor Slughorn is clearly a cautious man. He resigned immediately after Dumbledore only asked him one question. So if we can't get the truth out of him this time, he'll probably run away again. It won't be easy to find him then. Am I right, Sherlock? Although Harry had tried to finish his analysis, he wasn't confident, so he asked Sherlock again afterward. Excellent, Harry. Sherlock smiled and patted his friend on the shoulder. I was right, wasn't I? Deductive reasoning is contagious. You're starting to use it to analyze problems more and more often now. In other words, my deduction, completely correct. That's why I need more sample information to find the truth in my first meeting with Professor Slughorn. Besides, we're not in such a rush to see him immediately. Hearing Sherlock's praise of Harry, Ron looked indifferent. He already had the exceptionally intelligent Sherlock beside him, and a walking encyclopedia, Hermione. Even with another Harry who occasionally comes up with a brilliant idea, it wouldn't make much difference to him. But Hermione's eyes suddenly sharpened. She glanced at Harry subtly, then said, Sherlock, I remember you should be able to get the forbidden section professor's signature, right? Harry and Ron were startled. Hermione, what are you planning to do? Hermione didn't answer, but stared intently at Sherlock. Sherlock smiled slightly, then took out a quill and parchment from his pocket. He then directly signed his name, Felix Flitwick, on it and stuffed it into Hermione's hand. Ah, is this all right? Harry and Ron looked at Sherlock's actions in surprise. Was this the method Hermione was talking about? This was far too simple and crude. Only Hermione examined it carefully, then smiled with satisfaction. Exactly the same. After saying this, she picked up the paper, carefully folded it, and ran away. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. Hordeals, obviously a very advanced form of magic. Looks like Hermione's planning to rummage through the forbidden section? But she used to be the one most opposed to such opportunistic methods. She seems to want to prove herself, Ron muttered, to prove she's more helpful to Sherlock than you are, Harry. No way. It's not that serious, really not. Your opponent is Gemma, maybe even Luna, but definitely not me. Harry genuinely wanted to help Sherlock. Unfortunately, he was powerless to do so. The Gryffindor vs Ravenclaw match was imminent, and he couldn't spare a single moment. News of Harry possessing a firebolt had already spread throughout the school, leading to crowds gathering whenever Harry went to training. Wood didn't believe Ravenclaw would send spies to investigate their tactics like Slytherin had. In fact, Slytherin hadn't done that either. The last incident was purely Wood's own conjecture. However, he was still somewhat annoyed by the large number of people watching their training. So he simply went through Ms. Hodge's back door again and invited her to supervise the Gryffindor Quidditch team's training. With a teacher present, no one except the Gryffindor Quidditch players could enter the field. This made Wood very happy. This time, his backdoor visit hadn't been in vain. But he soon felt embarrassed again. Because while Ms. Hodge had stopped others, she herself had become an obstacle to the team's training. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.